Spacey ship. Spacey ship.
Snake fight going in at the same time for Hayes, but Hayes, that goes a little bit off time. X at weight up exactly for the moment. So in comes Cryo. Cryo gonna be able to get one, but they still haven't cleared out Hayes in the back line. But this is just perfect.
Oh, Urkus, what more can you get? So much more.
And they need the spike actually down. Lots of pings going in. Aaron's still able to get another kill, but that's it. That's the Viper's pit down, and the Hunter's Fury. BCJ just does not miss with that ultimate.
Nice angle. Everybody's weak on the side of E-Daters and completely suppressed by Sky's positioning. 3K, the jet onto top.
Teammate Shen Momiji coming out huge there in Forum.
Dashing up drop forward. Shorty finds it. Mina with the clutch.
The time is now, ladies and gentlemen, Valorant fans. Welcome to yet another Nerd Street LAN. This time, we head out to New Jersey, a North Brunswick LAN with $3,500 on the line and a handful of teams. We get started here in day one. My name is Henry Metro, joined by Fi once more. Fi, how are you, my man? It's LAN, baby.
I'm doing fantastic. It's a fine, fantastic SoCal morning. You know, I got all the vibes coming in. It's starting to get heating up for ourselves here in North Brunswick. I mean, there's definitely a couple of favorite teams going into this event and a bunch of fun to be had for a lot of these teams competing here. So we got players from all over the East Coast gathering up here in North Brunswick for a blast right here, Tanner.
Yeah, and as we do find ourselves here in New Jersey for this LAN, we can actually take a look at our next stop to see what's coming up. We've already gone through a handful of these LANs, and we're going to get a handful more. You see the Philly LAN, that going the way of Exet and their shoe-in spot to the Nerd Street champs. In August, Zero Marksman Black out towards Fullerton. They also net their spot. And a team in Aspire, maybe one that not everybody is kind of thinking is going to be that next step squad. They take the Brentwood one. Now, we know that that doesn't necessarily mean that they get that shoe-in spot, Fi, but you were talking about it. These guys are racking up the points.
Yeah, they're racking up the points really, really well for themselves, sitting at around 12th in the overall leaderboards right now. And if they take North Brunswick, they are looking to secure themselves a spot in the main event. So genuinely speaking here for Aspire, they are grinding out these LANs in this circuit, and they're looking to reap the rewards of them here in North Brunswick. They are competing here today in North Brunswick themselves, and I mean, they've been touted as a lineup to be one of the next up-and-coming tier 2 teams in the space. I think they've been shouted out by Churms from Cosmic Divide after playing a very, very long series. They've been a team who's been putting in the effort and now competing here in North Brunswick. I think they're at least teed up to be one of our favorites, but you know, I think we're gonna bring this back to the matchup here. They definitely, I mean, there's still some reasonable opposition they have here in North Brunswick.
Yeah, it is a lot of it unknown for the most part. I think the only teams that we really recognize just based off a name was Aspire and Moonrise Black as well. Just as far as establishment goes, everybody else kind of just piecing together what they could. It's obviously LAN, so it's a little bit harder to do things on LAN than it is online when it comes to your full squad. Now, actually, what's next for us, though? Georgetown coming up next, Bakersfield right after that, and I believe the last and final LAN will be out in Denver come the beginning of July. So a lot more to go. But we get to dial in, like Fi said, on the team that we spent a little bit of time talking about the points that they've earned, and that's Aspire. They're going to be taking on a squad, again, that seems a little unknown. I think you recognize some of the names for this squad in Ha, which I was thinking Triple H, and then maybe we could throw in some wrestling stuff on top of it all, but then there's 4 H's. So I don't really know the best way to call this team, Fi, outside of Ha.
Yeah, and that's, I mean, they have some of the craziest names we've got. Crazy Mojo is a recognizable name, at least in this NSG champs so far. He's competed in a couple of the weeklies, for some of the squads, Oni in particular, but generally speaking across the board. Yeah, names like Aim Redline and Cookie Oreo Yummy. But on the other side for Aspire, this is their full 5 that they are bringing to this LAN, I believe. Actually, they are swapping in Kenji for Because. So I'm not necessarily sure if it's Because could have made it out here or not, or maybe they've been kind of shifting around their 5th for the Aspire guys, but they still definitely have a game plan coming into this, that's for sure. So at least for the Aspire guys, they are, I think, the more established lineup. But Crazy Mojo, formerly number 2 on the overall Valorant ranked leaderboards. So I mean, definitely has some individual brilliance to show for himself, that's for sure. So, I mean, not necessarily out of Hihiha's wheelhouse is what I'll say to be able to take on Aspire.
Yeah, 100%. And again, we still kind of unknown for the rest of the squads that we're going to see moving forward. Now, this is Group C. We had 3 groups as we kind of work our way through, and we're already jumping into a little bit later on the day. These teams have already been playing, so they're coming in warm. They're also both coming in off of a victory. So we're going to find ourselves in the upper decider for our groups. Then we'll be jumping on through. I believe we have another upper decider to follow, and then a lower decider and another best of 3 at the end of the day. So we're shooting for 3 best of 3s and 1 best of 1. Unfortunately, that lower decider is just a best of 1, and you kind of get what you get and don't throw a fit. Now, speaking of get what you get, although we don't necessarily have our prizing to put up in front of you guys, $3,500 on the line, 1,600 points for first place, and many more to come as we can take a peek at where we are headed. We get to play out our maps, and this is an interesting layout because Aspire like to do some cool things.
Yeah, so on Bind in particular, Aspire have a really innovative comp where they are actively running the Neon. I mean, if they decide to break it out for this event, of course. Sometimes they chop and change their agent compositions event by event. But so far, for the most part, in the last month, Demon has been playing the Neon on Bind. It's a map that Aspire are pretty darn comfortable on. And then as we head to Ascent, we head into more, you know, reasonable waters where you know, they run more of the standard compositions, but Bind is surefire going to be an exciting map. And the thing is, it's pretty surprising that he offered to pick it into them. Now, of course, Comfort, I think, means a whole lot on land, but Comfort might be in the wheelhouse for Aspire combined. And then taking Split as a third, I mean, it's a map that Aspire still like to play the Astra on, so it's a pretty, at least a fun map. For the Aspire guys, if we need Split, of course. Also, Aspire have been no strangers to picking up the Fade in recent times, so we could be able to see that come into play. It's always still a new agent who is still developing, finding her footing in the meta, but Aspire picking her up early might have the advantage in that regard.
And Split to close things as we jump on into our agent select, the first map of the day, the first map of the series.
Here it is.
It's gonna be Aspire on the attacking side, locking in the double duelist. Like you said, Demon on the Neon. And this brings such a different look to the squad, right? In general, you talked about how they've kind of been getting away from the Jet as a whole. It makes sense because of the changes. Maybe people are feeling a little less comfortable on it. But this isn't a double dive like we know. It's not the blast pack in, the dash in, and then the flash behind it from Smiley. I am really interested to see how this Neon is actually able to pilot her way on into things, because although it's fast, it's not going to be as explosive, right, as this Raze can blast pack or as the Jet can tailwind into the site. So Demon here as we wait for ha. What is 4? It cubed is 3. H cubed would be 3. What is 4, 5?
I think it's just H to the power of 4. I don't think
that's worse than ha, man. That's worse.
Oh, I mean, we're trying to, you know, condense things here, make things castable. But gosh, I mean, H to the power 4. Is there something for that? Is it like H? Is it H triangulated?
Yes. Somebody in chat gotta be able to help us out, man. Because this is. It's a rough one. It's a rough one.
It's gonna be you know, it's gonna be this day is gonna be long, but it might be longer because we have to keep saying ha. So let's get this thing on the road here, Tanner. We got the Neon. Now we talked about the explosiveness. I think the fast lane is a pretty awesome way to get into sites, specifically on Bind. I mean, I'm just like looking at this from theoretically. I'm not necessarily a Neon on Bind, you know, enthusiast. But I will say that, like, hypothetically, that Neon can get itself out of hookah or up onto the A site pretty seamlessly, all things considered. And I think the one underrated factor that wasn't really touched on is the Astra in all of this. I think the Astra is a much better setup agent than any other smoker compared to, say, a Brimstone. So I think for the side of Aspire, they have a lot of setup for that Neon, so I'm interested to see where it goes. Let's kick things off as we're going into B short. A little bit of an early peak. No damage just yet, but they're going to continue fighting for it. They will actually have to back on away for just a moment, but look at Demon out in towards Showers. Taking a little bit of a fight. Is going to get away. In the meantime, though, it's the A short push.
Yeah, this is tough, though. You got 3 players here to defend. It's Crazy Mojo just playing around the cage perfectly for 2 kills of his own. Unfortunately, the Brimstone still locking it down. Nameless and now healthless. But Ladder moves in a tough spot. The teleporter taken. Nobody here directly on the B site, and the spike can be planted. But he's only got 10 health.
10 health and a dream. No headhunter shots either. But hold on. You see what I'm saying? You see what
I'm
I'm
seeing
saying?
what you're saying. I'm
Yeah,
seeing
okay. I'm
the
just
ghost in
making sure.
hand. I'm seeing things are a little wonky.
We get the freeze frame, all right?
Yeah.
It's just like we have to devise what could possibly be happening here. I'm pondering my crystal ball right now, and I'm seeing
this right here
what's happening.
is, hey, this is me. And I'm sure you're wondering how I got in this situation. And then it's going to rewind, and we're going to replay the round. Okay, unfortunately, it looks like the 10 HP chamber, that's a story to tell. That is a story to tell at a later time. It's Aspire to pick up the pistol.
All right. But starting this things off, they're just running it. They're gunning it over. They're already in U-Haul. This is the eco round right now, but they have just ran through the entirety of the A site. Unfortunately, they can't really guarantee themselves out the space gate. It is just Tazzy in a 1v1 on the site, though. If Tim somehow goes down, could get weird. But it's not happening. 2 zip starting for ha. And, well, we're getting off to the races, I suppose. It was just the eco, though, so it's, like, not necessarily the craziest thing. But already showing some of the pace. I mean, Aspire just gunned it up A short. And already got themselves into U-Haul. Showing some of the possibilities that the Neon has. I think the fast lane, you know, some people might run the Viper, and you have your sort of, you know, Viper wall from Walmart. So, for Neon.
Yeah, true.
But it might work. I mean, it still works out in a way that you can still get yourself to U-Haul very quickly. Demon loves this Neon. You're going to see him try to make the inroads into you. There is a tripwire there. However, he just gets dragged right back into the open.
He gets brought all the way back, and it was Tim who was nameless in the pistol round. Now, finding the first kill on the round, the Stinger able to get one as well. The attacking side here of ha, or no, the attacking side of Aspire. Sorry, we're a little backwards as they look to take the site. This right here was their full buy.
Tazzy actually has a space to go spawn right now, Tanner. And he's actually not going to plant. He has just found the gap to the B site. And ha are about to be in a bit of a bind. No pun intended.
Nice.
Once this spike gets planted. And they're so far away right now, Tanner, is the thing. So much time is going to be burned simply running to the B site. This could be good for Tazzy, but the thing is, he has to be so paranoid at so many angles. Whether there's a flank, whether they're coming actually from spawn, but making his way into elbow. Now this positioning is fantastic for Tazzy. Low HP, though, it still doesn't help him out. But if he gets isolated 1v1s, there certainly is a chance.
Util to play with this would be huge if he's able to get this round back for the squad. The paint shells. Kenji's looking to stick the plant. The Jet comes around the corner. It's Cookie Oreo Yummy to go down. Now playing the time perfectly. Halfway. Does Kenji have enough on the clock? It seems like he just might. And it's ha. Laughing all the way to the bank.
If there were emotes in Val, they'd be spamming it right now. I'm telling you. I'm telling you. He got it. And it's an excellent attempt there. If the paint shells, I think they bounced off the Radianite box on that B site. And made things a little bit odd in that clutch. Unfortunately, not going the way there for Aspire. But still, what can they bring on a little bit of a half buy? I mean, a Neon on a Stinger is still a force to be reckoned with. He's mostly just playing alone, though, on the outside. Support from the breach. The concuss could be good. But he gets dropped very early on there for Demon. So man advantage up and running here for Aspire. I mean, they have some bits and pieces of the map to work with. As Ladder Moves has just sniped another. They can start to walk up to short now. Crazy Mojo, though. Swinging out. Oh! Perfect.
Yeah, that hurts. That I was always under the, I guess, idea that wasn't completely wallbangable because it's so thick, but it is. You can shoot through that one, and Smiley, if he didn't know before, he definitely knows now, and it's Aspire. Player down, creeping on up is Tazzy, and it's Kenji here to receive. Flash out for more information. The stars go down, and well, here comes Tim to find himself 2 kills on the round. He said, hey, there wasn't enough action on the A side, so I'll find it out towards B, and it's just 4 rounds in a row.
It's a little discombobulated from the side of Aspire right now. I'm I mean, Demon is just kind of going in solo, looking for maybe a 1-for-1 to try and open up space on the map, but runs into a shower setup, and bada bing, bada boom, that isn't going to work in their town. Honestly, the setups right now for Hee are perfectly fine. They're contesting for the map control in all the right spots, and they're kind of keeping Aspire down and out for a bit. Demon back up to the shenanigans. This time around, a Brim Smoke to run through. Doesn't care, though, and that's more like it from Demon. That's the setup that this lineup has on offer. The Gravity Well perfection and a man advantage up and running for Aspire. Now they can play with the advantage, and it's really the first time that ha have to play from something different. Now Tazzy up to Hookah. Nate goes in. And Kenji on the chopping block. Flashed off. Still going to be able to fight, though.
Able to get away. Hasn't been able to create too much of a gap. Here comes the blast back out and over the top, and it's Cookie to sit Tazzy down. The Jet gets down to safety, but now wants some more and picks up 3 on the round. The tour de force, the shot doesn't land, and ladder moves. I mean, he's just got to get out of dodge. He has absolutely nothing here. An incendiary at his feet. He's able to sneak around it. Still has the ult, still has 4 shots. Now needs to land all 4, and there's 2 just on the other side of the sky. Smoke, they line up for just a second, and still the misses come through. The no-scope lands, and some way, somehow,
he's gone.
4 HP might be enough.
He is getting flanked right now, though, is the biggest thing. Still, though, he actually has been given space. But he can't teleport away. His teleport anchor is being camped out right now in 10 seconds.
10 seconds left.
Oh, no.
Not meant to be. Unfortunate there for ladder moves. 5-0 right now, though, Tanner. This is, like, really, really weird territory.
Yeah, I think you mentioned it, though, although I think we had thought it was Kenji that was going to be filling in for, because I believe it's Tazzy who's filling that role. And there might be, you know, a little bit of miscommunication or discombobulation. I'm working on a rapping career as well. Miscommunication, discombobulation. I'm trying to make my way through it, but there might be just a little bit of that. Although Tazzy is, you know, doing well for himself. He's not having the worst game in the world. It still could be a bit of unfamiliar grounds as we go back out to it. And speaking of the guy himself, it's Tazzy to open up the round. A huge shot. And here comes the overdrive melting down Kenji out towards the B site. And it's been taken. 3 defenders out towards A for now.
All right. Well, the overdrive, considered the most irrelevant ultimate in the game.
Yeah.
You got it. All right. You got, please convert off the back of it. That's a nasty angle from Demon. Alrighty, well, best of luck retaking this. 2v5. It's far from pity, but there might be some frags to have. Give us the entertainment. Keep that energy high on LAN here for hee-hee-hee-ha.
Yeah, round 6, we finally get, well, not even weapons in the hands of Aspire. It was the ults that really got it done, and the accumulated weapons that they picked up from the fallen foes. A flawless round for Aspire to get their way on the board. And I just want to, although it didn't matter, the overdrive kills went the way of Demon, and then he picked up another kill. And that ult stays online as long as you have energy. So that could have been a scary situation where that Neon is still just kind of running around the map with zappy fingers.
True. I mean, look. It feels like sometimes it's the most broken ultimate ever, and then some days it just isn't. That's a very nice opener, at least. The run-in from Neon's good. He's taken 50% of the opening duels right now for Aspire. And Demon, well, he's in a bit of a bind, and he is going to get run down, though the Rolling Thunder gets tossed in. 2 for 2 on the site. And they're continually jumping through. Orbital strike everywhere. Ultimate's being burned, but it's Tim who's searing through the opposition. 1v3 for ladder moves. He's on the wrong side of the coin here, Tanner. And Aspire, they try to throw a gambit to B. It doesn't work as intended.
No, it doesn't. And ladder, because of that orbital strike, forced to teleport away. No spike in hand. And, well, hee-ha. Can just nest egg right on top of it. More importantly, Tim can just nest egg right on top of it. Was 9-2 at one point, really having himself a game, looking incredibly comfortable on the Brimstone, and I wish we could get the stats from the previous round that they just played, the previous best 3 over the Guppies, because I mean, this is looking like a very scary squad. He used the ult here, picked up 4 kills on the round, has 3 pips towards the orbital strike again. This guy's a monster.
Dude, 14-3 and a timeout, probably reasonably called in here for Aspire. I think the attack is just a little uncoordinated, at least. I like the entry, thought process here for Demon, but at the moment, it's so reliant on him getting the opening kill and not the opening death, and being unable to be traded, kind of just getting a freebie. It's like, okay, I can reset my aim, I could sip my coffee a little bit, and I'm ready and raring to go again, right? For the defenders. Going in at least solo. If he gets his kill, it's huge. If he doesn't get his kill, it might be the end of the round. That's kind of what this game is so far hinging on for Aspire. We've seen him have success in the showers when he has the right setup. It seems like he-ha have kind of, dodged out on that just a little bit. Kind of got the freeze spell up and running onto Demon. That was my attempt at something. 6-1 right now for he-ha. You gotta call in a TO. You gotta get things up and running. It's Demon in particular. That is the man to highlight right now for Aspire. It's always the Neon.
This goes here.
Just sometimes it's an agent. I talked to Demon a little bit about why he picks up the Neon. And he says it's an agent that people don't quite expect yet. He-ha seems just one step above. They understand the game plan right here for Aspire.
Careful here.
Yeah, I feel like Neon also an agent that can help the team, but can also do so much for herself, right? We see the consistent shower control, and it's only Demon fighting all by their lonesome to do that. But because you have the 2 stuns in the relay bolt that essentially act as 4 stuns because they have 2 areas of effect for each one, you have that fast lane. You're super quick with it. Your jump peaks can be fast. It's the tools are all there, and unfortunately, he-ha, the tools, they're missing. The toolbox is all locked up. They put it away. They thought they were A-okay, but off the back end of a timeout, Aspire put themselves in a great spot as we go Showstopper now into U-Haul, and it finds absolutely nothing. Cosmic Divine can buy some time to blast packs, and Redline's able to survive, but only for a moment longer. 6 HP is plenty for Tazzy. Convert another frag. We'll see if he can get another as Kenji comes around the corner. He meets his maker, and Tim, you've been darn good here on Bind thus far. But a 1v5,
We got this.
That might be a stretch, but it starts off good. There's the first. The second won't land. His ladder moves. An operator in hand, but more importantly, it's Aspire to their second.
Cast like he's gonna win it. That's what you always gotta do.
Yeah.
I'm not being bagged on Twitter because I didn't predict the clutch. I always believe in the clutch is the biggest thing. It's about the mental game, and Tim didn't get the 1v5 in the post plant, so we'll just call it tough. He'll win that next time. Trust. 6-2 right now, running. They just ran through all the Cypher trips. That was a little unfair. They even had a decent setup. Cypher trips on towards the A side have been working out fantastically for he-ha. But sometimes the Neon is just too fast. See if it can bring back some of that energy. Still has the fast lane up and ready. And a relay bolt to go with it. But there are knives right up close for Cookie Oreo Yummy 1. Koi 1?
Koi 1.
Or it could just be Cookie. Or Yummy.
Unless he does something really cool, then we gotta give him the Cookie Oreo Yummy. We gotta give it all.
We have to like emphasize every single word. Right now it's just kind of like Cookie or Koi if you want to like abbreviate it all together.
Right there.
Yeah.
Well, let's see if he can get his full name up and running here, Tanner. Spire gearing up. 3-man play. This pot is about to be boiling. In just a second as we're going into you.
Yep, paint shell is out. Showstopper here. Up goes Cookie, and he's gonna find the first. Wants some more, but only has a few more blades to play with. Up top once more, and he's gonna find himself the reset. Fortunately, Redline also locking it down, and there it is. It's Cookie Oreo Yummy. to top off the flawless round.
Yeah, we're getting his full name out there. First, middle, and last there for Cookie Oreo Yummy. 7-2. What a perfect hold. I mean, nice showstopper you got there. Here is one knife that will do it for you.
Yep.
Staying very, it's part of the knives conservation effort here for Cookie Oreo Yummy. And then just dishes out a couple extra for Aspire. Right now, the individual play for Hee Hee Ha
This is a nice.
is pretty good. It's a giant versus a barbarian right now. Hee Hee Ha. Oh, just joined together right now. 2 men towards long. 3 setup right now, but ladder moves. Comes out and actually denies the entire presence single-handedly. And so Aspire will actually have themselves access to the B site. What started off poor, it could turn around.
And that's a play you'll see in the history books as the B-Long massacre. It eventually goes the way of Aspire. They've won the battle, but now
Oh,
they
boy.
need to win the war, but it doesn't seem to be going their way. Crazy Mojo, the next to fall on its ladder moves, 3 kills on the round. The rendezvous to safety. And the 1v1, the spike just in front of him, but so is Redline, who will secure yet another round for Hee 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 Ha.
Man, for those who know it, this guy definitely has been playing a bit of aim Redline. That's I think it's actually worth going over the history of that name for aim Redline, because he has been that's a fantastic round from him. I mean, a nice try there for ladder moves too, considering the 3 kills. But aim Redline coming up big on the retake with 2. Aim Redline being a notorious aim map in Counter-Strike. For the Valorant folks out there, that's like the range, but cooler. I mean, it's like the range, but with like a chroma that you can pay Radianite for, and paying dividends right there for Tim as he's holding the angle and catching Demon yet again.
Yeah, not quite Radianite, but some extra credits the way of Tim. Orbital strike as well. It's going to split up the squad, and oh, now Kenji collects another. It's Ares and the spike. Ladder moves. Well, he's got the tour de force, so he's going to try and take the long-range battle, and the rest of his squad, they got to try and fight through hookah.
This is difficult. This is legendary difficulty. Round of bind. There's not many I don't see many simulations in which this one Aspire can win.
Oh, look at Cookie Oreo Yummy, too. Yeah. Here he comes.
That's a good aftershock, though. I'm surprised. Oh, you're right about. Oh no, that could have been horrible. But it is all good for Hee 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 Ha. 9-2. This is, Tanner, the direct opposite
round in the half
of what I was expecting to get out of this game today. Hee 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 Ha. I mean, generally speaking, it's not. I'm not saying like, wow, it's been horrible play from Aspire, but generally speaking, every time Demon is trying to dash in and try and find an isolated fight, he's just dashing into 2 to 3 people every time. You are not getting past that at all. He have absolutely shut down Demon on his entries. And so, well, Tim, especially an 18-5 game on a Brimstone, looking to try and bring the heat for the final round. Aspire, secure the curse. That's all we're looking for.
Okay.
That was kind of like to the beat of Elmo's World.
That was kind of the beat. And, you know, maybe it's those subliminal things that actually cause us to tap and spray the way that we do.
That is true. The subconscious psychology 300, the mind of a Valorant player. Top mind, Professor Tanner Metro.
Yeah. So just go back and watch the children's show and then try and recreate those melodies through smokes, and you might find something. You might be able to collect just as, okay, ow, Tazzy collects a bit of damage. Well, maybe more damage than Redline was expecting. It didn't back too far away from the paint shells. And with that, it actually brought the rotation from Tim. Their strongest players on the wrong side of the map.
Uh-oh, but here is the man with many names, Cookie Oreo Yummy, dashing in for 1 with Crazy Mojo up top. Actually, inside the smoke, Crazy Mojo
30 seconds left.
consider a push.
Spike planted.
Spike goes in, though. He's not just going to go for the spams. He's going to be able to back away. 3 on 4.
Yeah, Rolling Thunder comes through. It gets weird for just a second, but we go back and forth as Aries will eventually get traded out. And it's Crazy Mojo, who stayed alive on the site, had planted his feet there. And well, now it's all left up to Smiley. Fault line out. Crazy Mojo on the angle, and the curse will escape them. For Aspire, it doesn't feel good. And for Hee-Hee-Hee-Ha, it feels great not to go down to the 9-3. But we were talking a lot about Tim. How about Crazy Mojo?
Yeah.
Earlier in the game, we saw it where he was playing right here in a short and dancing around his cages, surviving, finding multi-kills. He did the same thing. He was just backside A the entire time, inside a smoke, inside a cage. I love the small amount of control that we saw, too, because like you were saying, hey, Crazy Mojo could push and stop this planner.
Yeah.
But Smiley was watching it for just a second. We obviously have the hindsight to see that there was a moment where he could have pushed out and killed the planner, but instead, he just waits for the squad. They got the numbers advantage, and he just survives.
It's super disciplined from Hee-Hee-Ha. Sometimes, you know, things can get ahead of you on land. You can go and swing into a couple different crossfires and angles, and sometimes that could happen, but this time around, Crazy Mojo is just the better man on the server. Also, the Cypher pick working out wonderfully for the guys at Hee-Hee-Ha to keep this aggression tamed down. Now, defensive side for Aspire needs to really come up clutch, because this is going to be Hee-Hee-Ha looking to go up a map in the series. Maybe some extras. Gets the spot, but Tazzy unable to convert or unable to capitalize on the fault line. There's going to be a little bit of duel. Tazzy's going back in, though.
Yeah, he wants this angle, and he'll eventually be awarded with the kill. It's Tim the first of all, so that smokes down for the squad, and heaps of damage onto Redline as well, who's out of utility. Right now, Hee-Hee-Ha, they're really being starved.
Ooh, but Dash prepped. Does he want to use it? On the other hand, though, Crazy Mojo has just been bopped, and Tazzy gets checked. Unbelievable. From Cookie Oreo, yummy. Now this entire rotate for Aspire has to come back through because it's only Aries on the site.
Calvary just around the corner, although ladder moves, not able to collect another. Chamber gonna fall. Aries plants his feet and fights for one more, and just like that, we find ourselves a 2v2, making a 1v2 as the dash to safety. Demon tries to spray him down, but Kenji with the classic is just a little better.
And that's the pistol round for Hee-Hee-Ha. That is what some consider a nail in the coffin for any kind of comeback. A 3v4, a jump out to B, and it was Aries isolated into Cubby. And when ladder move swings out, he doesn't... I mean, he might be able to get his one, but if he gets traded out himself, well, he doesn't actually get the one. He goes down immediately after swinging into the 3 players. And then one by one, the players of Aspire get taken down in 3 separate sort of 3v1 duels. And now Hee-Hee-Ha victorious in the pistol. Wind in their sails. Aspire have to force buy. And what I was hyping up to be such an interesting composition that Aspire bring to this map, I think the Cypher pick in general from Hee-Hee-Ha has worked out to just to curb a lot of that aggression. We saw so many times on that attacking side for Aspire where the Neon got caught by a trip and just immediately got bopped or spotted out in towards you. Got dealt with super easily, and now Demon trying to get up to some aggressive plays, but the dog clearing out everything. Demon's gonna get back up close, though. Judge gets dropped instantly, though, and the entries come through for Hee-Hee-Ha. They do not care at all, just ladder moves to get dropped. And you're having this 2v5 right now for Aspire. This is your force buy, Tanner. This is not pretty.
No, it's not. Both players also going to be isolated across the map. Tazzy was able to blast pack over the trap wire on the south side of the map, but somebody's still waiting for him. It's Kenji, only delivers a bit of damage. Next up is Cookie, and well, he's good for the kill. Crazy Mojo will match with the rifle of his own. Now 12-2 here on Bind. We had questions at the beginning of this. Why do Hee-Hee-Ha want to come here against Aspire? We know that they've got this drilled composition. Well, this is exactly why, because they look damn good on this map.
Oh my. I mean, individually speaking for Hee-Hee-Ha, they just have the right idea. I think there's just a solid amount of cohesion. A lot of the players are on the same page, and sometimes that's what LAN brings to the table. When you know, you're right next to your teammates. You can be perfectly in sync. You can, you know, who knows, maybe look at your teammates' monitors, see exactly what they're seeing, and understand the positioning. You know, and also just get the right vibes in general. Fast up to B long, though, into the B site. This could be the end of the road for Aspire, but a hold is on the cards. Kenji, though, trades out. 2v2 is what stands. The spike does need to get picked up here, though, Tanner. So it's going to be a little bit of extra time before it gets planted. It will get set down now, but by that time, Aspire have already arrived.
Yeah, both defenders here, but look what they have to work with. You just gotta flip the coin with the stinger and hope that it hits a couple of crazy headshots. And, well, speaking of crazy headshots, Ladder needs to do it, but it's Crazy Mojo out on top. This Cypher was heating up this entire match on Bind. And what better way to close out there? 13-2. We talked about Aspire. We talked about Moonrise Black, knowing that they were a couple of teams that we knew coming into this one. Now we have to talk about hee-hee-hee-ha.
Yeah, all of a sudden, like, what the heck? Where did these guys come from? Aspire is like the most noted team here. They won Brentwood. They've been here to LAN before. They're more seasoned than all of their opposition at this LAN. But they just came through and dominated a map that Aspire are happy to play in many of their VO3s against many of the better teams here in North America.
Yep.
And 13-2 is a statement, is the way to say it. I mean, Demon got shut down on entry. There wasn't necessarily a shining bright light. It's the comp hinges so much on Demon finding that opening kill, and when he gets caught up in a Cypher trip or runs into 3 players, unfortunately, you're not getting a clean opener. That just can't really happen, no matter how much setup you have with Breach Astra. That's tough. With TUFF. That is tough for the guys over at Aspire. But they're heading to their map pick next, Tanner, so who knows what's in the wheelhouse?
Yeah, who knows what's in the wheelhouse. That's only map 1, and although a statement made, maybe Aspire has something to say. Moving on into the next one, it's Ascent right after this short break. And we're back. A short map one, an even shorter break, and now we look to get deeper into the series. My name is still Tanner Metro. I'm still joined by Phi. And before we kind of push ahead to what we get to see next, we got to talk about what we just saw. 13-2. Hee 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 ha. They came to play here in New Jersey.
Dude, I mean, individually speaking, I mean, even the calling, even the defensive side setups were so good from a team that are just assembling together as a mix. They're like, all right, we're going to go fight for A-long. We're going to push short. They had no hesitancy in the defender side calls. Their rotates were good. Like, they just ran a clean shop, considering they're a squad who don't really have all the experience together. They haven't competed together in all the weeklies that have been going on against a pretty established team in Aspire. I mean, they're running with their starting 4 and just an extra one on the side. It's because couldn't make it out to LAN, and they kind of got put on skates there and got shoved around by the guys over at Hee Hee Ha. I can make all my Clash Royale jokes I want, but we're going to go ahead and bring this one over to a set. As, well, coming into this is Aspire's pick. Recently, they've been toying around with a couple of their Asian compositions. So, surely, we're going to get a fun one out of this. I hope it's not 13-2 again. Or maybe it's 13-2 the other way. Who knows?
Yeah, that's... I mean, it's hard to say. It's really hard to say because we thought that bind would be a bit closer of a map. It does seem, though, that maybe there's a little less counter-stratting, right? Hee-hee-ha coming into this one new just as we did. Hey, they like to play the Neon. We can look to counter it with this Cypher. That was phenomenal. And I think it's one of the reasons why you don't see that Neon on some of these tighter angled maps where Cypher can get lots of value. But as we look out towards the set, Fade is something that we can absolutely see, right? We are playing on that newer patch. Fade is allowed, so we have the agent changes. We have this new agent coming in, and I don't know, even to this day, right? Seeing Fade played kind of around the world, I still don't know how I feel about it. It feels like, oh, man, you have to have such a brain behind every bit of utility.
There's a lot of Fade clout, okay? You get some coin every time you pick Fade. Does it work out all the time?
Yeah.
I mean, not really. I mean, the times I have seen Fade so far in the weeklies that I've casted recently here, I mean, I've seen TSMA. I've seen a variety of teams. I mean, in fact, nearly all of the teams are trying to at least incorporate it at least a little bit. It hasn't been perfect. People have brought it up for Split, where theoretically you have the tightest choke points in all of Valorant. Surely the Prowlers are going to have some value in the C's. I'm not sure if the bounce house is allowed in these events. I don't think it is, if you know what I mean. That's on Split.
Yeah.
Ascent kind of similar. A little bit of the closer angles. I think the Haunt can have some value. This is all theoretical though. In a lot of situations, you gotta come in there with a little bit of a game plan where normally teams are so used to picking up the Sova. And Aspire, they are a team who have picked up this Fade in place of the Sova, almost in sort of like a direct, just a chop and change. So, but for the most part, there's some question marks up in the air? Is this gonna work out well? The one time that they have played their second one, I'll tell you, it didn't go that good. I mean, who knows? LAN is just a different environment than online.
Yeah, LAN is a different environment, and maybe the not as structured teams, right, is a bit more of a puggy environment in itself. It's a little less structured as a whole. So I do think that where something might not work when you have, you know, drilled, measured team versus drilled, measured team, it could absolutely get value in the series that we see today and tomorrow, kind of just moving throughout the weekend. I mean, we even saw the Fade KO, which is what Aspire ran their most previous time on Ascent, and the ability on defense to lock things down, right? If you're in the right place at the right time, it's a fragment to slow down a push in B main. It's your bungee gum, right, to slow things down. The C's to slow things down in B main. There are so many tools that you have to be so wary. I don't want to say or compare it to the Astra meta, but it feels that kind of same way, where you have to get that utility out of the way before you look to make whatever play it is you're doing, and you have to be very cognizant of the clock while you're looking to attack these sites.
Yeah, admittedly though, the Astra meta, you would have, you know, 5 gravity wells in a round. And in this one, you kind of only have 1 gravity well in a round. Bungee gum as our I see you're an enthusiast here. Mr.
Hey.
There we go.
You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, I know what you're talking about. Let's go. But you know, in terms of that, I mean, I think Fade utility is super finite. Is the biggest thing. You know, you can burn through it. While Astra, you're sitting there just like, you know, waiting for the gravity well to run out or the nebula smoke to go out, and it just never happens, and you're executing at 15 seconds. So, is the biggest thing. So I think Fade, can favor a lot more aggressive, like micro little play styles, right? You can put in the Prowler, hypothetically join together by, you know, one of your duelists that you have up and running, and you might be able to get a fantastic fight for yourself with the Fade setup. Fade setup might arguably be better than the Sova in terms of playmaking ability. So that at least is what you're looking for the Fade, but of course it takes such plan and measure. You got to think about every single bit of utility, as you mentioned already, Tanner. So for Fade, it's really difficult to implement, but when teams do, when some of the top level teams we've seen of ECT do it, it's fantastic.
That it does, is we are getting ready to jump into the agent select, so we can see if Aspire wants to stick to this and try and hammer it home, and just like that, our dreams crushed. They've been ruined. They knocked our 3-scoop ice cream onto the ground, and we're just left with the cone in our hands.
Unfathomable. They have completely backed out of the Fade. Oh, Kenji. I think he was watching. Nah, no Fade today. It was the composition that Aspire did play recently. They did experiment with it, but, you know, experiments aren't always good. And, well, they are going back to the Sova. But, you know, I mean, there's still fun to be had here on Ascent. Crazy Mojo picking up the KJ is more or less his agent of choice for Ascent. He's sticking to a lot of chamber maneuvers, but he is happy to play a KJ on this map. He has done it in prior, so excited to see he is such a fragger for his squad. So coming down to the KJ, he's going to be in charge of a lot of the site holds. That is my highlight. But you know what we really got out of an unexpected hero from the side of Hihiya? It was Tim in that last map, going above and beyond with over 20 kills in a 15-round affair. That is something to behold as he heads over to the Omen. And the defense, actually, this is a surprising choice. Hihiya have elected to start on the attack side.
They have. I mean, this is obviously during the map veto, so they wouldn't have known that Bind went as well as it did, but I think that's a great place to start, right? You just 13-2 on Bind. Keep that momentum moving forward, just as we see out towards mid. It's Cookie, Oreo, Yummy. The first up on the chopping block, and it's Aries. Just gets the information, looks to back away.
You can only say Cookie, Oreo, Yummy when he makes the big play. He can still be up for it. Crazy Mojo, Sheriff, KJ, Turret plus Sheriff. Honestly, I don't deny that that's a reasonable decision. While already up into Cat, that is going to stall out for the vast majority of this round. Azzy is still afraid of the potential, but there is no updraft for the Jet. Crazy Mojo just running the lurk, trying to cut rotations on the B side, seeing if this A play draws any attention. But with 45 seconds, there's not a lot of time to double back. So it comes down a lot to this entry.
Oh, that it does. My point on ladder moves, it doesn't even matter because he's immediately erased on the site. Cookie didn't quite find the value that he wanted to out towards mid, so he gets here on the A site, and it's Kenji, the cherry on top, to take down Tazzy. And with that, Hihiha, they've got themselves the site, but now lose a player, so only one man ahead. And that Paranoia will buy some time. Demon in a tough spot, 25 HP.
Mid, though. Even 25 HP doesn't look good, but there's also a flight top mid.
And it's far. It is far. Tim's got to get the boogie on if he wants to try and help his team out. And now he'll finally start romping and stomping. And it just doesn't matter. There it is. Finally, the value from the flank. Kenji holding it down on the site. And Hihiha pick up right where they left off. Now that we have just a second, I want to talk about something that we didn't talk about in the agent select. This is a completely different team composition for Aspire, because usually they would be rocking the Killjoy in way of Sentinels. So we're already seeing what not having, so that the player's name is Because. So promise that we know grammar on the desk. If we start saying because in weird areas, fine, I know what we're talking about. We're talking about the player. But because not being on this roster and Tazzy filling in means they have to shuffle some things around. So I think that's why we get away from the fade, right? That's why we get that Sage coming on into this one. So it absolutely stings to start things off that way. But hey, this is a great start in the next round. Cookie already taken down a Demon. Demon might get some more.
But got spotted. Just got spotted. Still the shorty. Oh, there it goes. He's gonna run down Crazy Mojo. Relentless on the chase. And now you gotta panic. You gotta get the spike. It hasn't been spotted. Lucky for the attack side. And how has Kenji gotten here? Surely this will get some reward. Got some time. Not over peeking. Demon's certainly not aware. Kenji swings out. This should be a freebie. I'm to strike here for Kenji. There's your just Smiley though. Potential.
Here? Yeah, and there is potential, but with that, they say, hey, let's go
Adios.
Let's not risk it.
I amped it up. I was amping it up, Tanner. I'm like, Smiley, 1v3 on the B site. Heroic hold. Now they're just going the other way. Now Smiley, 1v2, 17 HP, and has to retake an A site. With only one dark cover to his name, and I think his footsteps, they're not quite heard. He does have a flank, but that flank is still being watched. This is going to be certified tough for Smiley.
Yep. Certified. Certified. Put a stamp on it. Kenji collects the frag, collects the 3K, now closer to that null command. But finally, we get to see Aspire. They get to play the game now. They lost the pistol. They lose the anti-eco. They did good damage. Now this is where things start to come online. And hey, look what Ares has got. Ares doesn't have an Ares. He's got an Odin, baby.
Off-brand. Yeah, unacceptable. Ares. my perception of Ares has drastically changed now that he's bought the Odin instead of the Ares. But right now, well, we're not going to get the Ascent B-site moment from the Odin just yet. Instead, actually the full drone out of a main. That is so much space gain, so much information too. That could be, in the minds of Hihiha, that could be only a solo player on that site. And you know, the lack of a killjoy makes it so these sites are kind of flimsy. When you're so aggressive like ladder moves, who knows? And Kenji just took a beating from the Odin. Ladder moves now. Perfect. Oh, and the shock dart. Oh dear.
Spike down B.
That is, now we do get the Ascent B-site moment. There we go. You love to see it, or hate to see it, depending on which side that coin you're on. Trying to turn this one into the B-side hit, though. Ladder move's still here.
And doesn't get revealed. Whereas Ares does, and he gets right down through the wall.
Oh my.
And the gentleman's handshake of, hey, let's not Sova Odin on B, that was broken here in round 3. And Cookie had something to say about it. He wasn't happy. He's able to pick up the 2 kills on the site. And just like that, Aspire find themselves a player down. Tazzy would be the first one to contact, and Cookie, he had something to say, and he's not done talking just yet. Now Smiley on the B site, a 1v3. You prophesized it, Fi, and now he has to try and convert. First one up is gonna be Cookie. Red line swings out from the sidewalk, and the Omen falls. It's a third. And I mean, going back to what we saw in the previous map on Bind, how many in a row is that, right? There were very minor areas, you know, the 2 rounds that Aspire got that broke up the streak of 13, that now just gets picked back up here on Ascent.
You know, as we're speaking, I am looking up Cookie Oreo Yummy's VLR page right now, because this guy is pretty nuts.
Yeah.
And he has been dominating a variety of lands. In fact, he's competed in some of the opens, specifically for the mixed team Lyca's Empire. He has just showed up to this land and single-handedly annihilated a full B-side take. Tazzy, though, has something to say about that man's hype. He wants a drop of it. Tim teleporting in the site too, but they still have the site. They have got this seamlessly, absolutely. So 4-on-5 post plant and not a lot of utility. Ain't a fun day in the office, and Crazy Mojo is just made it a little bit worse. Made the office day a little bit sad. I'm 18. I actually don't know anything about offices and how good they are, but 2 sheriff kills definitely souring the mood there. Now it's a 2v2.
Still a difficult one, but a weapon in hand here for Ladder. He's just run out of time. He's got to find both of these players and get that spike defused while they're tucked on the site. He'll peek on the angles. Though it wasn't red line on the first peek, it was Tim on the second to close out the round. Good damage again, but that good damage, and it's obviously quite clearly not going to win you rounds, and it's not going to win you games. Aspire have to pick it up right here with this next buy round.
That's for sure. Aries still not buying Aries. But maybe Ladder moves operator this time around definitely confirming. We know how much damage this thing can do. We see it all the time in professional play. And with 5 players coming this way, surely he's good.
Oh, that right there. I mean, that's the tried and true. Let's hit B, hit that paranoia. The op gets nothing. The Hunter Fury, however, and I spoke too soon. Ladder is able to convert on one Aries. The Hunter Fury will find another, but Cookie Oreo Yummy was not in that collection of frags, so he's still online. He's still looking to fight here on the B side. There's only 2 remaining, and they're directly in front of him as the Nano Swarm starts to cook things. Smiley with a smile across his face will help his teammate out. And there it is, Aspire. I'll go to the server base.
Let's go. Let's go. I mean, it didn't start off in the way they wanted. I mean, the paranoia was well used there by Tim, but all things considered, getting into the site, didn't get the triple entry like the Oreo Yummy. Therefore, you have a chance to win the round. Also good on Smiley to push through the spawn smoke. I mean, Aspire were just sitting behind the smoke in spawn, and there was a potential for an isolated fight on a demon. He pushes through, help is on the way, and now a Ladder moves. A chance. Knifed, destroyed, however, not pushed through, and instead, because there's this B main pressure, they can push in towards top mid pretty seamlessly with no one in market contesting. Spire has so much map control right now. Rather, yeah. Gliding.
And Aspire have been struggling to get it going here in B main. The tools that are available to ha, it just makes it so hard. You have to be a crazy person, right? Because if that 0 point hits, you can't teleport, you can't dash. You obviously have that paranoia play that can always be cooked up, but with that util gone.
All right, Ladder moves. Here it is. Can't hit the shot. Gets away. Now this site becomes open for business. It's only demons to hold. And a teleport in the back. Tim's completing it. He goes down. That's the spike dropped. And there's 2 players still on the site here, Tanner.
Yeah, it's similar. We saw last time. Demon not really in the action. Instead, Smiley bailing him out. Finally, Demon gonna hop his way to the kill feed. And Smiley has to hang on once more with 2 HP and only 33 on the other side. Smiley gets it done.
And Aspire finally back on the board. It took a bit. It was messy. I mean, the entries were coming through, but just so many bodies on the site for Aspire. They're able to get it across the line. The from the shadows used from Aspire, from Smiley to get into the back of Boathouse. Saved it. And Tim, he completed his teleport, and he got dropped immediately. He didn't quite look both ways before he crossed the street, and he got owned. So can you get yourself back on your feet after that? They're gonna toss it another B play right off the rip.
You know, usually you could say if it ain't broke, don't fix it. But this time it just feels like insanity unless they can turn it around. And that's exactly what they do. The Boathouse position, nobody's playing it. Instead, Demon was inside market, and he's answered as they push onto the site, take it down nice and early, and finally, looking to be back to their winning ways.
All right, but Knife's still out. Ladder moves, opping, 3-on-4. It isn't pretty. There's so many crossfires that Aspire have to dismantle, and it's not great to do it with an operator.
He's going, though, tipping the spear. Smiley inside the smoke, gonna be taken down. Spotted the barrel first, but it's Tim to get the better half of the trade as the op does collect Hazzy.
Res!
Braze down two. The res is there. The lockdown used as well. Finally, that res gonna be recollected as Tazzy will hop onto the spike. The wall to keep him safe. And Crazy Mojo's gotta go all the way around, but the spike is halfway. It comes down to the time. No, it comes down to the Crazy Mojo clutch.
Oh man, Crazy Mojo able to dismantle it, and he survives just for good measure. Even using the lockdown there, just trying to put on the time pressure on the Tazzy. But Tazzy had the wall. I think the wall was just a tad misplaced there, though. Maybe he was trying to put it up on towards the lane side to give him the full cover. It almost worked there for Tazzy. It came so close to the defuse, but Crazy Mojo, inquisitive enough, and, you know, unable to hit the jumping classic shots. That would have helped the war effort there for Hee-hee-hee-ha. But Aspire get it, or rather, Aspire don't quite get it across the line. And Hee-hee-ha staying in winning ways, but who knows? Maybe lower buys can work out as ladder moves has just absolutely sniped down two in middle and has put the brakes on this round to start. Still, I mean, a 3v5, it's a workable position for an attack side with superior weaponry and superior utility. Hand in space, but of course ladder moves is still holding Angs here. Still looking for heads.
And he's no Eric Rona, but sniped down a fitting name for the chamber of Aspire. And Tim, I mean, just a ballet, dancing his way up mid, not giving the timing on over to ladder moves. Was since rotated over, but it doesn't matter. It's all for naught. This lesser bias starting to come through fruition. Snipe down once more. Those ladder moves, and Crazy Mojo still has a player to fight here on the side. It's the knives in hand, and the knives, they're a bit better than the Vandals.
Half by working out here for Aspire. Big to get them back on their feet. 3K on the Marshall from ladder moves. And he's just swinging mid. He's solo mid. It's not like some sort of crazy setup. He just gets hands to fight and he'll hit the headshots. I feel like Marshall is a magnet for the headshots at times. It's so precise with ladder moves. And Aspire back on the feet. Opening for Ares. And they're back to the B main shenanigans. Why do I feel some trepidation as an Odin opens up and Demon finds the opener? Do he even consider continuing this? Doesn't feel great to go through this. You're out of utility. And the rotates are already arrived here for Aspire. It's not looking very fruitful here. Or maybe, just maybe.
It always feels like where there's a will, there's a way. Unfortunately, where there's a demon, there is no way. You get this one as Demon wants the ace. He'll collect it as Aspire find their fourth and near flawless round. And at what point, if you're hee-hee-hee-ha, do you stop going to this B site? Because although it worked in the mix of all of it, that was just kind of, I don't want to say a one-time freak accident, but Aspire have the answer.
Aspire, I mean, coming out with the opener, immediately shutting down the execute. I mean, it slows it down is what it does. And then that just allows for extra rotates to come through. Not necessarily the full team. It was still only the extra player, Ladder Moose, who was in position. Still, lovely stuff from Demon, who, okay, going in. This is an unbelievable play.
Oh, and they were behind the box, so they were surviving for maybe a little longer than Demon had hoped for. He gets his one. Now he backs his way on outer. Well, he takes his leave, courtesy of Cookie Oreo, and we go back to the drawing board. But, I mean, that was one and some, right? Look at the HP on Redline. He's still a little worse for wear.
Right now, Aspire are fully committed into A main. Giving up a lot of sound cues. Only now is Sova of Air is going to make his way back to the B side. There was a window of opportunity where Crazy Mojo could have walked up catwalk and have backs turned. But still. I see why he wasn't going up cat. Wall's up. Now it's down. 45 seconds in the round. And they're looking to creep back up to cat, but in the meantime, Aspire are aggressing at the same time. We're getting fights on multiple fronts, but Tim's going to find his. And now Aries a lot on his plate.
Oh, that recon bolt is just too darn good. It gets the reveal, and although the dark cover was there, it didn't matter. Now Smiley answers back for another, but Tim's still fighting his way through main. The site's been opened up. From the shadows, the only ult available between the four that are alive, and Ladder drops the op at his feet. Although the Odin, it starts to ring for a bit more damage. It's Tim to finally fall, but 23 health, a reload in the 1v1. It's not a great spot to be in. And this one surely goes the way.
He's waiting for the dart. There's still a chance here, Tanner. If he gets a ping and a wallbang, there is something to work with.
No ping, no wall bang. Spots ahead for just a moment, but Crazy Mojo a little too quick on the shots, and unfortunately just a little lower in way of HP for Ares. It finds another round for he-he-he-ha. But Fire, we've got ourselves a nice little back and forth now that we made our way to Ascent.
Yeah, and I mean, we have ourselves back and forth, but Tim is still fragging up a storm. We didn't catch it, but he won all of the 1v1s he was handed into A main, and that allowed for Hihiha to quickly shift on through into Garden almost seamlessly. Tim opened up that round and nearly closed it down the same. Ladder moves, trying to get up to his nifty business on the chamber. But at the moment, nothing presenting itself towards middle, but success to A main. Finally, for Aspire, what went wrong in the previous goes right this time around. For he-he-he-ha, they are going to try and bring the push to the B site, but a demon operator waiting.
A demon operator, the paranoia good as well. Cut out the lights, but the shots, they're going to land. Kenji trying to make his way outside the dark cover, was unable to do so as Redline will trade one back to lockdown this time. Kenji will eventually fall after getting resurrected. It's Tazzy to collect that kill, and the site's been taken. The lockdown subsides, the blades are up top. It was once an off, but now the knives. It's Demon to fall, but it's Smiley to pick up the pieces. Again, happy to do so, and the spike yet to be planted. It's in the back pocket.
They know he's here,
Crazy Mojo, and they know exactly where he's at. The tour de force shot won't land, but the shots through the wall will chip away at the Killjoy, and Smiley will collect his fourth as Aspire grab their fifth.
Oh man, this is so close though. That was on a nice edge there for Crazy Mojo. Take down Smiley. You have a 1v1. Such low HP, but could not be converted upon Crazy Mojo with an opportunity. But Aspire back on their feet. A little overzealous for the he-he-he-ha guys. Tim, he has the fragging power, but couldn't bring it, all of it to bear against Aspire. 6-5. Perhaps to find themselves a much more even scoreline.
Get out of my way.
Here on Ascent, but looking to bring the heat to the A side at least. But the Hunter's Fury, so many pings, and we'll find one on a Tim. Also a low HP Sova for the side of he-he-he-ha. This is posing some problems. Mojo gets dropped by Tazzy, 3v5. Not a pretty sight to see. I don't see much hope in sight here for the side of he-he-ha, but maybe the entry could be good.
The fragment's good. It means only a body shot from Kenji will take down Ares, but the cross still being held in the buy. It's just better on the side of Aspire. Cookie is going to need to have himself a huge round here with the knives. From the shadows for information, both players essentially corralled in this position. And, man, Redline is just waiting for Cookie to be able to get something.
Tough.
And he immediately gets taken down in the first duel. Smiley now here to close out the round, to close out the half. A team ace, but Smiley at the forefront of it all. This comeback, it started with this guy bailing Demon out backside B. Not only in one round, but another round to follow. Yeah. And then every time that he-he-he-ha came out towards this B site, Smiley was there to collect 2 kills, 3 kills, 4 kills. Whatever it may be. I mean, I said it when Aspire won their first round, welcome to the server, but this is Smiley's server now.
it's, you know, it's Demon with the most frags in the server, but I think it's Smiley with the most impact. He's had vast majority of his rounds have been multi-kills. You know, not just single ones towards the end of it, you know, when you're in the 4v1, 1v trying to close out, you know, against the clutching player. He's been in the mid rounds and at the start of these rounds, he's been the facilitator as well as the player to save a lot of these rounds. For the side of Aspire, he's been doing some great work for the guys. Certainly so for Aspire. But now heading over to attack side, I think that job as the Omen becomes a little bit more difficult. Your job is kind of to work a lot of the extremities, be in charge of getting the utility out, and kind of having to play on your own at times if you are on the Omen. So Smiley gets a lot more individual weight put on his shoulders. Of course, that depends on how Aspire want to rock their attack side. You still have Demon, the entry Demon, because he's entry Demon, is the biggest thing. He is going to be dashing in. Because, you know, there are always types of jets. There are a variety of jets out there. Some more passive than others.
85% are lurking, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, 85% of the ones that I run into in my ranked games are lurking. But Demon is the smoke dash king, so we're gonna get a lot of that. I see a B grouping. We can theorize on what's gonna happen here. I'm calling it now. We're gonna get a... I'm just making this up as I go. Let's get a Crazy Mojo like 3K and an aim redline 2K, and the rotator of Cookie Oreo Yummy gets picked off. Let's see it. 6-all, B-side rush, or at least a bit of a B-side play for a mid-split. We'll actually see how this pans out. Not all is set in stone. Gonna turn this one back to mid, in fact. All right, my prediction's a tad bit off. And, oh, Cookie Oreo Yummy gets ran down. How about the Sova up next? Redline taking hits. Down to 50. Will be able to back away right into a couple of players. He's in a bind here. Out in the open. Somehow flees the scene. And now he can actually fight with Crazy Mojo.
Yeah, I mean, this is what you predicted. You predicted Cookie to get caught. You thought that it would be a 3K and a 2K instead. Kenji gonna find his way into the kill feed, and Crazy Mojo trying to live up to the prophecy that was set.
There's an open highway to A right now. So Tazzy goes down, but they have the A site. What kind of... This is a pistol round in Valorant. What is going on? Demon even turning his head towards middle. Spike's gonna get planted.
Spike planted.
But Tim is on a flank. What kind? Where are we? What pistol round? What uncharted territory? We're in the frontier of Valorant. Oh, and Demon can't connect the shot. 2v3. It puts everything onto Ares. He gets caught in the open. And Demon, 1v3. Shot through the smoke. An excellent attempt there from Aspire. Hee-hee-hee-ha, though. Get it across the line. You know, I was like half correct on my predictions here, Tanner. It's tough. Just able to snap decisions there. Hee-hee-ha. Kind of crazy.
It wasn't quite as you prophesized, but it happened.
I mean, we had the rotator of Cookie Oreo Yummy get picked.
Yep.
Aim redline. Now, let's be real. He should have gotten 2 there.
Right.
And Crazy Mojo should have gotten 3. Right? Come on. Come on now.
I foresaw that as well. Demon out towards mid. Should have died to the shock dart. And then as Redline crossed back across B main, there were 2 players, you know, just in front of him. Could have gotten 1. Just chose not to.
Hello?
Didn't want...
What? Oh, no.
Okay.
Yeah, oh my God.
Demon. Oh my God. Nobody expecting that. And that right there, it puts a stall on the round. I think everybody's jaws on the floor. And finally, Redline able to collect the 2K that you prophesized.
What? I don't know what I've just witnessed. Normally you see that done with the knives, not the knife.
Only at the Nerd Street lands, baby. Do you get action like this? A round that Aspire should not be winning, but they're in the driver's seat for it. Ladder moves the next to fall as Kenji spots
Oh,
one through the
no.
smoke. No, it's Tim instead to pick up those kills. The flicks were good. And hee-hee-ha-ha, or hee-hee-hee-ha,
Come on.
a little bit better. But jeez Louise, man.
Tears to my eyes that Aspire didn't win that round. That was like, that would have been the perfect round of Valorant. I swear, always the craziest things, but they never can win the round. What on earth was that play? The shorty doesn't connect, and the only thing he got left is the knife. The ruined dagger. And it's a backstab, no less. I can't believe my eyes on what's happened, but what you can believe is that Ares and the rest of Aspire, they got some room to play with the guns in hand. Mid control for the most part handed over by the defense. Aspire, though, you gotta be able to carry that momentum from that kind of play from Demon. Bring it to a gun round, and maybe this game, they can still be in it. But testing Kenji now, flash through the smoke. He has a chance.
And every time there's just somebody there to help out. For a moment, it looked bad for Kenji, but Tim bails him out. Smiley trades it out. And Cookie is right there to answer. They understand that with the lesser buy here, the lesser weaponry coming into this, they need the strength in numbers. And then eventually, it's Cookie to do it all himself. A couple of upgrades around the table for hee-hee-hee-ha. And it's another bonus round that they've collected.
Yeah, and that's the biggest thing. Picking up these bonuses are so huge for any side. It gets you off to these 4-0 starts typically, unless Demon. He's 20 kills right now, which is just something you don't see when your team is down 3 rounds. Even Smiley still performing well. Admittedly, the half hasn't started off great for him, but still up there in the kill tally.
Standing ahead.
You know, a lot of these rounds have just been super close and coming down to very winnable situations for Aspire. When we talk about the pistol, even the eco, less so the previous, they've still been given a lot of chances here for Aspire. Just need to convert off the back of it. But let's see if they can do anything on the Sheriffs. As a little bit of funkiness towards the A main side. Flash prime. And the swing. Perfect.
Yeah.
One enemy remaining. Spike down.
Okay, I mean, you can't knock what Aspire have been able to do in these situations where they're just on eco. It's been ladder
Of course.
with the Marshall. It's been the small bits of utility that they've been able to use. And the damage, again, it's been good. They just haven't been able to convert.
Wait a second.
No.
Okay, 1v2. The issue is 30 seconds here, Tanner, and I think
30
he ought to
seconds
know
left.
that he has to come back to A, or else they'd be hearing footsteps. I'm surprised. They're handing him the A site right now, Tanner. Ladder Moose feels inclined to hunt for a kill. Oh, and he's going to. Oh, man. Oh, but he didn't clear out Mojo. And now he's going to plant in the open.
Yeah.
He has a chance.
He does have a chance. He's healthy. He's now got the time on his side, and we'll see if he's allowed 2 1v1s. It looks like they're going to close in on his position. He's worried about what might be behind him.
Oh.
He looks backwards, and it was both coming from the garden area. And unfortunately for Ladder, he's been turned into soil for a tree to grow as the lead continues to grow for hee-hee-hee-ha.
There's a certain moment. I thought he was going to get timing, and then he didn't get timing and hit the headshot, but wasn't ready for the second man coming in through garden. I mean, I always am terrified when they do leave the site open. It's the right way to play a clutch sometimes, is you just kind of play off site, you kind of hover around the edges, just make sure you can hear that spike plant, and then you group up for the 1v2 retake. Always scared, though, when you get the first kill clean.
You want to play? Let's
Now going into a bit more of a set play to B, putting on the pressure right now, trying to set up Demon, but there's a crossfire he has to try and break. I wouldn't like his chances. if he dashed in this moment. But how about this? The wall up top, not spotting anything. Maybe he might realize that this crossfire is certainly a possibility. Becomes a huge risk. They're not going to quite press the gas button. The gas pedal. Gas button? Is there a gas button?
Maybe on like a golf cart or something, or an electric car around the world. There might be.
Ow.
And the crossfire that was just spoken about has now been broken up to just one. Holding the angle here in Crazy Mojo. Recon Bolt, that's going to be taken down, but it reveals Tazzy, who is going to plant the speed and fight. Mojo was never revealed, but Tazzy having himself around. Welcome to the squad.
Tim's here.
3 kills on it. Tim in the backline zone. He's been good for multi-kills in the past. Can he do it again? He does. 2 kills on it. And now Kenji has to try and pick up the pieces that have fallen here on the site. And look at the spike. Look at the spike fi. It's not in hand. It has to be retrieved. Kenji, now when the flash, the dark cover goes out, it's Smiley to recover and to plant. Kenji's healthy. Kenji can just play this one. Shrouded step, but it's not all the way. Kenji converts the 1v2.
And if there's anything that tilts you on LAN, it's that. I mean, Omen players around the world just, cringe a little bit. In an unironic way, because that hurts. That is a gut punch for any Omen player to mess up the teleport and then just get 1v2'd on. I mean, it's not even a chance for the 1v1. You know, there's a reason to lean back in your chair and say, yeah, I lost that 1v1 fair and square. I got a chance to shoot back, but I missed my shot. That one is just game mechanics rough. Valoranted right there. And now, well, Aspire need to get themselves back up. That was their chance right then and there. They had a 1v2, but got clutched on. And now 11-6, just trying to turn this into a fast play into the B side. But it is only Crazy Mojo this time around. This could be a chance.
Aries doesn't get too much. Instead, he's going to get run down. He's playing a little bit too far back after the Hunter's Fury. And we go 1 for 1. It's the Jets to find themselves in the kill feeds, but just as quickly those kills happen, the site's been taken. The spike's been planted. It's slow orbs right at the feet, so the frost spell slowed things down for just a second. Demon now on the inside of the cloud burst will look to fight his way on out, but here comes the defense in full effect, and Smiley is unfortunately frowning as he-ha push themselves to map and series point.
And in such a surprising manner. I think we have to kind of characterize where this he-ha team has even come from, because Aspire come into this LAN as, in my opinion, a favorite. And they have gotten dominated this series. Not necessarily, I'm not like pointing it even out to like one player in particular, but it just seems like the he-ha guys are just too drilled on LAN. They feel they're, individually speaking, they are on point. I mean, we've seen Mr. Cookie Oreo Yummy, first, middle, and last, be absolutely on fire. Tim on the controllers has been getting multi-kill after multi-kill, and Aspire have been limited to just, well, 0 rounds, and even worse news hitting the kill feed as Ares hits the dirt. Demon needs an entry here.
Resurrection available, but
Tim, look at this.
Tim. Oh, they're ready for this. They actually expect someone to be here. Are they expecting 2? They take down Kenji. Tim's able to sneak away. Wall goes up. Resurrection used. So we're equalized across the board as Ares makes his way back in. But just like that, it's Crazy Mojo to turn the tides once more.
And every time they get a little bit of ground here for Aspire, doesn't go their way. And the shock dart just going into the upper deck there. I mean, that's such a huge setup. Tim on top, red line taking bait. It just seems too perfect to not lose here for he-ha.
And at the end of the day, lockdown available should they need it here in the retake, but Aspire struggling to push their way through a dark cover. They got 30 seconds. But yeah, they're not going anywhere.
They're boxed in.
Yep.
All 3 players, all 4 players here for he-ha. This is a death sentence.
This is the death sentence. Lockdown used. They want to push through it, but they just get mowed down. They don't even make their way outside the smoke. And it's ha to grab the series and find themselves moving forward to day 2, whereas Aspire, they've got to try again down in this lower bracket, which I believe we're going to be following them moving forward. But how about it again? Ha. You were doing a little bit of research. Was Cookie Oreo Yummy the only one that you kind of took a look at? Because I feel like, I mean, Tim, Louise. He's evolved from Timmy. He's not the Timothy anymore. He's Tim, and he's as Tim as it gets.
Yeah, so, I mean, at least a lot of these guys from ha have played together. They are a core of a squad, and they also come in with a very solid player for Crazy Mojo. Like, we were joking a little bit about, like, mixed teams at LAN. Surely Aspire, one of the best teams. But this squad put together has a lot of individual skill. They are very solid players. And evidently here, we might have underestimated them, but they're certainly here to play. For that matter, they got the confidence of dropping the P.E.K.K.A on the bridge, man. They're hee-hee-hawing all the way to the bank.
They've got the confidence of dropping the P.E.K.K.A on the bridge. We'll see if there's any, maybe lightning towers or anything of the sort that could draw the attention or do some damage to this P.E.K.K.A squad. That is ha. But with that, we're one series down. We have plenty to go on the day. But before we look to get things lined up for the next one, we want to make sure that gamers everywhere, especially you guys in the chat, or you guys who might be attending the LAN and are listening right now, we want to make sure that you guys are experiencing Mavix Gaming chairs. Guys, if you aren't already, you're absolutely wrong. You need to start doing that. It's the exclusive chair partner of Nerd Street Gamers and local hosts. All Mavix Gaming chairs feature the Future 9 functions of critical ergonomics. We all know we sit down all day. We need to take care of ourselves. And these functions support gamers everywhere. You can get yours for as little as $22.22 a month, and you can use code NSG, shout out NSG, to save $55. Guys, while we jump away, please go shop at mavix.com/nerdstreetgamers. And as we come back, we're going to be looking to jump into that matchup down in the lower decider to see Aspire once more, and they're going to be facing off, it looks like, the Guppies. So don't go anywhere. We'll see you guys in just a sec.
I know you only show up for these tournaments for the ads. I recently partnered with DigitalOcean to help spread the word on their amazing software.
I think you mean their amazing web-based cloud computing services.
Okay. If you're a developer, then you know how incredibly hard it can be to get started.
Not true. DigitalOcean made their UI so simple you can start developing right away. Plus, they give you full access to their human support staff.
Easy to start, human support staff.
Don't forget, really transparent and affordable pricing.
Okay, let's keep the tournament going.
Just another thing to touch on before we wrap on up here is a little check-in with the NSG Summer Champs. Check in a little recap of what we've had going on here. We had the Fullerton LAN, which was apparently a banger. ZMMB take it. They get the win. The Zero Marksmen take another one. Rolling up 2-0. I think they might be top of the leaderboard at this point. We'll check in with the point total in just a second. But this event, you had Shaz playing on a mixed team. You had players like Benita coming on out. There was a lot to like. Emily came out, Annie Mall. A lot of spice going on at the Fullerton LAN. It was apparently a good time, Paul.
Yeah, I mean, it was a really cool event. I if anything, I think this just proves that I think people sleep on the Zero Marksman teams a little bit. I really like Zero Marksman Black. I think it's a solid roster that they've got going right now with like Bjork, Jonah Six, Lear, right? Like Mina too. Mina's like crazy a lot of the time. I think that's a really good team of just like players that I could see Zero Marksman Black losing, especially now that like a lot of big orgs are in their off season because they didn't make VCT stage. I'd like to see a lot of those players get like tries on like more, like be the rookies on more veteran rosters, if that makes sense.
It is interesting to me that we don't see some of those signed organizations coming out to tournaments right now, right? Like, admittedly, I understand that at this point, obviously, if you're a team like T1, you're going through flux and changes, so you're not really trying to go to a LAN. And there's a few teams like that. But I would expect to, as we get later in the calendar and teams have had a little bit of time once they've made the decisions, to maybe see some signed organizations at these kind of tournaments. The prize pool isn't exactly endearing, but it's about getting that LAN XP, right? It's about getting that in-person XP. It's about getting that
And
experience.
there's so
as a
many
team.
LAN. Like pick your LAN, right?
Pick your
like
LAN?
there's a million LANs happening across the country here. So pick your LAN. You surely have to have at least most of your players near one of these LANs.
Yeah. Now moving on, there was also the online number 6. That's Oxygen Academy taking the dub there. Well done. Obviously, this one, source toppled by TSM. The TSM Oxygen Academy finals is a nice one. Academy gamers. That Oxygen Academy team, it does feel like they're going to be interesting to watch down the stretch, man.
I'm telling you, dude. The second Redux hits 16, Oxygen Academy. Oxygen is going to just dump money into this roster. It's going to be their actual roster, and they are going to blow through a qualifier.
But here's my question, right?
Mm-hmm.
That going to happen, or is it as soon as he hits 16, Redux is going to get picked up by someone else?
That is also very possible. Either way, Oxygen are smiling, right? Because they get to sell Redux to some big team.
Machine.
But I think there are other parts of this roster that are really good as well, right? I always think of Verdi. I think Verdi is a super solid, more so veteran presence, comparatively at least, for this team. I think Verdi does a decent amount of the. I'd have to look at the roster again, but I think he does a decent amount of calling too. And him and Redux just work so well together. I'd love to see at least that duo get put on another team, when Redux actually hits 16, which I think is still another year off.
Well, check in with the leaderboards here. Let's see where the point total is. And sure enough, Zero Marksman Black, they got all the points. They got 13,050 points, 5K up, basically, from their next closest competition, which is Oxygen Academy, who took the online. So it's looking good for those guys to make it to the Summer Champs, and it'll be really interesting to see them compete. Obviously, we still got Xset. They won the Philly LAN. You got a fair few familiar names there on down the list on the Summer Champs leaderboard points. And the next LAN coming up is this weekend, and that's in North Brunswick. So that's the 21st and 22nd. If you're in the area, head on over to North Brunswick. I think there are 9 teams signed up at this point, so get yourself signed up. It's a $3,500 prize pool, if I'm not mistaken, if not higher. So definitely go tune in, check that out. It'll be a good time. If you're on the East Coast, make the trip, make it happen. You could be the next Zero Marksman Black. There's also, as you can see, Denver, Bakersfield, and Georgetown still coming up. Georgetown being the next one down in Texas. I feel like Georgetown is an unfortunately named town because you say Georgetown, it's which one?
Yeah, I mean there are a few.
Many. But that is the one. So check it out. Check out the LANs. Make sure you come on out if you haven't before. LAN is always a good time, folks. And that's going to wrap up our show here.
Welcome back, Valorant fans. We're looking to jump right back into the action. A different best of 3, but one half of the teams is still the same. We get to jump on board down in the lower bracket of Group C, which, Fi, I know that you are not feeling the best about calling this one Group C, but at the end of the day, that's where we land. It's Aspire taking on Guppies. And Aspire, they looked, I don't want to say a little lackluster, but I think we had higher hopes for them as we take a peek at the rosters here. That Kenji tag is actually Tazzy filling in for the Aspire squad because cannot be here. Because is the name of the player. Meanwhile, the Guppies, they've already got themselves a loss, but they've been hanging out. They didn't have anything going on down in that lower bracket, so they've been able to watch that game fight.
And in addition, they also didn't put up a bad scoreline at all versus the side of ha. It was I believe a 13-9, if I get that correctly, for the Guppies. So it honestly, considering that, they've done better than Aspire already. Aspire, though, do need to get themselves back up on their feet, dust themselves off. They did kind of take a beating there. 13-2 and 13-6 is not a scoreline you want to write home about. So at least coming back into this, a BO3 to get themselves back on their feet. And for Guppies, they are fighting for qualification here. They lost their opening BO1, but still, against an Aspire who didn't come out as hot as I initially thought, the Guppies now, it would be quite the upset for the Guppies if they could do this. But now our maps are going to decide a lot about this. See if they can bring some heat.
Yeah, I mean, okay, Breeze Bind, banned away. Split is actually where we're headed for the first one. It's a map that we were starved of in the last series. Ascent was map number 2, and we saw how that one played out. And then should we need it, we'll be headed out towards Haven. But Aspire seemingly want to get Split on the docket. They do it early in this one. I think they're investing a little bit into making sure that, hey, if we do go to this decider, it's going to be a comfortable one for us. And fortunately for us here on the desk, we get a little bit of nuance. We get a break in what could be just the repetitive maps throughout the day. So getting Split right off the rip, I'm excited to see this one. This is also a map that you talked about where that fade does get a bit of value, although we saw Aspire kind of shy away from that when we were expecting it to come through on the Ascent. Maybe they do have plans to get back to it in way of comfortability now that they've got a series under their belt.
Yeah, and so let's see what they got. Aspire picking into the Split. They do like to shift their agent compositions from event to event, so we'll see if they change anything up. Right now, for the most part for Aspire, it is looking at least reasonable in my wheelhouse, as we'll see the agents get locked in. I think this is more or less as expected. They do like running the Astra on this map. But for the side of the Guppies, Reyna lock-in for Split. Now we're talking, if this was like VCT, we would be losing our heads here on the desk. But right now, it's LAN. If a pop-off can happen here for a Reyna team, if they can take over, I mean, LAN is where the energy and the momentum plays a huge factor into how the players play. So if I believe that it is Shata or
I was thinking Chiquita, like the bananas.
Chiquita? That could work. I mean, sometimes the Q is...
Or Shakuta, like a charcuterie board. Is that what it's called, the charcuterie board?
Dude, I'm 18 years old. I don't know anything.
Dude, come on, man. You seem like you've had a charcuterie board. You know, maybe at a birthday party or something. No?
How do you spell this? I'm looking this up as we speak.
I don't actually know if that's even the correct pronunciation. But I know it's a cheese and meat board. And
a
charcuterie
board. I didn't
board.
know it was called that. Yeah, of course I've seen. Who
cheese
calls
and meat
it that?
board.
I just call it cheese and meat board. Come on.
My fault. You know what? That's my fault. I went a little too extravagant on it. I think Chiquita, but if anybody could correct us, that would be cool, so that way we can make sure that everybody is represented appropriately. But here we go. Yes. We jump into the pistol. Last time it was a best of 1 for the Guppies. This time a best of 3, and they're doing it against one of the teams that we have high hopes for. Here in the squad of Aspire. They're on the attacking side, hanging out towards mid. Spike down on the ground, so no real commitment just yet.
We'll see if things could easily blow up towards middle, though. 2 players into male. Actually, 3. It's a 4-man B lean that's being played right now from the Guppies. Could be difficult, but a Sky Smoke comes in, and No one's feeling enticed to push through that just yet, but with Smiley setting up the fault line, that could provide a catalyst for this mid play. Still, no one biting. It draws out the molly, though. And a wall potentially to go in events. This could be the perfect play right here for Aspire. They're walking right into the gap in the defense. Down the vents they go, up into heaven and into the A site with only 2 players to hold them off.
Yeah, there are still defenders here, though, and they'd still have a bit of utility to work through. As Fruta gonna pop the cages up, and Broom gonna pop the grapes. It's Tazzy the first to fall, but Aspire find their way onto this site through 3 kills of their own, and now in a 2v4. Lone gonna be the first up to the plate, and unfortunately, that's a strikeout. Now Vi needs to do something here all by his lonesome. No util, only a frenzy. 4 players to worry about as the flashes go out. The first one falls, but it's Ladder. Close out the round, and it's Aspire. Here we go, showing signs of life early here in this series.
All right, I'll give it to the Guppies. They are running a certified dank composition. They're running the Brimstone on split, Arena on split. Okay, I'm just gonna say this, compositionally speaking, I don't really see the synergies that the Guppies have. But how about we just individually frag them out into oblivion? That's the way they can get this game across the line. Right now, Aspire, though, running a much more stock standard setup where they can put that raise in with great setup from the Breach and from the Astra. I mean, hypothetically speaking, it should work out, but there are 3 players here. Things could get pretty frisky.
There are shorties here as well, and frenzies. The Sheriff on top of it all. Chiquita able to pick up a few, and oh my god, the Guppies! They've come to play! A thrifty, but more importantly, a flawless.
Add 2 tags to that one, and also for the Whale Sharks, the Guppies are the biggest fish. That's right, Whale Sharks are the biggest fish, and they're not actually whales. But Guppies, get it done. A thrifty flawless, a 4-man A stack, and most importantly, Chiquita, or charcuterie board, as Tanner Metra would like to say, on the Reyna. 2 immaculate Sheriff headshots, the only 2 kills, ought to be clean from the Reyna. If there's anyone to have firepower, it is our Reyna here, and I'll call it Chiquita for the moment. Jumping across, though. Gonna have to back out for the moment, and Fruta, though, will be able to clean up the 2 as they run through the sky smoke, make it 3. And the Guppies starting off with a flurry of rounds. Fruta just leaping through his teammates. Oh, Molly, things actually getting pretty damaging here. As Demon in a 1v2 needs a clean one. It's only the tags, though. Still, though, possibilities. But the spike on the ground. He needs to fight his way out the situation.
I mean, he's doing decent damage. Malone really only the safe one in this situation, and he is the one to collect the frag. So Guppies will find their second, but, I mean, Vi, is that just not the staple of Aspire? To do all of that damage, but be unable to convert the round win, right? That's just kind of what we've seen throughout that entire series of the 2 maps that we saw. They do it again here. Fortunately, they come into a round where they can actually purchase and can reinvest, and the damage that they did, it means nothing, right? You're seeing this minor bonus round, and the people that had to, or the players that had to reinvest for Guppies, they still have money for the next round.
Yeah, winning the Thrifty is such a big boost. They didn't force buy or any of that nonsense. They got a straight Thrifty round with armorless shorties, classics, and sheriffs. It's a huge boost to kick off the game for the Guppies. They're going to need every round they can get, I'm sure of that. This round could be quite a big one, quite a statement at least for the Guppies, who, you know, and for all intents and purposes are definitely considered an underdog versus a team like Aspire, who have been competing at numerous amounts of these lands, have won one of these lands. Even though spots out this tripwire, doesn't have a way to actually pop it just yet. No, never mind, he does. Just look left. Comes through. He's gonna drop in the sky smoke. Admittedly, that gives Demon space to play around that smoke. And now they're kind of realizing, like, hey, they just gave us some free space. We can actually start a split onto the B site. Admittedly, 3 players here for the Guppies, but Aspire might not just care.
Ooh, flash goes out. It never gets popped. It's room to find the first. Tazzy able to collect one more, and the flashes are good from Smiley as Vi jumped on down. He was still blinded up, now taken down as that spike gets planted. Chiquita evens the odds. Nice headshot there. Able to get that full heal as well as Malone swaps the weapons from Bulldog to Phantom, but it's just not enough. Now it's all up to the Reyna with a Devour or a Dismiss to play with. Overhealed to 150 health. The clock is ticking, and he's wary of a flank. He's actually going to fight his way back out towards the alley, and I don't know if Ares is going to be ready for this one. No, the Astra completely unexpected, going to be taken down. That Dismiss still available, used for not information or anything. Ladder now needs to try and do it. 26 HP. He's around the corner. The shots will land, and it's Chiquita to get it done. It's gonna be close. This would be a big round win, and that's exactly what it is for the clutch.
Unbelievable from Chiquita. Ladder moves, steps around, gets knocked out. What a round. The Guppies, they're up 3-1. They win their bonus against Aspire. And now that's the real statement. That is the real statement that we're talking. It's no more of these, you know, sort of oddball rounds where, okay, we're going to pick up the Thrifty and then we're going to clean up the Eco. That is a bonus round. They are definitively at a disadvantage when they start that, and they get the win. They get an individually placed win. The Reyna actually popping off here. And now it's a Demon just trying to send himself through. I'm not sure how successful that was meant to be. Chiquita, a second. 3v5. Spire. I guess Smiley down the vents. He just made noise, though, and now he is about to get one pedal his way. And even jumping in to take down Smiley. Chiquita going all the way. Aspire. They're getting flexed on right now, Tanner. This is weird.
And you know what? You talked about how this stuff like this can work in events like this where you just kind of go to comfortability, you see what's going to work. The Reyna is not something that you ever expect. And we're seeing the Guppies play this kind of as you would, right? A very confident solo queue puggy style game where you just let your Reyna do whatever you want. You're still working together as a squad because obviously the comms are a lot better than they are in solo queue. And I think to that point, this is also something that who's scrimmed against this comp, right? Who's been playing against this exact comp on Split? Surely not Aspire. So just that X factor, that wrench that's thrown into it, as it's a Rolling Thunder and a Showstopper. A Rocket's not a wrench thrown into this one, but Demon collects absolutely nothing. And an Incendiary right at his feet. The paint shells are good. The Aftershock almost better. But Vicey's still able to walk away with the frag. Smiley blinded up, taken down, and the Guppies one player ahead.
They gotta account for this Cypher over and over again. We saw what the Cypher's able to do on Bind, and again it catches Demon. Now Chiquita in towards the vents, finds one and dismisses away in pure Reyna fashion. Instant kills, 18 HP, off angle, held to Chiquita with 3. Just wants to go in for more, and then collapsed on into middle. The Guppies playing confident Valorant right now on LAN. The momentum is there. And again, I need to just talk about this. You mentioned who scrims against this composition. Brimstone and Reyna on this map. But also, one thing to consider is, generally speaking, the Guppies are helping each other out. The team play is there. Vicey is struggling in towards B Heaven, and then Vroom is actually able to toss in a flash, a guiding light, and it allows an easy kill for Vicey. There's a trip setup just ready and waiting. Guppies are just more or less demolishing the default on this, and that was an opping Reyna. Where are you expecting this? How do you play against that?
Oh, man. Yeah, just to that point, again, how do you play against that? This is right here. This is one of those things where obviously you want to stay measured and you're playing in an official, but I feel like Aspire, they just have to kind of loose the chains a little bit and just go hard, just have fun with it, and look to play the game how they would. But Demon, living up to his name. A couple of kills go his way. Vroom goes unchecked atop the rafters, and that's the worst thing that you could have done. Now Demon on the hunt, but as he pushes forward, he's got 2 right behind him. But it's a jump peek from Vibes. Takeda also there's the flash comes through. It doesn't quite land, but the operator in close quarters combat will do the trick.
Dude, I only see opping Reynas in my ranked games, not when you're beating a legit contender in North America, 6-1. Timeout called in from Aspire. I can always drop the copium and say, yes, it's split defender side, but I think that we've just seen some elements right here from the Guppies that is genuinely fantastic. Great team play coming through from the vast majority of these players. Like, in little micro situations, they're thriving. They're not over-facing. It feels like they are a well-oiled machine. And they're up 6-1 against the team that is, you know, that practices, that's under a signed banner. Aspire need to get their act together here. I came into this event with them as one of the favorites. They've won the previous LAN. I'll talk about that all I want. But they're down 6-1 on their own map pick. I need to see something much better off the back of this TO. This is their buy round, Tanner. I was just talking about sheriffs and all the likes in that previous one. This is it. And now they also have to go through a massive Guppies economy. Things have to start now rather than later.
Right there.
Yeah, have to start now. Usually we see it in that round 5. This one obviously a little awkward. It took us a little bit deeper to get that second buy for Aspire, but that still went the way of Guppies. Now their third full purchase coming into this one. We'll see what they can get done with it. Chiquita's been good here on this angle, whether it be with the rifle over the top of the sage wall or the operator. You can assume that he's going to find some values. Demon out towards mid. The boombot's there. And again, we're just seeing this measured default style from Aspire, and it's just getting picked apart.
It's a little too measured. They're not really putting emphasis on parts of the map while the Guppies are. And they kind of walk into a 2v3 in towards A main, and they lose the opening kill. Sage down. Demon gonna try and just... It has to be a solo entry. He needs to get an opening kill on him alone to open up this round, but met with the molly. Smiley burning down too. And Malone, an opportunity. And now the B site all of a sudden comes under threat.
Oh my goodness, by under threat right in his face comes Demon. But okay, the retake, it's immediate. They drop out of heaven, and Vroom is there to run him over. And Ladder here to pick up the pieces, but it's an operator to cut him down. 7 rounds now for the Guppies. And this all started, this momentum, this 7 in a row, started with that flawless, thrifty round that they won after losing the pistol. Absolutely insane.
And the biggest thing, the Guppies again, you know, once they get the guns in their hands, and right now I'm not saying like they've practiced all that, and when I say they're playing off of instinct, it's not in a bad way, but when you're playing off of instinct, you react individually way faster than anyone who has drilled over and over again, who's reading from an instruction manual. Surprise though. Oh man,
Out of charge.
what a shot there from Demon, but now Vicey in a bit of a tough situation, but has Malone by his side to put this eco to rest. I mean, the openings so far from Aspire have been filthy. It has to be a clutch from Tazzy now in a 1v3. And caught out in the open. Tazzy's gonna get it. But what I want to say is the Guppies are just... There's like the meme where, you know, you're telepathically connected, like the Giga Brain, basically.
Yeah.
That's what the Guppies are going through right now. They're kind of reading the thoughts of every single player in the situation that they're in, and their team play at the moment is just perfection based off of instinct right now. And Aspire, I mean, you can read as many instruction manuals as you can get. You have to be able to drill that one together and get it together right now. Is Demon again on entry, but caught out. He's isolated, fragged out now by Fruta.
Yeah, it seems like Demon is starting to have some fun with it. Unfortunately, it's a little too fast for the team to be able to answer, but The pieces, although they get scrambled just a bit, courtesy of Fruta. He's been taken down. And now, oh, there's opportunity. Orbital strike looking to delay. And it's not. The spike goes down. Easy peasy. It's Vi can hop down from heaven. It's Malone to take down Smiley. Now looking for more on the site. The rendezvous. It's not needed as Ladder plants his feet. And it's table ladder chair here. Off the top ropes comes the chamber ace for Aspire.
Trying to just start the retake before anything happens. I'm not sure what the orbital strike was meant to do there for Vicey. Maybe buy some space into the retake. Maybe nuke out towards hell so they can put all their attention onto the site. But Ladder stands the test. 5 HP and holds his own for an ace. Was that literally the bottom of the server prior to that round? And now, well, they need to get the engine going. Pulling the ripcord on the lawnmower here for Aspire to get things moving. Another straight A play for them to move in with. Surely all the information is here, though, as the rotates do begin to arrive. Aspire, however, are looking to double back towards middle. They put on the pressure to A. For the most part, they don't really have map control on other parts. They haven't burned a lot of their utility, though, so that's actually not really a huge concern. They still have all their breach utility to be able to maybe work up in towards B heaven. Perhaps some of the Raze utility as well. A couple Astro Stars to boot. But all they do is just pressure mid. And they glide back to an open A site. This rotate, this little mid-round shenanigans has actually paid off here for Aspire. The question is, they just need the frags to back it up.
Smokes go down. The cages trying to stall from Fruta, but gets nothing. And as the Nebula, it buys time. Chiquita doesn't want to push this out towards the rafters. Fruta also in a tough spot, and that Cam not really in a position to be able to get the value. Somehow gets one, but it's equalized. That spike gets planted. It's been a difficult route to this point. It's been back and forth, but now it's a 4v4. The resurrection available for Aspire, but the body is not quite in position to do so, and now you've got everybody to resurrect. This Tazzy was the last one standing, and it was only for a moment. That round fight, it was measured until it was just the Guppies.
Sorry to spoil the party.
Get guppied. This is all the way I'm gonna say it. Because, look, they get every 1v1 duel, and they just won it. Is just a way to say it there. There's the 1v1 onto ramp that we got to see, and then into the site. A 1v1 into elbow. Actually, more or less a double swing into elbow. Bang. That's one. And then a player gets burnt out to a crisp behind the screen and towards the back of the site. And then, well, I don't know what you're supposed to do there if you're Aspire. I mean, the Guppies just annihilated them on the spot. Is just the way to phrase it. They got Guppy. And now, well, trying to turn this one maybe into a bit of a faster play out towards middle. Demon again trying to entry through with the Rolling Thunder this time, though. Surely some success has to happen here for Aspire.
And there's no resistance from the Cypher. He's on the wrong side of the map here.
That's true.
In the last round of the half, so they're able to take that space up into heaven. They're contested, but they do find those kills and cut it down to 3 remaining. That spike gets planted. Vicey just hoping somebody comes this way so we can mow him down with the Odin, but that's not going to be the case as the Nebula smoke come on through just on top of the sky smoke. The paint shells are good, and Demon going to collect his second kill on the round, and just like that, the clock is ticking. The time is running out here for the Guppies, and the third round is just around the corner for Aspire as Grabwell will keep the Brimstone at bay. It's Ladder moves to take him down, and Aspire put a third on the board.
Alrighty. Finally, Aspire. Alright, a third round. Just by virtue, you're right about the Cypher setup just not being there. Normally, that is there always to shut down the likes of Demon trying to entry on through. But this time around, not home, rotates not there, entries come through for the side of the Guppies. Now attack side split, though. I mean, there is a lot of copium to be had about its defense side split and 9-3 curse. There's so much in the air right now. Can the Spire capitalize on it is the biggest thing. It's going to be a straight A play to go, though. And the thing is, for Aspire, is their rotates are so far away. If an instant kill comes through here for the Guppies, this site is wide open.
Yep, Smiley's here. Oh my, grab well, but no, Smiley!
No.
There was just so much to worry about there, and he wasn't able to pick up any kills there. Instead, it's all Guppies here, the school of fish. They find themselves firmly planted on the A site with the spike planted. And Tazzy and Demon have a very similar tall task that they put the Guppies in a round ago. A 2v5 to Cam taken down the wall shortly to follow, and while the bullets are being traded back and forth, the bodies are starting to drop. Fruta gets put in an awkward position as Tazzy was healing up, but it's his counterpart in Malone. Imposter down and Guppies to double digits.
That round was a classic Shakespearean tragedy. I'm pretty sure he's written about that one. Gravwell dragging 3 players together, but no headshot connected. And you have to think, I mean, that's kind of what's been going through Aspire the entire day today. You just can't catch a break. Spectres out across the board for Guppies. They have to, they're taking the eco. There is reason to consider a 4-spy here for Aspire. They're hoping that the fence side split pay some dividends, and on the other side of the map, well, you know, they're just playing they're just 2-man executing onto this site. This could get risky if there is a headshot hit by a sheriff, but they're just shuffling around the rotations, doing what we call a little bit of trolling. And I'll Aspire 4v5 on an eco, and they're playing ultra passively at the moment. But they are making a gamble rotate back to the A site. The thing is here, as I'm looking at my minimap, and as they run through here, Shota has just opened up the beach, but they're walking into the stack right now, and there's 2 kills that come through.
And you're lurking, Reyna.
Hey!
Any day now, okay. Does collect 1. The spike is pushing up towards heaven. It can make its way out to the B side, so that lurking Reyna, it did everything that Guppies needed.
Able to rotate back in. Shota, though, in spawn, doesn't want to get picked off, so he's going to actually keep on falling back into spawn. Does have the dismiss ready and available, of course.
And both players healthy here to try and lock down the site. Oh, but look at this. Smiley. Look at the information onto one. Vi wasn't ready for main, and now it's all up to Shota here in a 1v3. The high-low, it might be too much. Down goes Demon. Oh, no. Smiley survives the spike. It goes halfway. Ares hops off and proves himself to be the god of war to close out the Thrifty round.
All right. Are we going to get the reverse? Right back into things. As now a Thrifty round won by the defender side for the 2nd time this game.
BYB fam. Going to Astral to do them.
And it's going to have to be Guppies to take an eco and bend the knee. All of a sudden, Aspire get their chance in the driver's seat. For this game, it ain't over. Winning the Thrifty is a great way to get back into the game. Get the scoreline ever closer. Who knows? 10-6 possibility? Of course. The other way is just don't get thriftied again. They have all of... There's so much control handed over, though, to the Guppies. All of B Heaven conceded. And all of the attention drawn onto the site. And Ladder Moves gets ran down. Oh, no. Terrifying. But Smiley, you has the double. He needs to turn it into 3, and he's got it too. But wrapped around into spawn. The spike does need to get retrieved. It will. The plant should go through. But now Guppies, they had all the space. They had to hand it back to the defense as they get this spike planted. The 2v3 is what we got.
Paint shells clear the close corners, unbeknownst to Aspire. Both players are trapped here on the side. Here comes the blast across. It's Demon first up. It's the Reyna taken down. Now Vicey needs to battle his way on out. It's low HP on Demon again, and he's gonna fall. It's all up to Ares once more. He was clutch previous. Now needs to do it again. He's got a star to play with as he's wary of all the angles. It's Vicey on the clutch. It's Guppies to 11.
Oh, man. And the one rule you weren't supposed to break. Don't get thriftied, and the Guppies are gonna get it. 11-4, get guffed. I mean, how do you fight that? I mean, they do go in one by one. You can always say that, but you also have to commend the shots from Vicey. Armorless and a Phantom connects the headshots even while concussed. These players are a force to be reckoned with on the side of the Guppies. 11-4, and they're just gonna hold down the gas pedal in towards the A site. And with the Reyna leading the charge, Aries the one to reply. Still possibilities, but Malone with the 2-piece, 3v4, and the rest of Aspire are simply being run down. You need a masterclass, and ladder moves, he gets the first. There needs to be more, though.
The dog clears nothing. And the orbital strike. It's hard to call this one because you know the chamber's up, right? You know that rendezvous, or you have an idea that that rendezvous can be used to get to safety. So they'll hang on to that for now as Tazzy maybe has himself a backstab angle. It's all about the timing as he's about to walk up onto 3. Now they know that all 3 are in heaven. And this classic has a very tall task, and it gets a whole lot harder as everybody sneaks away. One spotted, and well, it's Fruta to convert a 12th for the Guppies in the first map, seemingly going their way.
I am shocked.
That goes there.
Aspire were the #1 seed coming in, at least in their group. This is the first seed versus the 3 seed. You would not believe it if it went the other way. Aspire, at least in my wheelhouse, one of the favorites to take it, could be out of here very quickly. Their map pick has turned to sand to slip through their fingers, and now just to go again. Run it, A side, let's go.
Yep, just have fun with it. Let's go quick, and that's exactly what they're looking to do. Tazzy, the last to fall in the round previous, the first to fall in this one. Demon also going to follow that same order. Vroom gonna be able to collect there. Smiley out with the fault line, and Cheetah gonna be taken down. Vroom also falls, so we've got a nice little back and forth, but it's only for a moment. It's Vicey and Fruta to close us out, and it's Aspire to fall again in a map 1, this time 13-4. They just can't seem. I don't know if it's so much an Aspire thing as it is a Guppies thing. They just looked so loose. They looked like they were having so much fun.
Yeah, and I mean, loose, firepower, good play, great instinctual play on the defender side. And then, well, somehow one of the weirdest comps that I've ever seen in Valorant has just worked. Reyna and Brimstone on split. Something that, I mean, normally teams are out there with their notepads in hand here, and you know they're writing up all the VCT compositions. Let's go ahead and copy Gambit while we're at it. But you know, maybe the Guppies are making their own compositions. You know, Master 3 champions, take a look at this composition, my friends. As the Guppies 13-4. I mean, they came into this as their 3 seed, and they're looking like #1 out here.
Yeah, I mean, they look good. Their only loss thus far, obviously, to the team that's already qualified in hee-hee-hee-ha, but this is the best of 3. We're out of the best of 1s here for Group C, so there is still more to come. Unfortunately for Aspire, we head back towards Ascent, which is the map pick of the Guppies. So we'll see if Aspire can show us signs of life. They've already got reps on the map, but that is going to take place right after this short break. hello again, friends. We are currently in the middle of another series. This, the lower decider of Group C. The loser goes home. The winner gets to play again tomorrow. My name is still Tanner Metro, just in case you forgot. We've been moving kind of quick, so I don't think we really need the reintroductions, but
That's
I threw
right.
it just in case. It's the housekeeping. I've got Fi over here to my left on screen, but I am pointing to my right. So do with that information what you will. You know, the camera, whether it be mirrored or not mirrored, all that stuff. I know sometimes I like to think about those things when I watch people on broadcasts. Anyways, let's get back to it. It's Aspire 13-4. They've lost themselves on their map pick once more of Split. Now we go into Ascent. It's a map that we just saw from this Aspire squad, but Guppies are probably seeming to be a bit more comfortable on it. I believe it's their map pick coming on into this one. Now, I've got a question for you. Do we see the same comp that we just saw Aspire doing, or do they? Because again, we have to remind everybody, because is a player on this team for Aspire. He's not currently in right now. It's Tazzy instead. Not to take anything away from Tazzy, but that obviously seems to be shuffling some of the compositions. So do they stick with, you know, the Tazzy Sage here on Ascent and go back to what seemingly didn't work, or do they try something different?
I mean, they could just crank out the fade normally, but it would normally be because on that fade. So you can't really tell. Is there going to be a shift? I think the guys at Aspire do have multiple comps to work with. They are a team that do practice. They do work really hard. Just on LAN, it feels like they've just been diffed in their execution a lot of the time. I mean, we saw massive multi-kills come up from a variety of the players. What we had in our last series, and Tim just dominated in the 1v1 duels he was given. You know, it's a 1v1. They're supposed to be 50-50, but the guy was like 80-20 at times. And even in this series so far, good team play on defensive side, where maybe if you're the full lineup, maybe you have all the right setup utility ready and raring to go. It felt a bit, I think here on LAN, some teams get more cohesive. Other teams, the comms get more cluttered and flustered. So for the guys over at the side of Aspire, they need to right the ship. This has not been their tournament so far. I think, generally speaking, from expectations, I think they came here with the intent to win this thing, and right now they are on the brink of elimination.
Yeah, they're coming off a pretty recent Brentwood LAN victory that put them in a decent spot in way of points on the leaderboard, and falling out in, you know, the lower side of things. I think we have 12 teams playing in this one for the North Brunswick tournament, and obviously, you know, first place being 1,600 points, 12th place. I guess maybe they're not falling out in 12th place, but it's definitely not as many points. I don't remember the exact breakdown of how many you need or where you need to be on that leaderboard, but sitting at 12th, it still feels like you could go either way. So we'll see if they can shore things up as we jump on into our agent select. We head out towards Ascent, and it seems to be that same exact composition. Now, the one thing, I guess the biggest takeaway here is this is a composition that obviously can work. That Sage of Tazzy being played in that flex role position where that agent could be the Sky, could be the KO, could be something different. The Sage is also one of the flexes that we see come on through. What they lose in doing this is obviously they're not running the fade. They're going back to what's more comfortable, but they usually have the Killjoy in that Sentinel position on top of the Chamber, which is a bit more lockdown, right? You have those nano swarms. It's not just the wall that can be broken down, and sure, you get the information and slow things down for a second. The Sage just doesn't quite do the same job that the Killjoy does, and this is a very aggressive and fun-loving. These guys love fun on the side of Guppies. Who doesn't love fun? But we know that starting here on attack, dude, they're going to be quick with it.
Yeah, I mean, at least for the defensive side of Aspire, they don't have a lot of stopping power. They have to be able to fight for space back into it. They have to really fight for at least some of the empty space on the map. They have to try and find and at least use some of the information, because I don't think they have the greatest setup. All things considered, they only have one agent to really throw flashes. They only got really one piece of solid execute utility, and then you have Chamber Sage, and who are, in my opinion, kind of slow agents. So that'll be something. It'll be difficult to fight for map control, and it's going to be a lot of heavy defaults come the attack side for Aspire. But starting on the defense now, maybe they can. This is where they need probably to get their best work done, is just to lock down certain parts of the map. And for the Guppies, who needs Jet? You got Reyna. Chiquita trying to bring the heat. As we get in here into map number 2. Slowly, it's quiet. It's quiet jump up here for Fruta. Now gonna make their move. The wall is just gonna get broken down. The wall was hoping to delay them out, but now it's only Tazzy on the site. The rotations are kind of far away, but slow orb stopping power, not to be underestimated. They're gonna pause for just a bit here on the side of the Guppies. But the thing is, they've also taken plenty of map control. They gotta be paranoid. If there's players up cat, there's also players up middle. They're kind of expanding throughout the map into various different angles, and Chiquita's gonna open up, and now they could potentially split this B site where it is only ladder moves in B main.
Do they know? Yep, they do know, and ladder move tries to take the fight. Unfortunately, loses it. Chiquita. 2 kills on the round before eventually falling. Notably, Vroom is on the Omen. And Malone is on the Sky this time around, so maybe not the most familiar from what we saw in the map previous, but it's seemingly going the way that we saw the map previous as Vroom hits the brakes on Ares, and Tazzy hopes for the best, but the shots just go wide, and Fruta will close us out of the round. It's the pistol, the way of the Guppies. And this spells... It feels like it just spells disaster. At the start of this round, Tazzy puts that wall up super early, and it gets cut down immediately. It's the right play for the Guppies, right? And then at that point, there's still 1 minute and 15 seconds left on the clock. It's basically like the round just started, and you're without Sage utility.
So the Guppies, again, I mean, they are hard pressed to get aggressive and take fights. Chiquita, relentless. Doing this, Reyna don't lurk, is what I will say. Entering in, looking for a dismiss, a quick opener, but gonna slam that door shut. And you are not getting into this site. Spike's gonna get planted, 5 on 5. I mean, there's a couple of bits and pieces of utility here for Aspire. A Paranoia, it needs to find giga value, and well, we'll see how this pans out in the 5 on 5 post play.
Here come the shock darts to delay. Tazzy building at 1 with just the classic, but they're immediately traded right back. The Spectre's proven to be just a bit too much. A team ace for the second round for the Guppies. Everybody getting a slice of the pizza there. But now, Aspire, they get to try again, and Ares will betray us in picking up the Odin here in round 3.
Again, horrible. Again, my already deteriorating view of Ares buying Odin has deteriorated even further as he's bought yet another Odin on Ascent. Impossible. Reality shattered. But 2-0 start for Guppy is the real reality that we're in that hasn't been shattered. Bonus round up and coming though. They're just gonna go for a cat blitz right now, but there's also tags coming through, and Malone will fall first, and that cat split gets the brakes slammed on it immediately. Just Demon playing around these smokes. He's also hunting for more. He wants extras.
Oof. Yeah, he's gonna pop this tailwind here. He takes a bit of damage through the wall, which means these Spectres get a little stronger, but maybe not the most. 3 HP and a shot through the wall as Chiquita will follow. Lear goes out and ladder moves. Forced to back away, so a weapon retrieved. It was only a Sheriff previously in the hands of the Reyna. Now a Vandal. As the suspension builds both out towards mid and here in B main.
Caution here.
It is the Odin on Ares though, and a group. You need to be spaced well, or else you're all going to get sprayed down by one player.
Going up. No charges.
Drone goes in and actually forces off the Odin, and so Ares, he's going to be in a bit of a bind as he has the entire team bearing down on him.
30 seconds left.
A bit of a bind here on Ascent, and here comes the Odin, but it's peeking the wrong angle for now, and the backstab is just too good as Vroom has got himself a nice big upgrade, but Smiley is here. He's doing it again. The B site, it's his to claim. Now Tazzy needs to match that same energy, needs to find a kill onto Fruta, but the bullets just escape him. In the round, the bonus, it's converted by Guppies.
And that's rough. Again, another bonus round for the Guppies. Well, this time, the thing is here for Aspire is they just cannot catch a break. They cannot get past these opening starts for them have been, I mean, horrendous throughout the season. They've gotten pistols, but every time they've gotten pistols, they've gotten eco. And I don't think they've even picked up many pistols for themselves to start at these games. And they've already been behind so far. They even come to gun rounds. I mean, maybe those gun rounds may be 50-50, but getting these pistols in early starts puts you so far ahead if you're the Guppies. Oh, but Fruta off angle being held, and they're just gonna get cleaned up. Normally, that would just call the end of the round into question. Neural theft utilized. 3v4. They're just gonna TP in the back of the site. They know Ladder Muse isn't here. The Ladder Muse. He did this on Ascent before, but just because that happened, maybe something. Good tags through the smoke, but unfortunately here, Tanner. Aspire for the most part locked out. Aspire are playing from behind. And again, geared up to be the 4-0 start, unless we get some spice.
Yeah, it's a tall ask. Although a rifle in a hand for Smiling. Again, the B side has been his sight to claim. Recon Bolt, the dark cover just in time. Unfortunately, there's a trap wire just at his feet. Now, containment seems to be name of the game. They're running out of time, so they want to keep the attack of Guppies here on the side as that spike blows. Because the reinvestment should be A-okay on the other side. Meanwhile, they fight their way out towards the spawn, and Smiley doing just enough will strip away the Odin. And now look for just a bit more. It's Fruta around the corner, and it's Fruta to find the kill. So the round conceded, the damage done. But again, that's just the Aspire way. They do the damage, but can't convert on the round win.
They need to get this one now. I mean, okay, and even then, like, I'm now looking at the credits for the Guppies, and okay, you did some damage, but I think they're still certainly gonna get a bye next round.
Yeah.
I don't think that's... it might have some interesting things, but first things first here for Aspire. You have to win the round, and then Guppies are gonna have another purchase. They aren't getting any freebies here for Aspire, and it makes this game so difficult to come back, and they need to turn around what has been going on today. And Demon dashing in, not able to find the opener, not quite the movement he so desired. And now just the turnaround here for Guppies. Back at the Cat.
He does eventually convert on the kill, so Smiley can help his team out for another. As room falls, it's a spike now down. Out towards tree. It's been picked up, though. Fruta needs to dodge out on the drone, and I'm not too sure if he did so. He wanted to push aggressive onto the Sova, but too many defenders protecting their teammates as Vicey stares down the barrel of 3 players inside the gardens. And, well, Aspire, they find themselves around. But this, I mean, the script writers, fine. They don't let us get away from it. I feel like you can't be an Aspire believer until they really start to show up. These onesies and twosies, we've seen this before. But now they have to keep moving it forward. And should they do so, they might get themselves that long-awaited economy reset in this next round for the Guppies.
That's, yeah, certainly the possibility. They got their 1, but now they need their 2. Still, everything is here for the Guppies, bar a couple of half armors here and there, which is certainly still fighting strength for the Guppies. So, be able to collect another orb here from Malone. 1 away from Seekers, perhaps. An Empress ready to go for Chiquita. So could facilitate a pop-off. I think the biggest issue here, for at least for the composition of the Guppies, is they don't have a hardcore space maker. They need to frag out. Not just because of the Reyna, but just genuinely speaking, no one to dash in, get a lot of room to gain up. So right now, dogging throughout the entire site, spots out ladder move, but forces the teleport, so they'll be able to go on through. But Chiquita takes a dink very early on, down to 7 points of health, and Ares as well. And the shutdown looking to be put together here by Aspire. They'll get it together, 4-2. Aspire, finally, they find that economic reset that we were just so talking about.
Yeah, that was, hey, welcome to the grinder. On a site there, just tossed on in. Chiquita taking so much damage. And the one thought that I had was, if you're Aspire, you cannot give a kill or an assist over to this Reyna. And, well, they did so times 10, right? They made sure not to do that. and then some. And like you said, the reset on the economy, it's Sheriffs and one Spectre. And, well, already a player dead, make it 2. Chiquita next to fall. The wall bangs there. Malone just around the corner. The Sheriff headshot. It won't land up close and personal, but Frutas will, however. That's an Ares down. The spike to be retrieved. But still a very tall ask for Guppies to win this round.
Yeah, half HP for these remaining players. Boxed in are the rest. There is a universe where I see 2 Sheriff headshots coming through onto these players in towards the spawn side. There's a universe. Oh, they do go for the swing.
Oh, that's exactly what we needed to see. Not only do they win a gun round, they win that next gun round in near flawless fashion. That resets them to put another on the board. So it's rifles back in the hands of the Guppies. I think most importantly here for Aspire is they are so far away from a reset that even should they start to go back to the losing ways, they're going to be A-okay to keep fighting for what they have. We go Paranoia out towards A main. Hunter Shuri on top of it. And okay, just like that, a tag, a frag. As the spike gets planted, it's Aspire. 1 player ahead. The drone reveals nothing.
Vroom trying to fake out the teleport. Drops in up close though. Barrel spotted, and Smiley's gonna get him. Now into the site they go. Malone though finds Demon, but caught with utility in hand. It gotta be Chiquita. 2 kills though. Now overhealing, but can't quite finish it all up. He needs all of them now. 3 kills for Chiquita, making 4. All alone in towards hell. And boy, he is the real demon in the server. 5-3. The Guppies are still rolling.
No, Fi, no. You cannot let that happen. You can't give the Reyna 1v1s. That's the first rule. If somebody says, hey, how do I get better at Valorant? I say, do not give Reyna 1v1s. The util, it didn't even matter at the end there. There was 1 soul available, a Devour and a Dismiss, also allotted to Chiquita in that moment, but he didn't need it. He takes the fight. He wins it. 4 kills on it. I mean, that is just insane. And for Aspire, sure, they have the economy, but where's that momentum? That is a huge round and a huge way to lose it.
Oh, man. Brutal, but at least a start here for Aspire with Demon on it. Still Operator, still going back in for the site play, but blinded up. Could there be an entry here for Guppies?
Nowhere to run!
Demon dash about to expire. Vicey looking to use this Sova util to try and open up the site, clear out some of these angles, but nobody committing to that one just yet. It's a spike out towards tiles still. And it's Chiquita working his way all the way around the map. Cypher util set up, so nobody pushing A main just yet. Obviously, they have that info. It's a play out towards mid for now.
Very slow creep up, but the rotation's already starting to arrive here for Aspire. So sure, it'll be Smiley on first contact, but he has plenty of players by his side.
Shadows traveling.
Oh, Vicey through the cage, able to find 1. Smiley! I know exactly. Maybe he was gonna get a little weird for just a second, and he does. The hat goes out. Chiquita falls. The next one up is Vicey, and he meets that same exact fate as we're running out of time. That spike has to get planted, and it has to be Fruta to do so. The backstab just around the corner. The op just atop as the Jet gonna jump on down. It's Demon. 3 kills on the round. Aspire will find their 4th, and it was the scramble there at the end.
Oh, man. Guppies still almost made it happen. Smiley had to come up with a big 2K to reel it in. Even then, it still looked like Fruta had opportunities for clutches. Still, these rounds bring sweat to your brow if you're our Aspire. But now, okay, another eco, another day. It feels like Aspire have not even had any of these today. It feels like still some wind in the sail, some new life to be had here for Aspire on this defensive side. Now running the dog throughout all. Oh no! Towards the garden side, wall in hand, almost finds the kill on Tazzy. Oh, it even has a gap to play with too. Very cheesy way to play that wall. Joined now by Ares. That crisis averted, but maybe another crisis about to happen as they're looking to turn this one into a B-side split.
You hear the frenzies ringing. You can't be too worried if you're Aspire, but you do still have to give your respects. Recon Volt, that will reveal, and Ares goes down. That's an Odin to be had, but ladder moves. Gonna make sure that the damage gets mitigated. The numbers swing back in favor, but the classic from Fruta, it's so good. He's healthy. He's got the spike in tow, and it's gonna get planted here on the B side. A player ahead now are the Guppies somehow.
Oh, a miscommunication for Aspire could cost them dearly. They can't afford to lose Thrifties. It's the simple fact of the matter. Completing the teleport here, Smiley. He's making lots of noise. They're going to be backs turned here, and Vroom's going to get him. Tazzy 2v3. Trying to isolate this kill onto Vroom. Shock Dart goes in, and now it's a 2v2.
Trapwire taken down. Dart goes out. Fruta still collecting. No. Fruta once more. And it's a Guppy Thrifty for their 6th. You said it last series. I think you said it last game 2-5. If you're Aspire, you just cannot get Thriftied. And that just seems to be the tail of the tape for this team.
I mean, they're lucky they get another buy-in. Sometimes it's just a full economic reset off the back of it. They are very lucky that they have at least an insurance policy for this one. But it gets Guppies back on their feet to still fight. They at least guarantee themselves a tie half, if not more, as they're just going to go run it and gun it for the A-site play. The paranoia is good, but there's nothing. You can't wide swing into 4 players, no matter if they're blind or not. And so 5 on 5. They're going to try and maybe pop through. There is a nasty crossfire. But the ping's not landing on anyone. The Guppies bite down on the bait. Seems not for the moment. They're just going to glide back and forth. There's always the opportunity for a re-execute. They're going to work other parts of the map here. Just making sure that, you know, their flanks are clear. Who knows? Maybe they might run over a flanking player.
Destroyed.
And force rotates out of these remaining players. Putting a lot of emphasis onto Chiquita to work this map control right here.
Tazzy's about to have the angle. Oh, man, he only gets one. Malone there to trade, but the op is here. Gonna re-peek his Demon. But look at this, up close and personal. Is he ready for the flash? He dashes to safety, but it's not in time. The player on the site, it was only Smiley, and well, he's now taking his leave as Malone has got 4 kills on it. Their neural theft, the Seekers, everything to confirm. Ladder moves position. And well, he's full health. He's able to stop the ace, but now it's all down to the clutch, the 1v1. And yeah, just behind him, the glass is broken, and Fruta's got the play once more from classic work to phantom work. Another round secured for the Guppies.
7-4 right now. The Guppies on top. Malone, again, bottom of the server, and finds a 4K. And it's not like, and I think right now for the setups, at least for Aspire, it's more or less one and done positions that are being played, or 1-4-1. 1v1s, lots of things to have. The team play, I'm not quite seeing it from the defender side setups, and then the frags are coming through. This time around, though, it's a concerted push. But they run right into Fruta. He's been on fire, and he even gets the double kill to absolutely sink the round for Aspire. 2v4 for Tazzy.
One enemy
for Judge.
Wow.
Tough luck. You know, some things are not really meant to be. Tanner. Aspire had their chances in this game. I think this game can go without saying that Aspire, they were able to break the economy of their opponent. They're able to... Smiley's just going to ignore that. See the clutch here from Smiley. It's at least an attempt. They've had the chances so far throughout this game, Tanner. It's still... We're still getting the same result.
Switching sides.
8-4 now. The Guppies with the lead. And if you remember, the attack side for Aspire got 0 rounds. against the likes of Hee Hee Ha, despite having a 6-6 half. This is dire straits, is the way to phrase it.
Yeah, dire straits. Demon and Smiley still at the top here on Ascent, but not quite having the same game that they had against H to the 4th power. It all comes down to this pistol round. They need to be good for it. They stack themselves up out towards the B site. 5 players strong. Paranoia out. They want to do it quick. And there's nobody here to deny just yet. Searching for the trap wires. Door gets closed. Dash on in. Fruta, here we go with the classic again. The classic warrior. A dink onto Tazzy as he looks the wrong way. The wall goes up to try and block the angle, but it's a 2-for-1 thus far. And the defense, they're quick on it. Vroom, vroom, says the Ferrari. Swing with the ghost. He'll find another. And Guppies, they're not letting up. They refuse to give up like this. Qualification on the line, and they're 4 rounds away from it.
Again, it's... I think Demon on these entries has just been disconnected a bit from the play on a lot of these maps. Even the Cypher utility has shut him down. I mean, the Cypher is the counter to a person who is just trying to hard entry. That's the biggest thing. You have to run through cages. You're just in such a mess trying to find the way into the site, and Demon shut down again. Some things have to change, and ladder moves, I think, has been the one bright light for Aspire so far today, and that will help out. And Demon also following up too. Maybe a change in wins here for Aspire. A certain opportunity, but oh, Fruta, he doesn't care. That's huge information right now for him. He's going to continue pushing, but the classic just beat an Ares in a straight head-to-head. But the spike still in transition. Vroom can hunt.
Yeah, this got weird.
Spike planted.
You know, there's still a chance. I think that... Oh, well, now that I see the wall in spawn. I will retract my statements here, Tanner. I don't really like the position rooms. Rooms been founded. 1v4 and, ouch.
Yeah.
All right. Aspire, a Thrifty. They've had 2 of those so far this game. That's gonna need to be the way they get back into this one, Tanner.
So this is kind of what we saw happen to Aspire, where they got Thrifty flawless in the last one, and the economy gets super jumbled, super messed up. Also, it's Smiley with the Ares. It's Ares with the Spectre. What is going on in this world? None of it makes sense to me anymore. But Aspire already 100% better than they were the last time we saw them on Ascent. And this one surely should go their way. They left the one anchor in Fruta here, and I mean, Fruta does feel like multiple players, but it's a heavy stack out towards B. With that drone, it's actually bought these rotations.
It's still I mean, it's a kill trip setup, though, from the side of the Guppies, and Malone probably wants to take the time to reload that shorty. Trying to fight out versus Demon, trying to create space, though, is Demon. Very well played. Getting out of range with that shorty. Don't tell me the classic gets what it does. The tippity taps. But the 3-on-4 here for the Guppies. I don't really like their position at the moment. I don't envy them.
Spike
They're
planted.
gonna part the wall, hoping to find something.
Oh, that's not what you wanted to find. The Ares just on the other side. Vroom almost finding something on the angle. The classic still going to work, and that's an Ares down. It's a comfortable weapon for any Sova player, but Vicey gonna back away from it. Now the headshot angle. Ooh, no jump up from Tazzy. Oh, there he goes. Finally starting to jump up. Will peek his head on out and sit Vicey down. Aspire, they collect another round. They lose 2 in doing so. And now we see if they opt into the reinvestment or if they look to just bonus. And oh my goodness, I mean, the economy flourishing. It's all Gucci everything over there. They're fine to reinvest.
In fact, I would even make the consideration to keep fully purchasing up. I wouldn't even go for Spectres in this one. Just keep trying to keep the win column going for Aspire. On the side of Guppies, however, Fruta has been 21 and 8. And that was like a attack side cipher for the most part. And oh my, we forget about Chiquita in the server. Well, catch the opening kill here. Ladder moves, 3 bullets, 1 headshot, and a 4v5. Vroom also aggressive, full mid control right now. And look where Chiquita is. He just spotted the spike.
Yeah. They don't know he's here. They're running knives out. They're having fun with it. Unfortunately, that's not a very fun outcome to kills away the Reyna as Demon. Oh, here on the B side, it's only Vice to try and hold it down. The jet will drop and through the wall the bullets go. The op shot won't land. He goes for the next one. But the counter strafe, it's just too good. Tazzy ripped away from the classic. And Vroom, with all that positioning out towards mid, converts the round back in favor of Guppies, and they've got themselves a 4-round lead. They've got themselves double digits, but Aspire still have weapons, and they still have hope.
Even if you do get the entries there on the B site, there's still Vroom cutting off the spike from the actual site. It would have taken a masterful duel from Ares to try and win it. But now 10-6. The Guppies back on their feet. And this is the last laugh for Aspire. Lose this. And your time here in North Brunswick is quick. Maybe trying to turn this one back around. You have a Cypher setup in Malone to contend with here for Aspire. Trying to put the pressure on, but Malone falling first. I'm not sure what Demon was attempting to go with that there. In the meantime, Smiley is knocking on the doors of the B site. And Vicey can't flick. Huge for Smiley. They have to call in over the spike, though. And potentially, Chiquita could try to cut rotates from Cap, but the B site completely overrun here for the side of Aspire. They'll be able to filter on in through B main. And you're going to have it. You're going to have the spike down. I think no problems here for Aspire.
Spike planted.
Yeah, none at all. 4 players on the site, 1 inside main to the post-plant positions. They're not the worst here for Aspire. The Empress is on. Lear goes out. Ladder falls. Demon there to trade it back or find another. Make it 3 on the round, but Vroom wants to battle forward, and 3 players in front of him is just too much. The health was too low, and Aspire have done it once more. And it was Demon to fake, to sell that they're out towards A, right? That dash into the wall, that was all while the spike was still in spawn. They're just saying, hey, I'm going to updraft Tailwind into the wall. I'm going to sell that we're hitting this site. We're going to buy those rotations. Meanwhile, Smiley teleported into that B site. Nobody was there, and it was there for the taking.
All set up.
You know, that was actually, I didn't quite realize that, but now that's actually just an excellent way to fake a sound cue into a full execute, because you're expecting Demon to always be dashing into every single site you possibly can. And when you hear that, it's like, all right, he's in, folks. We gotta get ready for this. Aggression. Oh, Chiquita. No headshot found today. Guppies are having some fun with it.
I have the spike.
It's the way to phrase it. They're gonna commit the spike back to a site. Alone, Shorty. Don't tell me he got something here.
He gets heard, that's for sure. Footstep. Tag. Won't quite land, and now there's no smoke to play inside. So we'll hold the close angle here. And a main, meanwhile, for Aspire. They are headed elsewhere once more. The B site on the docket here. They've checked all the boxes on their list as to where they want to go here in this round. And they've got a couple of cages that are stalling them out, but eventually it'll be 5 players strong. Ooh, Sheriff shots. Nice headshot there. Demon to fall, and
there's 3 here.
Yeah, things equalize now. There's a judge just around the corner. It's Ares to fall. The resurrection used, and he almost gets more, but ladder moves, bails them out. Huge, and the shorty from Malone. It's just not enough. That got scary, but Aspire still get it done.
Absolutely terrifying. That judge could have done it at all in that situation. It was 2 kills on the plate. But he tried to transfer it over to the second player before he actually got the first kill. If he tried to full commit it to it for Vroom, there could have been a massive, massive opportunity just to make it a 1-for-1 and maybe get some damage on the next. But it's huge damage on the 2 players, but 0 kills. Maybe not the situation they wanted. For the side of the Guppies, well, they're still back on a bye, believe it or not. And Chiquita, operator, into tiles. No mid control, no A presence. It's going straight to B here, Tanner. They want blood.
Ooh, B again. Tazzy gonna go up on the wall, but look at the team. They're looking to move out towards mid. The rotations. We'll see if they get answered. Chiquita in spawn with the operator. Here come the knives and the rest of the squad. Vroom left all on his lonesome here. The paranoia out. The footsteps are about to be heard. Malone finds Tazzy, so that's the first kill. Now on the site, Vroom holding it down, goes 1-for-1. So the odds are even. The site is open and it's Smiley. Now to look to get the plant down as ladder moves.
Spike planted.
Gonna grab himself the tour de force. Op v op here. From heaven to main. It's Malone on the backstab, but he gets backstabbed himself. Chiquita will fall, and Fruta now left to pick up the pieces. A 1v2, low HP on the Sova. Let's do 2 players to worry about nonetheless, and look at the rotations long from Ares. This is a very tall task.
Yeah, no cages either. He should have an idea that both are playing on the site itself, or rather in towards main, but they have the Hunter's Fury. That's going to be able to find out that he is not playing, and there's a tour de force waiting for him. No clutch attempt here for Fruta, and 9 rounds for Aspire. All right, they're still fighting for this event, that's for sure. More ecos have to be brought out for Guppies. 10 rounds looking likely for Aspire to even us up and finally break the double-digit mark that they've been unable to crack for all of today.
At some point we'll have to get the
They've been getting dominated, but finally they have some wind in their sails for once. They don't get clutched on. Finally some luck favoring Aspire. Getting crunched in on from B main and maybe towards middle. An aggressive stance, but Demon more.
Yeah, everybody's starting to fall now. Tazzy will eventually get traded out, but nothing else to be had on that side of the map for Vicey. Okay. Seekers came out. I think that was a fat finger. He did not want to pop those Seekers. Instead, wanted to just heal up his teammate.
There's an isolated fight on the ladder moves here. This is still a very, very dangerous round. Oh my gosh, ladder moves completely blind, but they don't know where he is. And Demon's gonna get the kill anyways. Vroom 1-for-1. Maybe if the Seekers were used there, that could have provided an interesting fight. You never know. We will never know, though. As this round fades into memory, into rearview mirror for Aspire. Vicey in a 1v3.
Standing ahead.
Hunter's Fury available, but not gonna be used. Not even gonna have the chance to use it as double dinked ladder moves, but sometimes Valorant's unfair like that. 10-all now, rocking for Aspire.
Yeah, 10-all. It's going to be Guppies to rebuy. Aspire sitting pretty for the rest of the game, what it feels like in way of economy. They shouldn't have to worry about a buy moving forward. And we get that timeout. It's Fruta to call it, and it's Guppies to try and reel it back in. They do have a lot of these ults for information, right? Obviously, that neural theft, it gets a little harder to use on the defensive side of things unless you're right up on a body. But those Seekers, you called it in that previous round, maybe could have alerted them to where ladder moves was playing. But more importantly, I think this is an ult that you can use in this round to re-garner information, because we've had this teeter-totter Aspire, right? It's the traditional, I guess that's not the right word that I'm looking for, way of playing the game where you fake one site, you get all this utility, you buy the rotations, and then you just head the opposite direction. And that's what has been working. We'll see if, I guess, more than just the ults, the utility that the Guppies have to play with in this round and this timeout can be enough to really just plant their feet and say, hey guys, let's not over-rotate, right? Let's make sure that the information that we're getting is correct information, because they can't keep giving up sites for free.
I'm waiting for them to start fighting for map control. I think that's the biggest thing we've been missing from the Guppies. When they took up towards mid, worked out ultra nicely. When they haven't really fought towards A main or B main, really at all. Really kind of left without information. Kind of more or less playing a very stock standard defensive side here on Ascent. So popping the trip here. Without the map control, you can see how much there's ceded to the attack side. No A main control, so you kind of have to hold this A defense in place. No hard information in towards the B site. So right now, they are going to kind of get squeezed upon. Here for the side of the Guppies. They don't put up at least somewhat of a fight in towards middle. Aspire just have so much space to maneuver that the Guppies are kind of guessing where they have to go. But Chiquita's actually going to commit himself back into Garden. And this might be the right move, but a dart thrown into the B site is going to draw that rotation away. And now Aspire, they have an advantage attacking this A site.
That they do. Player advantage aplenty. Paranoia goes across the Seekers as well. Shots from Malone. They just go wide. No, eventually they land, but here comes Ladder Moves. Finally finding that value with the Operator, and too many targets on the swing from Generator as Fruta and Vicey, two players of Rutgers, have to work together. Ooh, Hunter's Fury. Okay, that cuts the numbers down by 1. I don't know if that call out on the Sage. I think Tazzy was spotted rotating into hell. The drone taken down. Op in hand, needs to find the one tap, says Fruta, but he just can't do it. Vicey on the jump and Ladder Moves. He didn't get the value at the start of the round, but he was hoping for, but he gets plenty towards the end here. And it's Aspire to battle themselves back and grab a lead.
Ladder Moves finding himself in a very advantageous position, and that's all off the back of the fact that Guppies, again, are just not fighting for map control. They get squeezed there. The rotation there from Chiquita was baited so easily. They threw a Sova dart into spawn, and that's what drew Chiquita away from the Garden side. Allowed for such an easy split to come through. That's what happens when you don't have information. You're more likely to make mistakes, not just like aim-wise, but positionally speaking. And so the Guppies got juked out. And what started off 7-5, 8-4 half right here for Aspire has absolutely flipped. Of course, it had to take a Thrifty to get them back into this game. But now they are fully up and running and gearing up for a third map to finally clinch a victory here in Brentwood. Rather, not in Brentwood, sorry. They already have clinched one there, but yeah. North Brunswick. Finally, it feels like this has been a long overdue saga. And looking to just a dash right on through. Get things started. In already is Demon. And there's no real contest here for the Guppies. Quite conceded here, Tanner. And this should just be a formality for Aspire, unless something wild comes out of the Guppies.
After that kill, the stack over towards the A site. Garners nothing. Fruta,
one enemy remaining.
not the man that he once was, with the classic in hand. The Operator does it once more for Ladder Moves. It's a flawless round for Aspire. And it's quite possibly a map 3 here on the horizon. But the defense will be able to bolster up something. They've got the full buy into this one. We'll see what changes. Chiquita has been silenced, very quiet since moving over towards the defensive side of things. And I think if there's anybody that's going to fight for that space, why not this Reyna, right? That's Reyna doing Reyna things.
Right. Maybe the push into A main. I want to see at least a deeper nose press to the wall. That's more like it. Get into A main. Make sure that they're not actually playing there. But you also have to have the right setup. You got to be wary of a potential paranoia. But without really any great flashes here for Aspire, it could be dangerous.
2 players spotted out, 1 taken down. Chiquita trying to get some more. The paranoia comes through. Lear, but look at Smiley. He's so close. Chiquita still gets another one. And just about everybody, if not everyone, noted on this side of the map, so the rotations will come through. Resurrection will swing the numbers back in favor of Aspire by 1. But the A side, it still hasn't been hit. The rotations, they're still possible.
They're coming back to middle. This is perfect read here from the Guppies. Oh, but he just made noise. Fruta's drop certainly had to be heard there by Aspire. At the same time, though, Vroom is also in tiles. They are predicting the rotation here, Tanner. But he just went for the jump spot and didn't see anything. The timing couldn't be worse here for the Guppies. As he has to try and readjust, Fruta goes down. Vroom out towards middle, a 1-for-1. He does have to from the shadows, though. He can get towards the back of the site or into spawn. And it could work out well, but he's been hurt. He's walled off. You're going to get a 2v2 for the map here for Aspire. Make it 1. As now it is only the Omen, the clutch.
Oh, it got tricky for a second. Vroom had some space to work with because they weren't sure who was shooting down the wall, and they weren't sure where that teleport went, so they clear out backside, and now they have to know that Vroom is coming from somewhere else. And as you said, a 2v2 to close out the map, now turned 1v2, and it's ladder moves. Who better than Aspire? They start to deliver. They close out Ascent. And Fi, we've got a series on our hands. We finally get to head on over towards the map 3.
I mean, it took a little bit. We thought we were getting another domination when we see an 8-4 half, and everything turns on its head, though, there in the attack side. And I think the Guppies, they started to find out. They took mid control. 3v4, they got proactive. They gave themselves an opportunity, but timings get the worst of them there. It took a long time. I think it just took too long for them to adapt to their situation. They kind of leaned back a little bit from their lead. Kind of, Chiquita was taking over the game on split a lot of the time. They kind of laid back and said, all right, let's let our individuals try and just win these outright gunfights in the execute. But when that stopped working, it took a little too long for them to adjust. And therefore, Spire ran away with it. We started to see some of that aggression come through in that final round. But, I mean, at least the ideas are there. But they couldn't put it together, and they couldn't start a streak. They fall from up 8-4. Aspire get their first map here in North Brunswick.
Yeah, they get their first map, and that is the exact breakdown that I had coming into this. For Guppies, there were adjustments. They were just a second too late, and Aspire did a good job playing around the space that was allotted to them. And, well, map 3 is a map that has a whole lot more space than what we saw on Ascent. It's going to be Haven to close out the series, to send somebody packing, and to send somebody into day 2, and that's going to be right after this. And we've got a series on our hands as we get ready to jump on into map number 3. My name is still Tatum Metro. I'm still joined by Phi. It's Aspire. It's the Guppies, or just Guppies. And Aspire finally shown us some signs of life. If we would like to, we can take a peek at the maps to see where we've been and where we've headed. But what we do know is at the end of the day, Split, it was dominant. Ascent, it was, okay, here we go. Monitors are on. We're starting to wake up. Aspire finally show us something. Now we get out towards Haven, which is, quite frankly, one of my favorite maps to watch, just because you have so much space to play with in way of lurking. Every agent, every role really gets value on this 3 spike site map.
Yeah, and I think the biggest thing is this could favor Aspire is that Guppies looked hesitant when it came to fighting for map control.
Yeah.
And this Haven is all about that. You have 5 lanes on the map, and there's so many defensive side opportunities. But if you don't take any of those opportunities, you're going to get squeezed. You can't just default run 1, 1, 1, and 1, right? Every part of the map. I think it's almost required that you're supposed to put emphasis on certain parts of the map. Leave parts of the map open. All right, if the attackers find it, the attackers find it. And leave setups, set up traps. And I think that is what's going to be necessary here for the Guppies. It's going to be Aspire starting on defense, however, so at least maybe the Guppies, they felt pretty good on at least their attack sides so far throughout this tournament. So coming into this, well, I'm so interested to see what kind of agent composition we're going to see from the Guppies. Are they going to continue holding on to the Reyna? I wouldn't doubt it. But for the biggest thing for the Guppies is that taking initiative part about this game.
Yep.
And we didn't see too much of that on Ascent. We need to see it for Haven if there's going to be a possibility to put up the upset, because Aspire, I think they've woken up.
Yeah, unless you're bringing in some insane way of information gathering with your composition, you definitely need to be able to take that space, right? You hear some noise out towards A long, you need to be pushing up C long to make sure that they're not headed out that way. You need to be aggressive inside the garage. I'm wondering if, because we kind of chalked this up at the beginning, right, with the way that Guppies are playing, it's a little less measured, I guess, for lack of better term. They're kind of just having fun with it. I just think bringing the Reyna kind of shows what and how they're looking to play just in general. 5 players looking to have a good time. I'm wondering how much we see that on Haven, and I'm wondering how often or when, how early we see this B site start to get exploited, because this is a site where it's the scramble. You get up, you get that spike planted, and now it just gets weird across the map because you have players lurking towards C, you have players in garage, maybe somebody out towards A. And B site, it feels like usually we see it kind of neglected for the most part until a team needs to really pull the rabbit out of the hat. And Guppy seems like that team that from start to finish will look to pull that rabbit out of the hat.
Yeah, I think that's the biggest thing. I mean, Guppies again have some powerful factors playing in their favor. They have plenty of X factors when it comes down to the Reyna, and Nikita looking to lock that in again, as well as, well, a more standard-ish setup for the side of the Guppies. But again, I should mention, Demon runs the Neon not just on Bind, but also on Haven, and he is going to break this one out for Aspire again. This time around, though, statistically speaking, he has much more success on Haven, so this is going to be an interesting one.
Yeah, but also, right, like the Neon that we're seeing, the reason that we see it get value and have good effect is because of the comps that we typically see on Haven, right? You're able to break up some of the timings, you're able to sneak past or close the gap on some of these areas that the defense or the attacking side could be looking to put pressure. And that's not the same comp, right? I think one of the biggest things that you get out of the Neon is you can be quick into A main past the fault line. Well, there is no breach on the opposite side. And I think during the break, we were kind of joking about it. The counter to Aspire is Cypher, and that's what Fruit is playing. The counter to Neon, because Neon's sprint and slide is just a worse jet dash in situations when you're trying to take the site. The Cypher is a huge counter to that. So although this is, I think we get it again, just like we saw on Split, where it's measured a disciplined approach. It's going to be hammered. It's going to be set by Aspire. And for Guppies, I mean, they're just out here doing the darn thing.
I mean, the way that I've seen Demon play the Neon so far kind of gives me an inclination. Who knows, that might not happen. I think generally how I've seen at least the Neon utilized on Haven is just to be the human raised boom bot, basically. It might find a kill, it might not, but you're looking for info at least. The biggest part is that you're going to need to find a lot of the trades going into these sites. So that's going to be the biggest thing, at least for Demon, is that can he have his team follow him up? You do have the breach for all the setup needs in the world. You have fault lines, flashpoints, everything to set up Demon for success, as well as even Soba could be regarded as a good agent for setup. So you have the tools, but Demon, again, a lot of emphasis put onto his Neon to get his one and get his done, or get his one and, you know, just keep going. There's a lot of emphasis on the Demon on that Neon.
I guess now that you mention it and the way that Demon has been playing the Neon a little boom body, for lack of a better term again, based off what we saw in Ascent, it could be a very large tool in selling these site hits, which is exactly what Aspire was doing so well on Ascent and buying these rotations. So maybe we do see Neon just kind of sent by their lonesome to really cause and create some havoc by those rotations so the team can play on the opposite side of the map. But it sounded like we got kicked out. It sounded like we're back in and we get to jump on into the action. It's map 3 here in the Group C. Lower decider elimination on the line. Somebody's going home early here from North Brunswick. At the end of this one, 13 rounds is all it takes on Haven, and it starts here in the pistol.
So let's get to it. Haven, pistol round, and Aspire already starting with the 4-man A-Lane of the Guppies, looking to gun for Garage or perhaps the B site. We're going to get a little bit of yin-yang here as teams are going to push into spawn and another is going to push into the site. Maybe to run all the way through. They're just going to go through the B site to C, trying to change it up, and Ladder Moves gets ran down. Quick 4-on-4, but Smiley picks off the flankers, and now it's a 2-on-4. They have the C site, but Tanner, at what cost?
Yep, at what cost? They have no util to work with. A Shrouded Step to play with and a smoke just around the corner. But outside of that, it's all about the gunfights. Flash goes out. Paranoia to follow. Both players now noted inside of Garage as Fruta falls. It's only one player noted inside the Garage for now. As the fault line comes out, then it's moments perfect. Smiley collects 3 kills on the round. A couple of them backstabs as the C site was hit by the Guppies. But most importantly, it's Aspire back to their winning ways. Nice and early here on Haven.
Yeah, it's really bold of Smiley just to run through what the dark cover was on the right side. Some people might consider that, I mean, borderline insane, because you don't actually know if they're trying to split C or not in that situation. If they're still sitting on the site just watching the smoke, Smiley is a goner in an instant. But they're all backs turned. They're all splitting to C. And, I mean, the awareness, I suppose, from Smiley to see that they're wrapping the site, trying to do exactly that. Not always something someone's ready for. Teleport across here from Vroom has actually not been spotted, and, well, the judge has. Can't teleport out of there, though. He doesn't like that situation. Chiquita dropped down awful low, but Vroom in a interesting position. I don't think this position is even going to really be noted. They've been holding the cross for the entire time. Is this even going to... It's not going to even enter their mind. It could be Sheriff shots instead. Oh, but they're going to clear it out. Vroom is gone.
Gotta go.
And back up to C now. They get that kill. They proceed forward. A couple players waiting, though.
Spike planted, so money at the end of the day. They get their money up. Now we get to see maybe a thrifty round to get their funny up. Good reveal from the recon. Bold shots through the wall. The slide on in. The backstab. Instead, it's the judge. And it's the second round picked up by Aspire. And Aspire, they're doing what we said we needed to see from Guppies, right? They they're not hearing anything on one side of the map, they say, okay, let's take this positioning, right? Let's make sure that nobody's here, and if they are, let's clear them out. They spot the one player in Vroom on the right side of the map, and that gives them all the information in the world. That says, hey, they're not playing this way. They have to be either out towards B, which they haven't done it just yet, or out towards C. And it just allows for strength in numbers for Aspire on their defense, which is what they need. They're going to need that again, though, in this round, because they got the lesser buy. Look at the strength in numbers, though.
Yeah,
out towards A. Holy.
4 players and 1 ladder moves. Is this a recipe for success? It is a judge. What? Nope. Nah, not today. Unfortunately, they're for ladder moves. Well, it was an attempt, but getting immediately bopped doesn't really help the effort. Now a 4-on-5 post plant. They're mostly going to congregate a lot of players towards C long, though. Kind of playing off the site. Things could go wrong if the players on the site get dropped one by one. But Aspire need to be quick about it. That's the biggest thing.
A trap wire to work through here. Recon Bolt reveals nothing close. And you said they got to be quick. They're being anything but that. You hear that spike tick in and might tick down just a bit too low as the Guppies clear their way back out towards long. Tazzy gonna walk his way onto the A side, and he's got nothing to do but to die to the spike or to die to Chiquita, who will gladly take that ult orb on the way out. Now 1 pip away from the Empress, and it's the round of the way of the Guppies. That right there, that's the gamble, right? You gamble stack out towards A. You hope your judge can teleport to safety, and ladder moves just couldn't.
Yeah, that's tough. And you're also on Spectres. It is the bonus. I was hoping for, I mean, I guess the hope there, not necessarily for a round win, but 4 damage for Aspire once you're in the 4-on-5 post plant where you're like, well, this is not really going to be my hero moment. So, all right. Bonus round going the way of the Guppies. Now, real talk. Playing the round. I love this top of C long, though, smoke. It does create such trepidation for the defenders. You don't know if they're walking up behind it. Forces out a lot of spam. Forces out a lot of utility from the defender side to try and get that information. Drones being expended both ways. An attack landed onto the breach. That might be some information to work with here. Also, what a play here from Chiquita. It doesn't work out. It comes very close. Maybe that's not the play that the Guppies wanted, as they're sitting 4v5, and that's just a clean opening kill for Aspire. No questions asked. They might find a gap in the defense. They're still leaving the B side open. Malone left here to cut rotations, but they walk into ladder moves next.
He's got the teleport to safety after he finds one. He also notes that the spike is there as well. Vroom grabs that spike, looks to head elsewhere. It's Malone holding it down the cross out towards A-Link. Able to net 1. Tries to secure his second. Doesn't quite go his way. Dark cover, but Vroom moves just a second too early. Ladder moves. Able to see it all, and unfortunately for Malone, he cannot. The paranoia, the stun, it's all there. And the spike is also down on the floor, not planted. And Fruta gonna try and pick up the pieces, hope for some damage on the way out. And he does good damage onto 2, but it's Aspire to secure the round. They're 3rd now here on Haven, and we'll see if they can keep that lead growing, because that is a tough round to lose. On the side of Guppies, the economy, it's definitely in a wonky spot.
Yep, 3-1 now in the Guppies economy. Well, you have Vicey down to a frenzy, and a bit of oddball purchases right there. I mean, that round as a whole just started off messy when you lose Chiquita so early. A good effort from Malone. He does actually pull off the rotations cut to try and maybe get some space onto the site, but Demon was in the back of the site the entire time. There's no way you can safely get down the spike plant. Still had all the relay bolts as well to toss in relentless concusses down through. That is a powerful Sova drone. Spotted at least 4 players. And so ladder moves can begin to farm up a little bit in towards middle. Finds Malone easy peasy. Another 4v5. And Aspire in all the right positions at the moment. Doesn't spell some great results here.
You're drone on the opposite side. It reveals nothing. Out towards B as the Ares. Well, as Ares. It's that kill through the wall. Still expectant players out towards mid, and the spam lands just as good. Now Vroom is the lone player here for Guppies out towards Garage. Hoping that Aspire will give him something, but for now, it's absolutely nothing. The A site seemingly being conceded, and it's the Shrouded Steps to safety. Vroom wants to link up with the squad. We'll toss out the smokes.
A site's open.
30 seconds left.
Yeah, they're trying to sell this B hit, and they've done so successfully.
Oh man, they just need to find the right timing to chomp down on it, and that dart is going to reveal that this site is, for the most part, clear. They're going to get in. That spike plant is going to go down seamlessly, but there's a rolling thunder always ready for this retake. I think it might have to be brought out here.
Oh, there it is. You were right. Smiley gonna get that one down. The flashes to follows. Ladder move takes down Vicey. It's Smiley to collect one off the back end of his own utility, and Vroom only good for one when he needed four. Speaking of four, Aspire. They scoop up their fourth, and they're looking pretty darn good. Right now, Guppies, they seem a little dazed and confused when it's not going their way at the start of these rounds. They have trouble, and we see just in the setup from Aspire that they're comfortable in the retake. They've been giving up the B site the entire time. They're okay to say, hey, we're going to play retake on B, especially when they have that util available to them. And then, again, the A site, they back away. They're setting up to play retake B, and then they just have to play retake A. It's the same situation.
Sheriff's again out for Guppies. It's a unfortunate circumstances that they're left in at the moment. Mostly just defaulting very aggressively, though, here for Aspire. Demon going through. Runs right into the trap wire. And that gun could be up for retrieval. Smiley has to get out of dodge, too. And really weird scenes as Chiquita jumps up inside of the dark cover. Runs into two players, though, and from the shadows, expended. I mean, the gun retrieved, but no neural theft able to be activated. Just a tad too long. Very risky game being played there by Smiley. He gets dropped down to near no HP. But they might be able to afford to concede the site. They still have plenty of utility, plenty of players in position.
One enemy remaining.
Speaking of position, ladder moves. He's going unchecked. He's got the perfect timing. Find those kills out towards long. Now, Vicey need to collect a couple of his own. And unsuccessful in his endeavors. 4 kills on the round for ladder moves. Puts him that much closer to that tour de force once more. And another round for Aspire puts him that much closer to day 2, which this is a different Aspire than what we have seen on the day. Something clicked on Ascent. And the measured approach, the game plan of, hey, let's have this set hit out towards the A site. They did step away from that for a second, but they did a great job of understanding what the opposition brings to the table. And on Ascent, it was quick rotations. And here on Haven, oh, baby, it's a Hunter's Fury right into everybody but Chiquita. Good for one on the response. He was tagged up from the ultimate, and he's able to use that Devourer to heal a bit, but I think he broke line of sight. Now he pushes forward, and he's not the healthiest member on the squad, so these Phantoms now turned Vandals. Shrouded Step doesn't quite get on top of the box, and the Paranoia, it's just too good. Both defenders on the A site cleaned up, and the Guppies came to play here in round 7.
Let's call this Hunter's Fury a little bit celebratory from Vicey. As Chiquita instead is running up a tally on them. It's okay. We saw a new Aspire. How about a new Guppies? I think a little bit disjointed on the setup there for Aspire. And the Guppies are going to capitalize. Demon going wide out to long, gets knocked down quickly, and not enough players dropped. It's going to allow for the easy execute to come on through. So Guppies get their second round. But the economy for Aspire, it's still very much there. Smiley's been hurt. They are going to try and hunt him. They know he's C-long. I don't think they want him to have an operator. Might have the chance to fire it off in a second. But instead, they're actually going to hold on to their own guns. All right, conservative measures being taken there from the Guppies. But they still get the entries onto the site. And if they continue doing that, that works. It's just a straight group and go. for that particular round. They've been kind of getting up to a little bit of lurky business with Chiquita, sometimes walking into garage, into 2 players at times. Doesn't look that fantastic, but the group and go looks pretty good for the Guppies, especially when you're trying to clash with that defender side aggression. When there's 5 players coming your way, your 3-man defender side aggression is very unlikely to pan out. So now they have to play passive on the A site. This time, could it fare better?
This time, Tazzy got atop the box. Ares not quite revealed by the drone just yet, and they go a second too soon. The shock darts to try and clear him out, but at 16 HP that the Sova survives with. Nice stun coming out. He's inside the drone. He's taken down, but Smiley here to convert on the trade. Flash out and Vroom might need to boogie on out of here. The aftershock, the flash, a bit lower in HP. Now both players from Aspire are here to play defense, and Vroom's got options.
Minute on the clock, the spike in hand. Some pieces of HP, has no clue where ladder moves could be. But now, as he starts to clear it out, he has the confirmation. Ladder moves ain't here. And he's going to make the trip over towards this A site. Hope you get the reload in while you can. In the meantime, though, for Aspire, they are already starting their preemptive rotation. For how long Vroom is going to delay for this. He's going to set down the spike immediately and thrown it now into a 1v2.
And a fault line right at his feet. Needs to try and tap away perfectly. The no-scope doesn't land. Smiley in a bit of trouble, but he dodges out the Matrix on the bullets and picks up the kill on to Vroom. As that defuse gets tossed on over to Smiley, working towards that Rolling Thunder once more. That bit of retake utility, which the Guppies, they've got that spike down. The retake in the last round, it escaped Aspire. But this time, not quite the case, and that lead continues to grow. And if you keep going like this, you know, 2 for 1, 3 for 1, what's next? Another 2 for Aspire for the 1 of Guppies. That is something that you just can't continue to give on up. And I don't know how much easier this gets when this in-your-face neon slide and glide comp moves to the attacking side. So the Guppies got to pick it up right here.
And also the adjustment from Aspire has to be mentioned in the fact that they played a much more passive A setup. Hold that thought for a moment. Demon up close. Here's all the footsteps going into B. It's going to be a straight group and go to the B site. The thing is here, sometimes the B site referred to as a little bit of a trap site, as there is going to be an aftershock thrown in. But it's not actually going to take anyone down. Instead, Smiley's going to run through himself and do the frag. And who needs aftershocks? How about frags?
Yeah, I mean, Smiley just doesn't care when it comes to the B site. Oh, and Vroom gets sniffed out, taken down from the shadows. He stuck it. But that's the reason that he'll die. As ladder moves falls, Malone trying to push on up. Smiley 3 kills on the round, and Ares just sitting on the spike. Gets 4 for the breach, working towards the Rolling Thunder once more. But that started Fi. Smiley just ran right in. He said, you guys are taking the B site. Hey, I'm here too. I want a party.
Yeah, I think that's why the B site, it's referred to as a trap site. You know, you can get in the utility as well. The aftershock can deny plant really easily, and it's also super difficult to hold on to the site itself. You have only limited places you can play that there's crossfires that don't really exist, all things considered. So you kind of have to concede it and play from mid instead, and well, when you get cleaned out in the site so easily like that, and you have all the smokes to get on the defuse, it's good to go. But look at this from Demon, absolutely fiending. The overdrive, bottom of long, and ladder moves just holding the line into garage. Who needs the overdrive? You got the chamber, and the full lockdown of garage is in for Aspire. Just Fruta jumping around now, has to hope for hope and pray. But it's the overdrive to run him down. 8-2, rocking for Aspire.
Yeah, you said ladder moves holding it down inside garage. Hold it down, mouse 1. Ladder just hold it down, mouse 1. Spraying everybody down. Collects a 3rd one on the round. And that right there for Demon, although he has been having a bit slower of a game on the defensive side of things here on the Neon, that's a round where you got to use the overdrive. If you have it just full send, they're on the lesser buy. Collect your overdrive kills when you can and try and pad the stats, because it's not an ult that you can really comfortably use in these ladder rounds where teams have that full buy and the 1-tap potential. So it is a full buy for Guppies. They are going to play out towards mid once more. This time, Ares isn't inside the window, though. Trailblazer taken down Aftershock to buy some time. And the fault line also utilized. They buy heaps of utility away from Smiley. Meanwhile, the majority of the squad for Guppies are leaning out towards A.
Demon in the corner, though. He's not going to be checked for, not aware. Crosshair Knight not in the right position for Chiquita. 3v5 for Guppies to dig themselves out of. Demon still sticking around for it. Allows Vroom an opportunity. But still, Fruta fighting towards middle, reveals his position. And Aspire know that a commit is very unlikely with a lurk still out towards middle. So the Guppies are going to be able to try and at least reconvene towards the C side. K's thrown in, trying to cause some guesswork. But not really so. The defense thins out again, but the jump spot seen. And again, they have to shift their positioning. And in the meantime, look at where Tazzy is! Surprise!
Spike down.
That's your one. There for Tazzy, but now 20 seconds. And I think the name of the game has been given up here. Aspire no, this has to go to A, and they've all rotated into position.
Ooh, okay, but Fruta collects one onto ladder moves. That's a tour de force down. The shock dart, it didn't need to land flush. It didn't need to be perfect to do the job. And Fruta, in fact, he does have to be perfect, and unfortunately doesn't check his close angle. Yeah, while that rotation out towards C was happening, almost immediately Tazzy was pushing up through A main. And that just, it gives all the information over to Aspire, right? Hey, we have numbers. Go put the majority of our numbers on the opposite side of the map because they're nowhere to be found here out towards A. He eventually collects one and some in way of a kill and heaps of damage onto Vicey, who eventually fell to a shock dart, or the edge of a shock dart. And it has been a tough road here for the Guppies. Strong map 1, a tough loss in map 2, and we get into deep waters here in map 3. And
Rolling Thunder.
A little too deep for the Guppies. Rolling Thunder gets things started. Just about everybody knocked up and taken down. It's 2 for 1. Smiley opens things up in the smoke. The dark cover. It's enough to deter the push.
That's why a group and go is so deadly against this Aspire composition. They don't have a hardcore Sentinel, but the stopping power of the Breach cannot be underestimated. Now ladder moves tested into Garage. 2 players coming his way. The Spike coming his way.
Okay, ladder moves uncharacteristic. Usually good on those angles. Usually good for 1 in these rounds. Garage has been his domain. Won't get it this time. Up close and personal. The Spectre. Oh, it's just not good enough. It's a spray down from the Odin. Ares wants some more. 51 rounds left in the drum. And that's plenty for 3 kills on the round. Aspire now 10-2. 3 rounds away from sending the Guppies packing. Back to school they'll go. They have to do it again. Here in the pistol, this you can't let off. If we've seen anything from Guppies, you know, they can get it done in the scramble. When things get weird, when the going gets weird, the Guppies get going.
See it, at least from the Guppies. Hunting for a pistol to get things going, but I think we just need a night and day difference from both teams. Since split, Aspire individually, they are having a great time here on Ascent. Their knowledge of the map and their reactions to the situation is great. And look at this, they're just sitting 4-man family photo outside of Garage waiting for a push. Malone almost takes the bait. And now always heard jumping up into the window. They have hit the timing here. The entire team in Garage.
Well, not the entire team spotted, but just about heard as Malone with the fadeaway through the wall. Ares falls. Aspire, though, lower in HP. They're looking to take this side. Another kill goes the way, and Demon sprays down 2. He's trying to equalize, but it's 1 player the lead for the Guppies here in the retake. As the fast lane goes out, that no longer does damage. It's only going to cut off vision. So concealment for just a moment as Aspire, they look to loop all the way around, and it's a similar situation. A shrouded step and a smoke to work with as Tazzy falls. It's all up to the 1 in Demon, but he can't get it done. The health bars were low, but they weren't low enough, and the Guppies, they start marching forward.
All right, the Guppies on the march. I mean, okay, that's A little bit of a level up there from the Guppies. The wall bang from Malone, followed up with a shot through the smoke. I won't say it, you know, a little bit of luck can go a long way sometimes for the Guppies. Retake not even panning out there, but a post plant. Unable to be converted on for the Aspire side. Alright, the Guppies though. The biggest test is them being able to take initiative on defense. You kinda you have to. It is almost a requirement on Haven. Or at least put emphasis on parts of the map. You can't just be lazy about it. And with Malone almost alone in towards Garage, has now the support of his teammates.
One enemy remaining.
It's all good
Spike
for the
down,
Guppies.
C.
Just ladder moves. He'll hit one. Definitely gonna need some extras, and up close, Vicey's gonna be able to knock him down 10-4. The Guppies get past the eco. Alright, now we're talking. Real test here, Tanner. We gotta have to get the temperature check on the Guppies and see if they are still awake on their defender sides. Admittedly, they don't really have the best tools to take space on Haven, at least. I mean, sometimes I might say the Phoenix could be better than the Reyna in that respect. Don't quote me on that, but,
yeah, that's a hot take.
That is a hot take, but, you know, for the Guppies at the moment, they don't really have the tools in their toolbox, but I hope they can prove me wrong. You can see just Demon doing Demon things. Already just first 15 seconds, he's taken all the space out to long. It's already forcing rotations out of the Guppies. And so, with that, the Guppies holding a 3-stack day. There's no commitment here, of course. They're going to see what space they get. They're going to keep poking and prodding here for Aspire. But Demon, is he seriously going to walk up alone?
Typically, this is where we would see the fast lane. The Neon run on into the site, but nothing there. The Smiths, I don't know if Chiquita actually spotted one more here. Is sending the shots, expecting another player to push up a long. As Smiley tosses out the stun. The rest of the team just behind him. The paranoia, but able to sneak away his room for now. Smiley pushes forward, but he's immediately answered. And the Spectres, they come online for just a moment. We go 2 for 2 as the corner goes unchecked. The trades are still there, and Tazzy is teeing off here in round 15 as the spike gets planted. So much on the shoulders here of Vicey as the recon bolt reveals one. Shock darts now to follow right onto Ares. Body shot will do it, but he's got his bow out, and Aspire find 11.
And you know, I'm gonna be honest here, the Guppies had everything they needed there. But Aspire, you know, it's a reversal from what we've seen in earlier maps. They were getting aim diff. They were getting gupped in on Split. They were getting gupped, is the way to say it. And they got aim diffed on Split. That's what I'm gonna say. And in that round, the Guppies were able to get 4 bodies total onto the A site. But the thing is, for Aspire, they were able to dice up the duels in the way that they wanted. They found that they hit the shots, they had the execution. And you know, sometimes the mental of just coming off from a heavy loss early on can quickly fade throughout the day. And Aspire, they're back on their feet, up 11-4, and now they already have a C site up for grabs, easy peasy. Now the Guppies' resolve is certainly gonna have to be tested with that 5-on-5 post plant for series point.
Enemy down.
A 1-for-1 once more. Chiquita on the flank. Vroom is also bringing up that rear as Vicey pushes on the Sheriff. It does good damage. Fruta was there to collect, and the Guppies did it.
I don't know how, but there was a lineup that came in from the spawn side for Fruta. And the Guppies, with a stroke of luck, they get it in. I see 2 X's that are on a near straight shot together. A lineup came together for Fruta, and in probably the attempt to double swing spawn, it goes horribly wrong for Aspire. A small mistake turns into a big round.
Yes, this should do. This goes here.
For the side of the Guppies, and forcing out an eco for Aspire. You can't let that get to you if you're Aspire. A couple of these rounds have gone by. They've eaten a couple of thrifties, and they've crumbled as a result. Now, though, out middle. Only on an eco, of course, but the overdrive is out. unaffected by the concuss, but somehow can't hit Malone. Tough luck. And Vicey picks up the pieces. 2v3, Spike on the ground. Spire have to make some bold moves.
Yeah, plenty of time to do so, but I think this is a
player standing.
This is a round where you would have to convert a couple of kills here. You need to pick up a few to then really say, okay, let's go back and get that spike and figure out where we're going now. And unfortunately, in their endeavors, in their search for kills, Spire, they fall just a bit short. Tazzy hoping to be able to get some damage done with the hero rival that he's brought into this round, and he still has 50 seconds to play with, so confirmation that he's still out towards mid after finding that quick kill onto one. 3 more to be had. The cross, it's being watched. No fruit that falls off the angle. Can't actually see this here, so Tazzy gets heaps of value.
30 seconds left.
I think that's an observer thing.
That is an observer thing. That is an observer thing. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I don't. Fortunately, that is not real life. That Taz would be able to see that, or else that position would also be revealed. Up close and personal with 70 health, make it 40. As just around the corner, the paranoia comes out. There's just no time from the shadows. The backstabs here. Vicey tried to turn on it, but it just wasn't quick enough. Fortunately, Vroom was, as the clock was ticking down. Guppy secure another round.
Yeah, by the way, I've peaked Immortal 3, so I definitely know. Yeah, that's game knowledge. Game knowledge from my end. Anyhow, 11-6.
A gift.
Working. Now, the Guppies are starting to creep back. Of course, that was... The round's still interesting. He did have the from the shadows to maybe nab the spike. I was maybe thinking, okay, who knows? Some trickery could be up the sleeves here for Tazzy, but no. 11-6. You know, the Guppies win this round. Tanner. They're back in the game. Yeah. This is still weird. And look at this. They're pushing all the way down middle. So, okay, Demon gets all the space out. But look at this. Chiquita jumping up the window alongside Vroom. A deadly setup.
Yeah, and Ladder wasn't ready for somebody to be that close on the corner. And with that, Vroom took contact out towards mid. I think he was fighting Smiley. He backed away for free, and Chiquita gonna pick up right where his teammate left off. Vroom now ultimate information out towards C long. Spots nothing, but will still continue to dance around the map. Meanwhile, it's Tazzy trying to Scooby-Doo his way on up. Paranoia once more, but Vicey was ready for this one this time around and secures the kill. A body shot will do it. And Aspire, they get put in a tough spot here as Malone upgrades from Judge. The Phantom finds himself a frag with it. Demon, what do you got for us, buddy?
Not much. Wow. Okay. Now that is a certified statement, specifically from Chiquita. Guppies are looking to still take initiative. They've got some wind in their sails. This game isn't done yet. Able to push down middle. It's just something they weren't doing on Ascent on defensive side. They weren't taking space. They weren't fighting for information. They were kind of behind in all parts of that part of the game, but getting aggressive, even going for the full push, just going for frags, not even info, honestly, for Aspire. Chiquita walks away with 2.
You want to play? Let's play.
And they need more of that energy, but here it's just a group and go for Aspire. Demon leading the charge, fast lane in, but here come all the tripwires, and of course, it's always a Cypher to shut down these hard entries. Already in the mud. Is Demon, and there's a second.
Yeah, and he's got his cam, so he's just getting all of this information. Vroom knowing that it's safe to push on up. Vroom drops on down, and we go flawless on the round. Guppies, they convert yet another as a lesser buy for Aspire, so they get the weapons back in hand. But, I mean, how many more times do you do this back and forth? And ladder moves, he's grabbing himself the operator. That is a huge investment.
Maybe trying to anticipate some aggression that could come out from the defending side. It's an operator holding an angle is the ultimate molly, basically. So if you try to push out towards the A side potentially, or towards C, that could be a potential real weakness. And now aggression, this could be hugely capitalized on. And now the Hunter's Fury, do the tags land is the question. They don't. It's off the mark just barely, but the space still gained, forcing so many players back. Aspire still knocking on the door with the Rolling Thunder.
Hunter Shuri, though, on the opposite side. Vicey trying to slow it down, but you just can't slow down. The Neon Demon pushes through for 2. Smiley collects the 1 frag back that Fruta was able to get for himself. And Aspire back to their winning ways. Maybe might have spoken too soon. Nope, ladder moves, able to get some value with that operator. And the quick hit out towards the C site seems to bear fruit. Here for Aspire's Vroom. Spots the first, takes him down, walks away unscathed from that 1v1, but he's got himself a 1v3 as he swings the angle on the sights. Just doesn't clear logs in time, and it's Smiley instead to secure the kill, to secure the round. And now Aspire 1 away. They're done messing around. They're done giving things up for free. They want to group and go themselves, and it's map and series point.
And now, well, for Guppies, you still got the econ, you still get a buy-in. They try to get aggressive again. They try to get initiative, but that's the risk of going aggressive, is you're countered out by the group and go. It's a little bit of rock, paper, scissors action out there. And towards C-Long, they get the worst end of it. They don't pull off their aggression. They're squeezed back in. And now trying to fight out for middle is Malone. But they're going to turn it back to B. There is a crossfire setup waiting for this B play.
Chiquita's got an op as well, holding this angle. Sends the first shot out, so now they know it's here. Maybe Chiquita just trying to deter a push this way as the drone gets nothing. Thanks to the paranoia, the op will take that one down as well. But 2 players should be noted on that site. The Omen and whoever may have that op in hand. Yeah. But they're quick out towards A. Again, they've got the trap wires here, but there's nobody to capitalize, nobody in position to actually convert kills should somebody get trapped up. But Fruta in a tough spot as Room will find the first. It's Aries to die out towards mid. Fruta plants his feet and battles his way out. Tazzy falls asleep at the wheel. And Chiquita will finally secure one with the operator. The Guppies, in near flawless fashion, refuse to give up.
The Cypher setup, again, is just too strong. I mean, it takes too much time to get on the site, and by that time, there's 3-4 players already coming in rotation there for the Guppies. Aspire trying to get back to the group and go away. They think that's the formula for success. But when you're too slow on the group and go, you just get collapsed on. The Guppies still holding on. Believe it or not, this was a 10-2 half, and now they just need 3 more. Starting off, Overdrive, Demon, Garage, going fast.
Expecting somebody in the corner, fault line toss, relay bolt there as well, but Vicey bails him out. Malone will finally go down, but again, a costly trade, a 2-for-1, and then some. Onto Aries, who sits 29 HP with a Guardian in hand. A 4v2, and Guppies in the driver's seat again.
Again, Aspire getting ahead of themselves now. They think the group and go strategy is the way to go. But now Guppies playing more passively. It's either one or the other. And now the Guppies are putting up immaculate holds. Right now, the pace is getting ahead of them for Aspire. They felt the feeling that we can just run them down. We can take these fights. We can win them all. Right here. But now only 2 for OT for the Guppies. And for Aspire, this could easily just be their last gun round. Who knows?
This goes here.
This could be their last real opportunity to close out this series, or the Guppies are still fighting in it.
Right there.
They need to just kind of take a step back, take a deep breath, and pull this going out in fashion. But again, they're taking fast, ridiculous aggression, but they'll be able to work themselves into Garage again. Demon's just gonna go in. Maybe the pace can still work out. Demon's already in the C site.
Demon is in. Vicey is out. Smiley to capitalize on that frag over the Sova. Oh man, so many players playing inside. The dark cover, and Vroom's gonna be taken down. Smiley on the way out will eventually fall. Malone picks up 2 from Mill 1 to Mill 2. Make it Mill 3. As the last one standing with the spike planted is Aries. In a 1v3, make it a 1v2. The cage goes down, and so does Aries. Guppies hang on, and they push us to the last round of regulation here in map 3.
Again, they're getting ahead of themselves. Again, they want to take up the pace, but the thing is, when you're going in just so deep into the backlines there for Demon, you can't be traded. You need the kill to latch on. And they did get the entry. Don't get me wrong. They got the entry. They got the spike down. But they got too ahead of themselves. Aspire waiting. They're ready. There's just so many players waiting in spawn. Their rotations were fast. And Aspire pushing aggressively forward. And Malone from the bottom of the scoreboard starting to reach up closer and closer to the top. A double kill saved them in that round.
Blinded.
And now again is going to be the recipient of more and more garage aggression. And Aspire again going for a C split. This time, and the rotations are already beginning to start. They need to get their running shoes on or there's going to be 4 players waiting for them in overtime will loom.
I mean, look at this. Hunter Shuri used. It's Aries to pick up one.
Oh my gosh!
Two, make it 3. Aries cuts them all down. With the Hunter's Fury turned True Shot Barrage and Mill 1. Not good for any. As Tazzy sits him down, Chiquita has to win the 1v5. He'll pick up the first. He'll heal up off of it. The Devour's there, but a shock dart at his feet rips the health away. And look at the cross. There's just so much. He's triangulated and taken down. Aries, the god of war for Aspire, pushes them to day 2. What a way to close out that map, Vi.
I mean, you never see that. You have never seen that. From the side of Aries, 3 kills, 1 Hunter's Fury. I haven't seen that many kills since, you know, some beta, Reddit clips from the beta or something like that. Incredible from Aries. And that's the way you save it. That's the way you save it. The rotations are all going to be there. You're under the threat of being collapsed, but there's no retake if there's no players. Unbelievable from Aries.
Yeah, it's insane the way that plays out. And going into that round, right, that's just one of those situations where as a spectator or even as a team, right, it has to work eventually, right? They're not going to expect this to happen over and over and over again. They just stopped us 2-3 times hitting C. So Aspire just keep going back to it. And in that scramble of, hey, they're hitting C again, everybody clumps up just a bit too much, which I guess looking back, maybe you can get a read on that, because every time Aspire were taking that C site, how many people were inside the dark cover in coming from the defender side at spawn, right? 2, 3, 4 people usually getting revealed there, and then Aspire would eventually lose the round. So this time, they had the tools for it, and damn did they make that one good. A very close series. What the last 2 maps there, 13-10, 13-11, you could not ask for more.
Yeah, Aspire are through to the playoffs. Congrats to them. Lucky them. They can survive. But you can also be lucky yourself by getting yourself a pack of Mike and Ike original fruits or mega mix. Those fruity, chewy, delicious flavors always keeping us powered up here on all the Nerd Street champs and all the Nerd Street events here. So you've heard it 100 times. Get yourself a pack of Mike and Ike as we are about to toss it over to a break. So the perfect time to nab yourself some. So on that note, well, we're heading off to the next group here, but we've gotten bangers so far, Tanner. Let's get this one on the road.
Alexander Swords-Kevich. I'm coaching team 1337. I decided to come out to the Fullerton LAN. Mainly wanted to come to California to meet up with some friends and meet some Valorant people because I'm a little bit newer to the scene. But overall, I got the opportunity to coach some very experienced and very great Valorant players. And you know, so far I've been enjoying my time here and we've been kicking ass in this tournament.
Elite have the null command. That's the most important part about this. Fireball getting aggressive, finds the first, finds the second, finds a third as well. All 3 headshots. Acid finds the head, needs to find more, will not. Fireball onto a 4K. Newton on the far side will be dropped. Fireball, all 5 kills, all 5 headshots, an ace for the chamber, and a round win for Elite as they all go on to double digits.
It's my first time playing at this Valorant LAN. It's my first Valorant LAN, but I think this LAN carries on a lot of what other LANs do, and it's just accepting to everyone. It's a really good place to meet people, meet your teammates, meet your friends, and make connections. And I think in general, it's just a really good way to understand what the community is like and feel more accepted.
I feel like in this tournament is a way that everyone can kind of come in and get that experience. I think it's really important that a lot of tournaments come open, especially third-party tournaments, because players gain that experience, they get that LAN kind of experience, which is really important at the higher levels, but also they get that sense of camaraderie and community in that point, right? I came from a game where there was no LANs like this, and it's fantastic to be able to see so many people in the community come together and play.
Welcome back to the Nerd Street LAN out in North Brunswick. One of many LANs that we've had thus far and one of many to come pushing on forward as we saw earlier on the day. Now, speaking of earlier on the day, we had a couple of good series, but we have to say goodbye to Group C where we saw Aspire and Ha qualify for day 2. Now we jump on in to see what's going on with Group B. They've been playing their way on through. Group A has already played, and we're going to be jumping into what is going to be the lower decider. My name again, Tanner Metro, just in case you guys may have forgot or you're just joining us and you don't quite know who we are on the desk, and I'm joined, as always, by Fi or Fi Casts. You guys can, see what we got going on in way of, maybe Twitter or something of the like. I know that you guys have been in emote-only mode for most of the day, so if you want to, if you want to shout at us anything, you can just do it on Twitter. It's all down below. But more importantly,
we need impressions.
We need impressions. That's actually what I was saying next. More importantly, impressions. It's very important that we get those as we can, I guess, take a peek at what we've got going on now that we're in Group B. It's been a long day for everybody, and they're getting started a little bit later. Unfortunately, for the two teams that we've got in front of us, they're getting started here on the broadcast in that lower, not decider, just lower round 1. So this is elimination in a best of 1.
Actually, no, this is the upper, sorry.
Oh, this is upper?
Yeah. Get trolled.
I got trolled, man.
You got big time trolled. And we will be covering the we'll cover the decider afterwards. So once this game is going on simultaneously with the lower decider. So yeah, good luck versus Pasta Fazul. Legendary pasta. I wonder if our producers decided to actually give us the picture, because that was a lovely looking pasta that they gave it, a picture of pasta that they wanted to put as a logo. I will be disappointed, but I will give them a shout out and say I vouched for that logo to be used. And on the other side, we have good luck. A couple of players who, first of all, for Pasta Fazul, their lineup is consisting of very solid players within the tier 2 space. I think Rano has made some inroads, certainly Aggro and Hijinks, some very familiar names, and Sujai has been competing at a lot of these names, and JGM, a newer face. And for the side of good luck, it's more or less Fractured's kind of LAN squad. He's played under this banner for quite a while, for a couple of LANs around the East Coast area, and he's joined by a pretty solid, at least, backing of players. I think we're gonna get a good matchup out of this one, Tanner.
Yeah, the difficult thing as we take a peek at our map Veto's is that it is it's a best of 1. So
it's a best of 1.
It could go either way, but I think what we do know from best of 1s is they usually land on Ascent, and that's exactly where we found ourselves here. The only map that we've seen 2 times today, and well, now we get it a 3rd time. So the way that the bracket was laid out, because some groups had more teams than others, we've kind of worked our way through a couple of best of 1s, or Group C having, I believe, the majority of the best of 3s. And now we're back in a best of 1 starting Group B, moving forward to eventually be in a best of 3 for one of the deciders. So we'll see somebody move on through, and as Fi noted, that this is the start of our Group B bracket. Nobody's on the chopping block just yet.
It's actually for qualification, believe it or not. So we're already a bit deeper into this. So yeah, while that BO3 was extending for long periods of time, Group C, Group C 1 second. I still can't get my mind over that. But this is technically Group B started during this BO3. So this is our winners matchup that we have on our screen. And so Pasta Fazul, and yes, they are using the logo that I so vouch for. Isn't that some beautiful looking Pasta Fazul?
I'm not familiar with. I mean, it looks good.
I think that's Pasta Fazul. If it's not Pasta Fazul, what is that?
It's pasta something, that's for sure. I see the noodles in it. I see what looks like roasted tomatoes. I'm not much of a cooked tomato guy, but maybe in a victory here for qualification from Pasta Fazul, I could turn a new leaf.
It is snowing in parts of the United States. I enjoy a hot bowl of Pasta Fazul. That's for sure. I'd be down for that, and they're down for almost mirror matchups and mirror fade pickups for both of these teams. So we're getting Ascent fade. I think we were kind of missing some of it today. We were hoping to get it out of Aspire. But, both of these teams willing to break this one out, unabashedly. And here we are, Pasta Fazul starting on the defensive side, and good luck starting on the attack. I am interested to see, because sometimes the Fade lacks impact. I've seen the Fade lack impact in a lot of games, but like in VCT play, I think the Fade has looked fantastic. Great impact from the Agent. So let's see how Social can break it out. It's a great exit utility. Haunt primed and ready to go. That one going in towards the stairs, and we're getting a fast B play out of this. They have the chamber TP though, so just hoping for the one and done here from Hijinks.
And he's got himself the shorty, so the close angle, should go his way. Does get spotted. He's able to find his one teleport to safety unscathed here in the pistol round, but the site's been conceded. The paint shells won't quite find the damage Pasta Fazul were hoping for. And now for good luck, they get to hold down this site. They've got a decent setup here. A few players noted that's the players on the site, but are they ready, for the players inside main? Close on the stairs, comes Fractured. It's Social to fall. Chavez and Troll able to trade things out, and these are the players inside main. Now they're fighting their way forward, but they've been marked. Chavez, some way, somehow, will find another. It's low HP, it's paint shells, and good luck have done it.
Perfect from good luck. Getting the paint shells again for Chavez, able to recharge that and have it for the post plant. I was gonna, applaud Pasta Fazul. Like a very nice retake setup where you just have the one, and then you have all your retake utility. Even a boom bot invested. You also had the fragment from Rano's KO. They have plenty of setup. They had a great idea to play, okay, we're gonna play retake B and put all of our emphasis to A. And it almost worked until Chavez and Troll come up. The paint shells come up clutch, and Troll rolls through with one on towards stairs. Good luck kicking things off very nicely. For right now on the eco, just playing things very safe. Not going for, a straight group and go into a 5-man B stack. That would be not a very progress way to kick off this, this best of one. And so, well, they're just going to roll on through. Simple as that. In towards this A site. Door's going to slam shut. They're going to get the spike down, and well, Tanner, I'm going to let you enjoy the proceedings. That's about to be a 5-on-5 anti-eco post play.
Yeah, somebody's getting tossed into the grinder. Somebody's going to be working up towards that ultimate. Chavez obviously would be happy to do so, 4 pips away from the showstopper. Instead, it's Social to collect a couple of kills for himself. Hijinks will eventually trade that out and take him down. A Spectre to be had, a nice stink. Vector instead find that kill in response, and Sujai, Hijinks in a tough spot. It's the Guardian in the hands of Troll. A couple of body shots will do it. Hector gonna deliver that same fate out towards Hijinks, and it was scrambled. It was a little all over the place. Chavez unfortunately didn't get his piece of the pie, so he's gonna be waiting to get that ult on the line here soon. Oh, and look at this reinvestment. Social died, and he wants to bring a Phantom into it, so this bonus, it's a little bit stronger.
Yeah, it's quite a bit stronger. We'll see if Social. Sometimes that gun can also be juggled around. That is also a realistic possibility. Actually, was selling it back and forth, so was considering picking up the Spectre just for maybe extra utility, or maybe Social's fully purchased up. Either way, it's still a bonus with a bit of bite here for Pasta Fazul. Kind of split up across the map, making sure that these extremities are all fine on this attack side. And Hijinks, does he want to have anything to do with the dark cover? It seems that he doesn't. And so able to at least work the control on one part of the map, but Pasta Fazul contesting another.
Marked 1. Take hold.
Goodbye.
The Haunt got the mark. Hijinks gonna find his mark to the head of Chavez to start things out. I mean, Hijinks has been good in the pistol round in that anti-eco. Now coming into this one, bolstering up a strong defense, tries to do it again, but Hector just a bit too slippery, was able to sneak away. We'll see how much is revealed here. Okay, 2 players revealed, and Hijinks just can't get out of dodge. Try to plant his feet and fight because he had to, as JGM takes down his counterparty, backs away from the fragment, just a chip of damage. And he's still got the util to his name. He has the Haunt. He has the Cease. The spike will be planted. And yeah, Troll's position revealed. Let's see how much more he can get with it, how much time at the very least he can buy. Okay, the Guardian through the wall, aggro falls, and the numbers start to dwindle. Now the defense in Pasta Fazul, they want to try to push on in. It's Hector looking to delay, looking to deny, and although the kill escapes him, it's Fractured to scoop one up on Terreno, make it 2 as Sujai falls, and JGM left to pick up the pieces. He's unable to do so. The bonus round goes the way of Good Luck.
Good luck with, well, the bonus. Not trying to make any sort of statement there, just saying good luck got the bonus. But, well, that's again, I always talk about how bonuses are such a huge momentum-changing factor, because you're going to get a 4-0 start.
Yeah.
Which is pretty nuts advantage. Like, you don't really need to win any gun rounds after that. I mean, an 8-4, you already have, like, some workable territory. You know, if you want to lose 8 rounds in a row. I'm not sure how much they'd like to lose 8 rounds in a row. I personally wouldn't. But, okay. Operation Don't Get Thriftied is now a go. Let's see how successful it is. As we're about to be walking into an empty B site. It's looking, the outlook is pretty successful right here, Tanner.
Now, we already heard, I believe, 2. Look at that.
Dude, what the heck?
All the util. All the util. And Social just pushes on through.
I don't think Hijinks even realized what was going on there. He was still swinging his sword at the wall, and, well, they were already a bit far into market there. Damage dealt, but no kills. A flawless for Good Luck. That's a fantastic way to clean up your opponent's eco. Money absolutely through the roof, and you're up 4-0. Life's good if you're Good Luck. So, Positive Azul, let's see what's in the kitchen. Timeout being rolled on out for their first gun round.
Timeout here. They have had a difficult time dealing with, I feel, just kind of the util spam. I've really been enjoying, I think my first look at it, the Raze on Ascent was TSM, where they weren't playing this exact comp. It was before Fade had made its way into the gameplay. But the Raze, you can still be as explosive as the Jet. It's not necessarily as safe because you don't have a Cloudburst to dash into and, you know, have a small diameter to work with the concealment, but you can still get it done on the site. You can still get yourself on in, and you bring in a couple extra tools to help clear out a lot of the positions and a lot of the nooks and crannies, especially that we find here on Ascent, right? Wine, boathouse, logs, the corner inside B main, pizza. You can toss out that boom bot, you can toss out the paint shells, get so much value, and then still be a very strong entry for your team. And we're seeing this util dump, whether it be into market or defender-sided spawn. And Positive Azul, they don't even know what to do with it. Like you said in the round previous, like, I don't even know if they know what's going on. There's smokes and there's mollies at everyone's feet.
Yeah, I mean, you know, I'm blessed that we're gone with the Jet meta, because Raze is 1 gigillion times more valuable than a Jet, in my humble opinion. I like to see how teams use this Raze, and how about the Nightfall? Love to see this combined with everything. Oh, Chavez runs into a paint shells early on, trying to fire off. Everyone can't hear a darn thing, but now Sujai spotted out from the haunt, trying to change elevation. He's done that, but still gets ragged out upon. Positive Azul locked out as the lockdown goes in. You're just gonna have to wait this one out. Get far away from the site. Time gets burned off the clock. Things are not pretty for a potential retake for Positive Azul, but they're good players, and they make a good round out of this.
Backstab available. It's Hijinks. Secure that one on to Social. All 3 revealed to be up inside heaven, and Troll's been out towards mid this entire time. He's slowly working his way on the flank, but he's got to move a whole lot quicker. Paranoia goes through. We get the Nightmare on the opposite side, so the decay down to 1. The ears, they've been cut off, but Troll will finally do it. He digs himself to the backside. The Miner pops up and collects 3 on the round.
There we go. From the backlines. You brought it. Look, we were saving this metaphor for the Clash Royale metaphors for when we're playing. But you know what? We'll let it. I'll let it pass. The Troll, a goblin in the back lines. 5 zip for Good Luck, and that was kind of a half bonus. But now Good Luck, their money is through the roof, and there are no exceptions, no qualms to these rounds. There's no specters, no nothing. And in fact, the ult economy is still good for Good Luck. They're just going to try and throw everything at this one. Hector seems to have lost connection to his mouse. Or everything. But you know what? It might not even matter. Players can have their keyboards unplugged, mouse disconnect. Good Luck don't care. 6-0.
I think that was an observer bug, because I think the KO was down, but wasn't down, so he was just stopped in place.
He was standing up.
Because I thought I heard the resurrection sound.
Yeah, you're right.
They were trying to get Hector back in the fight. So.
Wait, but he was also standing up to his opponents. Like, his opponents were shooting at him.
Yeah, things get
Ladies
weird.
and gentlemen, I think we just bore witness to a bug.
Here.
Like, not just an observer bug, but a player bug, too. Because he was standing up. I mean, it's cooler to think that his entire mouse and keyboard disconnected, but I don't know. Which one is cooler? We may never know. I couldn't tell you. But that was the eco running in for Pasta Fazool. Now we got the gun round up and running. But they're down 6-0. Now, in my opinion, this is a very competitive game. Like, caliber of players on each side of... Oh, barrel spotted. Sujai. This is a free one.
Silence. Cover going out.
See ya. And he's out of there. Pasta Fazool finally with an opener to work with. And that's why you have to stare into the wall when you're in that corner. Your barrel does get spotted.
Yeah, that stings. I think they were hoping to get a bit more out of that turret that was peeking into B main. I'm also wondering how much that matters. I feel Social has been first death for this Good Luck squad in a lot of the rounds. Now, usually that's happening when the site hit is happening, so there's a bit more scramble. It's not as reset in this 5v4 for Pasta Fazool. We'll see how much that fade going down
30 seconds left.
really matters for the squad. 0 point out. Oh, here comes a paranoia dink onto Sujai, and he's eventually...
Huge.
It's Fractured to collect the way that they're working hand in hand, and Fractured has been so huge here for this squad as the flashes are in. Chavez is down. Now it's Hector to try and duel his counterpart, and look at that. Troll is a little bit slower than the rest of the squad, and just like that, he's still deathless.
Dude, he knocks them down. How many kills does he have on people who aren't looking at him? He swings and lines up a double kill of the people who are running out spawn. 13-0.
He's a troll, man. I don't know, like, literally just waiting in the cave and comes out at the right time, every time.
Yeah, it's El Raton. I don't know. There's a lot of names this guy could be given, but I think troll is the best way to refer to him. Every time. Catching players looking the wrong way, picking timings perfectly. 13-0.
Where are you?
Now, I'm just talking about troll scoreline here, all right, Tanner? We've already had this issue before.
Yes. Well, I think now that you brought light to what you just said, you ruined it. You know
Tanner.
what you did, Five. You know what you did. And I wasn't even thinking about it until right now. It's like the pink elephant thing. If you say don't think about a pink elephant, now everybody's thinking about a pink elephant.
Oh, my. Look, Tanner, you got to give me some leeway here. It's happened before. I thought we proved the caster's curse wrong the last time I casted a 13-0. But now, I refuse to believe in the caster's curse. I'm full of belief that we can get 6 more rounds straight from Good Luck, and this is a great start to it. They're already in the B site, and, well... Oh, the haunt spots out the entire team. Tough luck for Hijinks, and Rano gonna try his luck through the smoke. Runs right into Hector, and, well, they don't even need Troll towards... Troll is literally just saving in these rounds, man.
He is. Troll is just playing KDA, man.
You gotta get... He's still 14-0. He's still got a kill.
That is just... It's not right. It's what Troll is doing is not right. He is... We talked about farming impressions, and that's what this game is to him. He's trying to go deathless in an official to farm impressions. And I don't know how I feel about it. It's working. I don't know how I feel about it.
You think if they ever start losing a round that he's just going to be able to just run like from the shadows to spawn. And he's like, yeah, you guys won this round.
Exactly.
He's going to use them from the shadows to stay deathless. This is a good readjustment here from Pasta Fazool. Aggression up to middle. And Hector has to concede it. But in the meantime, if Good Luck just hit the B site, they're only going to have to face off against the KO. But the flanks... Oh, Troll. Come on. Hey, it still lets his teammate down, but... This might be able to still work out nicely. Aggro, though, mid-aggression, still can pay off. The lockdown in, though, forces the rest of the site players to play passive, and will have to hand over control. So Good Luck still with very much a chance. And Troll still actually playing for the flank right now onto Aggro, but he's watching for it. 2v3 as Hijinks still waiting inside the smoke for Social.
social. Oh no, not like this. Aggro with a huge round, and the first round that Troll dies is the first round that Good Luck give up. And that is unfortunate. You go back, that's a hindsight round. If Troll sticks that ult back boathouse and he doesn't go back into the spawn, he doesn't get caught out on the flank there by Aggro. He doesn't die. And I don't know if the round plays out any differently, because that showstopper obviously was still a problem that they had to work through. But a hindsight round to look at. Still a perfect KDA, just not the infinite KDA.
What a downfall. From infinity down to 15.
Yeah, that's true.
Unbelievable. Troll, he needs to get back on his feet. He needs to get his act together. 8-1. Troll. I mean, look, his KDA just went infinitely down. Can you believe it? That is tragic. Now looking at the turn this 1 to 2 an A split. This could still look good for Good Luck.
Yeah, Haunt out over the top. It was answered almost immediately. Now Good Luck open things up with an early kill. The fragment is Reno backing away. Now wants some more. Look at Aggro. 5 kills in the last 2 rounds. Reno here to secure yet another, and Troll now to pick up the pieces. A second death maybe on the horizon. Still healthy, still untouched for now. That spike on the wrong side of this A site, and Aggro will sit him down once more, starting to get the better of the Omen. And Pasta Fazul, 8-4, it's still on the horizon.
We'll just call those kills from Rano disgusting. Full blind, fully spamming, mouse 1. You know, if you're gonna get kills in Valorant, the best way you can do it is by holding down mouse 1. You're gonna need to do it one way or the other. If you don't hold down mouse 1, you aren't getting any kills. And Rano, completely abiding by my advice, he goes ahead and holds down mouse 1. Gets the kill. I just said mouse 1 a lot. Either way, good second round there from Pasta Fazul. You know, all jokes aside, as they do actually have the setup in place. It's a bit of a shame that the Nightfall didn't actually hit up Rano inside of the garden area, because those trails would show and they would be aware of some sort of smoke play. But also just the kills that Rano does get is a bit filthy. And, well, you can't really rely on that all the time, but either way, still, the rest of Pasta Fazul certainly held their own. And so a timeout being called in from Good Luck, I like it at this stage of the game, all things considered. I like when teams call timeouts when a comeback is starting to brew, just making sure that all the players are in line, that you don't lose the momentum. And, you know, some people let off the gas when you're up this far, but it's also good just to maybe close this out and crush your opposition. Get yourself into day number 2, no problem. You're for Good Luck. That is what they're hunting for. They can get it turned up very nicely for them, as they just toss in a straight B hit. No command and everything online. And that's a good way to toss in your ultimate, but still Sujai picks up the 2-piece. And this execute stopped in its tracks.
Yeah, cool way to pick up the ultimate, or use the ultimate rather, but what do they get with it? Absolutely nothing. Instead, they're punished. And Troll, no, Chavez found his way onto the site. Rano goes down. And we've got ourselves a winnable situation, but it all comes down to Troll once more. Smoke to work with. An Opera on the corner, spike in hand. It's Hijinks.
Oh, look at this.
Holds the angle, and Troll is slowly going to creep his way on forward. I don't know if the Chamber's going to be ready here on this angle. No, he's not. Hijinks doesn't quite fall. And now JGM. No, he's not going to try and backstab here. The jumper on the corner with the classic. The haunt goes out, and finally the backstab comes through. It's a second later than I expected, but it works nonetheless. And Pasta Fazul find another.
You know, there was a really cool play that was available for Troll, if he really wanted to be Troll. And that is the flex ninja behind Hijinks.
Oh, yeah.
There was an opportunity, because I think he absolutely knew that there was an operator holding the angle in towards B main, and that he hit a timing. There was certainly an opportunity, but Pasta Fazul still getting past Troll. 18-3 is still a scoreline to take home for this half, that's for sure. Right now, just looking to turn this one into a straight A play. Another group and go, but 3 players waiting. No! A collateral from Hijinks instead. 8-4 half, I'll say, is geared up.
I can't believe that aggro should be dead. I thought aggro was going to get one on the way out. Fortunately, Hijinks is there to bail him out. The collateral as they get a little too aggressive, trying to swing and find the kill onto the Rays, who now sits 3 HP, but is 1 body shot away from finding another. Social on the jump. JGM quicker on it as aggro falls. JGM now going to back away. The Prowlers to try and slow things down. Another one used, but look at the util. It's completely gone for JGM. He needs to hop away, and it's a rifle in the hands of Hijinks to find his 3rd. He wants a 4th. He won't get it. It's fractured to fight his way forward. A lockdown to push away the defenders. But they're still on the site, and this is right where he wants to go as he looks to set his eyes elsewhere. He's going to have to win the fight over Rano. And I don't think he even knows where he is. He's going to be running through the spawn. I thought shots through the wall, but nothing comes through, and fractured has a moment of respite. He's full util.
Yeah, I mean, he's full util with 22 HP here, Tanner. And getting, getting aggressive. Yeah, I mean, you might just try to hope and pray, play a headshot angle. There aren't many on the B side, all things considered. So, well, Defuse is going to roll right on out for Pasta Fazul. They got themselves 4 rounds straight. Good luck. I mean, you know, maybe they should have protected the president of Troll a little bit more. Keep him at 0 deaths. Get to 12-0, and then you're good to go. But still with a heavy lead here for Good Luck. 8-4, and 5 rounds off from qualifying to day number 2, no sweat. And it would be Pasta Fazul sent down to a decider match in a BO3. Things get a lot more difficult down there. Things get a lot more twisty and turning, at least. You saw what Aspire had to grind through earlier on in a previous group. Pasta Fazul don't want to go down to that level. So good luck. Put this one to rest, or Pasta Fazul to start the comeback. A pistol round. That's where it begins.
And it's an aggression out towards mid, but a 0 point that reveals nothing. And Hector might be in a world of hurt here in just a second. Jumping around the corner, he gets his one. Hijinks there to trade the paint shells to split everybody up in the backstab. Out through mid, it's Social. Not only find that kill, but to find the spike for the squad. This attacking team of Pasta Fazul, they need to fight forward, and they've done so. But now they have to fight back to try and grab that spike, because JGM will take down the turret. Oh, the nano swarms, they're not quite good enough. The Venn diagram just escaped some extra damage. But the spike is at their feet here for Good Luck.
Ooh, and Troll top timing for top middle could be horrible, but Troll doesn't matter. The timing, the coordination not quite there. And Troll with 2. JGM, they know where he is. Oh, but there's a spike.
They do push out because they know that they can't quite see it. The reload. JGM survives for now. Fractured swings around, and Fractured gets it done. It got wonky, but eventually it gets closed out. It's Good Luck for the pistol.
That was a pistol round. Nothing odd happened there. Everyone still had ammo in their guns. I'm spreading this information on broadcast. I'm so sorry. Just so many reloads going in between. Getting absolutely crazy as the players running out of bullets left, right, and center. And then Fractured able to reload in time. Takes the fair fight. And gets it done. A little bit of wet noodle fight in the middle, but that works just fine. For the side of Good Luck. Now a pistol round, 9-4. Full eco for Pasta Fazul. Say it again, Operation Don't Get Ecoed is a go. It might start off well here with Social.
Spike down mid.
Oh, bang.
It does start off well with Hector, then Social, then Hector again, and Hector some more, and Social some more. Okay, so only 2 players getting some of the pie here for the flawless round. But the best way to win your eco, more importantly, double digits for Good Luck. And we'll see what Pasta Fazul have for us here. Their first buy round on their attacking side.
Yeah, ult economy isn't that great, though, for Positive Azul. They're not going to have any, you know, orb contests very early on. All things considered. And for the side of Good Luck, that actually becomes a reality with Ector getting quite close to a potential null command. He's not going to fight for the orb just yet. Standard defaults out for Positive Azul. They're going to try and at least take towards mid control. Right now, for the side of Good Luck, they kind of have to concede, at least. Not really playing for A main at all is Good Luck, and it's going to pay off. No one kind of being left up for grabs by both sides, so kind of trying to contain middle. Playing to contain right now for Good Luck, especially in a market as two players, aggro might be challenged.
The Prowler gets some information. Paint shells. Okay, Fracture just gonna dance around it. He's never gonna show himself. So are they expecting two players here? Flashes out, but aggro unaffected and Fractured. He's down to 1 HP. The blast pack should be enough, and that's the case. Is the bungee gum used, but not needed. And Positive Azul, I mean, they cut down on the clock, sure, but they're finally starting to see the results they needed.
Yeah, they're just gonna turn and burn back to the B site. No issues here. No KJ left. Utility. No nothing. No players even. Chavez tries, but Spectre fails. 3v5. And you're going to kind of see your end of round proceedings. And now things actually get interesting. Because the ult economy for Positive Azul is going to be far better than Good Luck. We'll see if any other frags come through. Because Positive Azul might have an ultimate online compared to the Good Luck squad. That could be quite a tipping point in a future round. We'll see the ult economy at the end of this, but right now Troll just playing for exits, hoping to maybe steal a gun. I don't think you're stealing a gun in front of 3 people. This would be broad daylight. Gets his 1. Gets 2. Steals the gun. Somehow. Gets 3. Okay.
I mean, that's without winning the bonus round. I think that's really as good as it gets. You force a reinvestment of 3 players, and you get to full buy into the next round at the end of the day, so it didn't really matter.
Yeah, damage, good. In fact, it forces out some half armors even from Positive Azul. And, well, I mean, if you want to call it a viable ultimate, Troll has his From the Shadows ready and raring to go now. Congratulations. Over the side of Positive Azul, plenty of value to be had. I believe it is the Raise of Aggro that is 1 ult point away from the showstopper. It's just going to pressure on the middle. This would be the start of the comeback here. Win this round and you're back into things for Positive Azul. Walking into a double setup into tree wouldn't be the optimal way to go here for aggro. So still floating. And now as they take mid control, they're just going to go ahead and slowly reconvene back to A. Hoping to find a potential isolated duel. Or an alleyway into the A site. There's no trap set up here. It's just a man towards wine. Ector has both flash drives ready to go, but now suppressed. This is going to be tough for Ector.
Ector was revealed. I don't think Chavez was. So Chavez tries to push forward to try and help him out. The showstopper goes down at his feet. And it's a 1-for-2 trade thus far as Troll gonna join the squad here out towards the A side. Whoa. Social gonna silence aggro. Meanwhile, the rest of the attack, they're beating feet on out of there.
30 seconds left.
And they're gonna bounce to B. The thing is, though, for Social, is he's pushed so aggressively into A main that from the shadows, maybe it is a useful ultimate because he'll be able to teleport in towards the B boathouse so early on. Smoke even going in. There's 2 players here ready and waiting.
Troll just has to deny. Troll just has to deny. That's all he has to do. The spike just needs to not get planted here because Social's across the map. He just needs to deny, and he doesn't do that. But a 1v1 on the site, and who better than Troll? 30 HP is plenty for the clutch on the site. The 1v2 he took for himself, and the 11 that he'll grab for Good Luck.
And it's the huge information that Social pushed out through A main, saw nothing, and that triggers the fact he'll take that from the shadows in towards the back of Boathouse. And for the side of Positive Azul, they gotta ask the question, why is he so committing How is he already backside? That doesn't even enter their mind. He might think, oh, he's probably ulting at a spawn. Or maybe he's ulting for information out towards middle. That is the last thing they're expecting to see is a full commit from Troll. 11-5. Good luck. Good decision making. And Pasta Fazul on the back foot. Troll's economy still in a bit of an odd spot. You do have the tour de force. Nightfall close and ready to go. They're trying to collect that one towards the B main side, but a haunt is going to push them back. Right now, for good luck, though, it's a bit non-committal. Saving utility, potentially for an execute, except for Hector. Going for the swing. Doesn't go down. Still holds on to his life. So still fighting for pieces of the map. Our Pasta Fazul.
And Good Luck have done a good job whenever somebody's in trouble, or what might be in trouble out towards A main. Chavez has been that player to try and bail them out. It was Hector inside Wine, and then Hector again in that situation that calls Chavez over to try and push that attack back just a little bit. And it does work, but the damage has been dealt to the KO, so he needs to be careful until he pops that ultimate. Meanwhile, Troll was good in the 1v2 here on the B side all by himself, but this time, there's just too many to worry about. The Tour de Force gonna find the first. Here comes the null command, and the site's been taken. We'll see how quick Good Luck want to work their way back on into this one. And for now, the abilities will be shut off until this ult subsides.
And the biggest thing, JGM gets his Nightfall too. And so much utility conserved. But the Nightfall itself, is it gonna go both ways? Nightfall available, also a haunt though. The wall banks could be huge, but they're already in towards B main, and that was not accounted for. Fractured will get his one, but is there even gonna be the potential for a reset? I'm not sure. Mid-reload, jumping in the open, and it ain't happening for Fractured. 11-6, Pasta Fazul. I think they get dropped a little bit of a lucky one there. Troll tried to hold a big off angle, but Hijinks reads into that. Because Troll's the only player on the site, freebie.
And Fractured a little too slow for the play that was happening. Two players were, I believe it was two players inside main. At the very least, it was Hijinks. And it gets kills as players are crossing the site for Good Luck on their retake. Fractured eventually traded that one out, but you go back in time, Fractured is a couple more steps forward in that, and maybe that round goes differently, but that's neither here nor there as Sujai deep into the back lines. The A site, it is unbeknownst, well, now known by Pasta Fazul, it's opened up for free. They're trying to death ball elsewhere on the map. That's of Good Luck. And I mean, Troll, if he's invested in anything, it's going to be this Guardian, and he's already found some value with it.
Something to be had. Fractured, classic. Has to wait out for one way. AGM is just waiting out for Troll. Anything else? Any cool flicks? Anything to help out the brand presence? Not quite.
Where are you?
Social is just, enjoying some Valorant here as some time burns off the clock. So is HB. Hijinks gonna clean house. Pasta Fazul still fighting for this, but now buy back in for Good Luck. You have a lockdown prepped and ready. Anytime. I mean, there's so many ways you can use the lockdown. I've seen it where you can allow for a 4-man stack. On the B side of things, all of a sudden the playbook opens up wide for Good Luck as massive ultimate comes online. For Pasta Fazul, again, sticking more to the default side. They haven't really liked the group and goes, except when it comes to these anti-egos. No reason necessarily to go absolutely nuts on it, but for the side of Good Luck, they just run out towards top middle and pop 2 players instantly. And the paint shells to boot to force them all back. This round is sinking fast, Tanner.
Yeah, this is Good Luck waking up after the death ball strategy across the map didn't work in the round previous, and after the retake just escaped them the round before that. And I mean, early aggression in the round, pick up 2 kills, back away, and act like nothing even happened. We're playing this round out, 2 players ahead. The respect now being given after a little bit of disrespect at the start of the round. Netted them a couple of kills. Here comes the Nightfall, though, and the A site, it's about to be hit. Although you cut off the sound, it doesn't cut off the eyes. And okay, the turret somehow gets one as JGM battles back for 2 more. He needed 5, would have needed the ace, but instead it's Ector to cut him down, and it's good luck to find themselves on map and match point. A reminder, this is just the best of 1 for qualification, and good luck are 1 round away from doing so.
Yeah, that's just a very nasty way to do it as well for good luck. They have a near full stack of the site, more or less waiting in the wings. Players playing very passive on site for good luck. On the A side of things, very passive in other parts of the map, and when you're in a 3-on-5 and try to test a full site, it's difficult. Social brings out the Bucky to try and close this one out. The knife does spot too, but Social up close with the Bucky. It's the last thing you expect on a gun round. Are they gonna test it? I think it's just going to be it's going to be a standoff here. Oh no, hijinks, don't. Not like this. Oh, Social foaming at the mouth. He heard a footstep. He thinks it's his time. It might be now. Oh no, he runs away from the corner just at the worst possible moment.
Where are you?
And he ought to know where hijinks is. And he's gonna teleport away. Don't feed the Bucky.
Yeah, now that stings, right? With Social getting a little weird with the Bucky, now rotating across the map. He's not gonna have the best angles for that shotgun. Should he be headed out towards the A side? Hijinks is still lurking out towards B, so we'll have to pay attention towards that chamber. He's now cut the angle, and he's headed out towards mid. He'll be met by Troll here momentarily. Ooh, the timing almost escapes Troll. He's able to use that shrouded step to get away. And meanwhile, the lockdown, it's just buying the time. Pasta Azul, they played the default. They slowed things down, but for too long.
Oh my. Come on, the Bucky. You can't do it like this. He's part of the pack right now. He has to pull out the classic because he said, I've had enough of this gun.
That's the spike.
And that's the spike on the ground too. Fractures arrive. The rotates are here for good luck. But the time also running low. Spike grabbed up. It will be planted, and Ector can't stop it. Pasta Azul still holds on. You know, Tanner, you have to think, if that was a different gun in the hands of Social, what that round could have been. We meme the Bucky so hard here. But the biggest thing is, if Social has a different gun there, we're on a different timeline. We might already be out of here. We might already be breaking down this map. 12-8 right now for good luck. Another chance for Pasta Azul. But Chavez going in.
Oof, gets the dink, forces the rendezvous, and hijinks is out safely. But look at this. Troll cuts down 2, eventually traded, but the Spectre, it's done its damage. The spike will be planted, but the numbers favor good luck by too many as JGM now in a 1v4. Bungee Gum at his feet. He's able to walk away from that one, so won't be eating the decay. Here comes the swing from Chavez. The next one up as the ults are used, and the player is cut down. It's JGM to fall, and it's good luck. Well, we get to say good luck to them for day 2 as in thrifty fashion they find their way qualified over Pasta Azul, who will get to try again in our lower decider. I think this goes back to your point, Fi. Obviously, shout out good luck. They make their way through qualification, no problems. This game started X rounds to 0, 8-0, I think, at one point before Pasta Azul put 4 in a row together and get us 8-4 at the half. I think is how that played out. And you had mentioned where when a team is starting to get ahead, they let off the gas a little bit, and it makes you think, right, how much earlier good luck could have closed this one out. Not to say that Troll was playing for KDA, but there was 2, 3, 4 rounds that kind of snuck on through where it was good luck winning 4v5 rounds. They were just making it work without Troll, and I think that did give them that false sense of confidence.
Yeah, I think there was a little, just things started to come apart just a little bit towards the end of it. Pasta Azul, though, I mean, respect to them for their comeback effort and what they were able to put down. In some respects, I think we still have the individuals on that team are still very, very solid. I think they got a bone handed to them in a couple of rounds or they picked the right site, all things considered. Sometimes Troll went down, isolated alone on a couple of sites, kind of gave them some nice post plans. But all in all, I mean, they played decent Valorant, but I mean, when you're down 8-0 to start the game, it is very difficult to even consider the comeback into it. So, I mean, respect to the guys at Pasta Azul, but good luck are certainly looking deserving of that day 2 spot.
Yep, absolutely, that they are. And for Pasta Azul, like we said, they're not done just yet. They still get to try their hand down in the lower decider, which will be a best of 3. And I'm pretty sure we have that one coming up for you guys to close out the day to see who our final team will be joining us for day 2. But before we get there, we got to get another shout to our friends over at Mavix, and hopefully you guys in the chat at home are experiencing Mavix gaming chairs, and if not, we would encourage you to experience a Mavix gaming chair. It's the exclusive chair partner of Nerd Street Gamers and local host where a lot of these events are taking place. And all Mavix gaming chairs feature the Future 9 functions of critical ergonomics to support gamers everywhere. You guys can get yours for as little as $22.22 a month. And you can use code NSG55 to save $55 on your purchase. So please shop now at mavix.com/nerdstreetgamers. And while you're doing that, we're going to get our lower decider underway. And after this short break, we'll see who joins us, the last team for day 2.
I know you only show up for these tournaments for the ads. I recently partnered with DigitalOcean to help spread the word on their amazing software.
I think you mean their amazing web-based cloud computing services.
Okay. If you're a developer, then you know how incredibly hard it can be to get started.
Not true. DigitalOcean made their UI so simple you can start developing right away. Plus, they give you full access to their human support staff.
Easy to start, human support staff.
Don't forget, really transparent and affordable pricing.
Okay, let's keep the tournament going.
Spaceship.
A bit longer of a break to get things shored up as we've got one more series on the day and one more qualifier here on the day as we get to see who our last team will be. But before we get into all of that, a reminder, my name is still Tanner Metro. I'm still joined by Fi or Fi Casts, and we've got ourselves 3 more maps, quite possibly. And in order to get through these maps, it's been a longer day for not only the players, but for us here on the desk. And we sometimes you need a little bit of energy, and in order to do that, you could take your candy game to the next level, right? With a pack of Mike and Ike's original fruits or mega mix, whatever your fancy may be. The delicious fruity chewy flavors will help fuel your game and power you up to keep playing at your best, or casting at your best, or watching at your best, because you don't want to be falling asleep for this one. So please do power up with our friends over at Mike and Ike. Now, Fi, we look ahead. Our final decider, one team has to go home. One team gets to hang out for just a bit longer. And Pasta Fazul, it's a team that we just saw. They're going to be taking on Oblivious.
Yeah, Oblivious kind of coming off an easier win. As much as I shout out to the Shanks fan club, their dream was not quite meant to be. As Oblivious slam dunk 13-2. I think that scoreline kind of paints the picture as a whole. Oblivious are coming into this at least as some players picked out from the lower ranks of North America, but they're playing against Pasta Fazul. And I think when we look at when I cast these kind of events, we always look at player like a caliber difference. And just like on paper, Pasta Fazul just jump out to me as being players who have played closer to the top of NA. Hijinks has had his time on Cosmic Divide. Rano has had varying success across a variety of rosters in the NA sub-top. Aggro the same. And Sujai a long-time LAN veteran. I just think there is more to this Pasta Fazul team than Oblivious. But, you know, how about you make a name for yourself here by being that competitive team? So for Oblivious, they have a challenge on their plate, but who said a challenge? Well, you can't really make a name for yourself without overcoming a challenge.
Yeah, absolutely. I think we have kind of 2 looks at this as well, where we've got this Oblivious team that's coming in hot off of that dominant victory, 13-2, like you said, and a Pasta Fazul team that is coming hot off of a loss where they were starting to come back, and then unfortunately things just start to go the wrong way, the way of good luck, and now they come into this best-of-3 series with a bit more life to be able to play, because we will have at the very least 2 maps. It won't just be that best of 1, so there's a bit more in the vetoes, and we can actually take a look at those maps and those vetoes to see where we're headed for this series. It's Fracture and Breeze gone, so none of the silly maps. We get Bind to get us started. I mean, the first series of the day started us on Bind. The last series of the day also getting us started here. And then we get a new one. We say goodbye to the Ascents, goodbye to the Havens. We get Icebox for map 2, and should we need it, we'll find our way out towards Split. And again, this is it. This is backs against the wall qualification. Somebody's going forward. Somebody's going home. And as I said, Pasta Fazul, a chip on their shoulder. As we set our eyes towards Bind Fi, we've seen some weird things on the day. We've seen some teams that are running more strict comps, but also saucing in some of these new agents. we've also seen teams kind of just play whatever they want, right? With Reyna's on, certain maps and things like that. So I'm really wondering what we're going to get in Bind in way of comfortability for these two teams.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a lot more loose than what we saw out of Aspire earlier today, who have a dedicated composition to run on Bind. These may play more to the comfort. We might see more double duelists roll on out for these sides. We'll see. We'll see if Pasta Fazul have anything cooked up, because I think coming into this LAN, this is going to be a big time, at least a big time opportunity to prove yourself. So Pasta Fazul, let's see what they got. Same time for Oblivious, immediately locking in the Astra, so that's already a fun bit of tech. Some could see double controller, always a possibility, but a fade immediately locked in for JGM on Bind. This is something I haven't had the pleasure to see.
Yeah, so I was actually going to note, too, that all three, when we were just talking about the agents generally, all three of these maps do allow for some fade gameplay, and we'll get to see some here on Bind. I'm most interested in the Sentinel pickup, though, from Pasta Fazul, because Hijinks was having a really solid showing on the Chamber, and this is a map where Chamber is, played for the most part. So this flex role, instead of flexing your Sky into the mix or whatever your other initiator might be, Sage sometimes fill that role. It feels awkward that it's Hijinks on this one here, so we'll see how much value he can actually get with that. And speaking of the Chambers, Explicit is going to be rocking that one on the opposite side, starting on defense too, so it's a good place to be, especially since that operator or that tour de force, whatever he's got in his hands, can get, or have an easier time, I should say, getting value starting on the defense.
That's the best thing about the Chamber, is the defensive side that you can bring to the table. So Explicit is going to be tasked with quite a bit, having to hunt down some of NA's best in terms, individually speaking. I am also surprised with you to see Hijinks off the Chamber. Generally speaking, that's what he rolls with across lots of his gameplays. Time on Cosmic Divide was being the primary duelist / operator player, and while I have seen an operator in the hands of a Sage before, it's not common, but it happens sometimes when Steel would do it on T1. I'm not necessarily sure if that's an exception. See if that comes out in play. If that, of course, we kind of have to wait for the defender side. How about a pistol round? We're a long ways away from that. 12 rounds of packed action here. Pasta Fazul taking the attack. They're making their way up towards A short. Already through, though. Rano Bob's faded. And Boobs to get run down, too. It's an immediate sweep for this A site. As everyone goes down. They're going to turn this one into a very quick one.
Yeah, I mean, the battle ram. The ram comes through, the log goes away, and there's still players on the other side. It was quick, it was explosive, and it started with JTM using Prowlers on one side and Rano trailblazing his way through. And it was actually, I think it was Faded, who was in a tough spot because he was just pinched in between two bits of utility. He was trying to toss out the paint shells, and then that hit was just a bit too quick. Moves, obviously good for one, but it was the only one on the round that Oblivious found. And now, well, Explicit. There might be some explicit language if somebody dies to this shorty. We will see if that actually comes to fruition. For now, it's just the default. It's just respect given from Pasta Fazul.
Just gonna chill out. Let's see what the Sheriff can do. Faded. One bullet. Pistol. Walking up. All right. I'm drawing a narrative that might not actually happen here, as everyone groups up to C-Long. And there isn't. If there was a 5-man stack here, I'd give him a chance. But Tanner, get this. There isn't a 5-man stack. There is about to be 3 players here, though. And they're executing through a smoke. Things can get weird, but that's only a possibility.
Hunt does reveal one, the other spotted in way of combat. Drone out, actually, as the wall goes up. It's going to stop a push right at him, and they go through the teleporter into the showers on the A site. Well, it's open for business. The sky smokes are just a second too late. This flash, though, will confirm the information that players are on the site here of Pasta Fazul. A default plant, an explicit. Oh, baby, he's still on the hunt with the shorty.
Oh, he walks forward. Oh, no, he walks right into a classic. Those, or rather a Sheriff of Faded. And, wait, Explicit got his hands on a Vandal. Not that quickly out of his hands. Say that. The other 3 players swarming the site. This isn't looking pretty, Tanner.
No, it's not. These pistols still have a lot to get done. And Stoon, okay, the side swipe, but Reno, okay, he's able to capitalize. He's able to make sure no more damage is dealt. Damage mitigation there. And the round secured. But I say damage mitigation. I mean, this is an awkward bonus round. You have that one rifle. Do you reinvest? What's everybody else doing here?
Seems like they're going to juggle around their rifles a little bit between players. Hijinks is going to go for a straight up bonus here. Just go for a ghost half armor. Probably buying up the utility behind it. They are not going to fully invest. It's going to be a very wonky bonus round. I mean, if they can win it, all the better here for
Where are you?
Costa Fazul. It's aren't perfect. The Haunt does unabashedly get a tag out. Faded is going to have to flee the scene. And the Seekers do reveal that there are 3 players on this A site. So Costa Fazul ought to feel comfortable fighting back in towards B. Of course, when there's 3 players in A, it's really difficult to run an aggressive B setup. So here you are. Take full long control. Costa Fazul ready to pounce on a B site potentially. Handle still in hand for Sujai.
Grenade!
There's still really only 2 players here, trying to find a little bit of a lucky one, going fishing with the gravity well. Now they're going to try and turn out the heat.
Slow orbs out, barrier orb to follow. They haven't quite committed to this one. Look at this. They teleport out towards showers, and Faded is here to receive, but he's only good for 1. Meanwhile, on the site, Rano's already walked his way through. The weapon re-equips not in time for Stoon, and that could be a weapon received. But for now, Rano not going to overstep. Won't overextend. Nebulous Smoke will block Heaven. In some way, somehow, Costa Fazul put themselves in a winning position.
Yeah, Oblivious bite down so hard on the fact of that B execute. Because the smokes are down everywhere. No one can actually confirm or deny whether there are players in the site or not. Joe is just going to be able to find GGM, but I think that's going to be the end of this one. He's probably off to save. But the thing is the information denial from that execute for Costa Fazul. They toss in all the utility. It even draws out a straight teleport into B short from the A defenders. They fully bit down on the full rotate. And when Rano hears that, as Percio fighting the save, will go down at the end of it. But I want to break it down because it's super nice. And Rano hears the teleport. He just walks into A site for free. And then, well, that's basically the end of the round. They just stop the commit and say, adios, mis amigos, and they're already on the A site real quick. And that's a huge bonus round, too. We mentioned at the start of that one, Tanner, that was only, I mean, it was a Ghost and half armor purchased for Hijinks, just to kind of highlight what they were working with. A couple of Spectres. And they end the round with all Vandals.
Yeah, it's earlier in the day we had seen some teams opt into hanging on to what they had and not really hunting in when somebody's looking to save. And I think that round is a perfect situation where you're on your bonus. If you die on the hunt, you're going to buy up into the next round anyway. So why not try and strip away that weapon and leave no room for error when it comes to a hero rifle on the side of Oblivious. So good on the hunt, good on the kill. I'm not too sure if it was that kill specifically that pushed Sujai over the edge to be able to have that Cosmic Divide, but either way, that's the ult that's online here in this round for Costa Fazul. As Rano pops the pup out towards B, spots 1, and just zero control of Hookah right now. They're playing this game of, let's see what we can get on site.
Boy.
If it's nothing, we can look to teleport and Boobs. Oh, put in a tough spot. Should be wall bang through. No, he's going to just stand his ground behind the Radiant box.
Unfortunately for the side of Costa Fazul, they can't quite capitalize. Just simply, if they took the TP in from A side, these guys, Oblivious, are what I would call borderline ludicrous. All 5 players grouped up here for Costa Fazul. But even with at least somewhat of a 3 stack, it's only pistols they really have to churn through. So, execute. Beginning. 2 players here. 1 into Hookah. They're just going to lock him out. Go into Hookah jail, and Boobs is just going to go down. It's so unfair for Explicit. He doesn't even get to play the round of Valorant. As the spike gets planted, they know Faded is potentially on a flank. JGM will clear, and, well, I will say the Cosmic Divide is perhaps a little overkill. still could work out pretty nicely here for Pasta Fazool, just to secure the round.
Last player standing.
Oh, poor Stoon. Poor Stoon. He almost got bumped through the wall with one of the blast packs, but either way, it's a flawless round. It was an anti-eco. Oblivious didn't have much to work with there. The worst part about it is those kills, they swing the way of Pasta Fazool, obviously, but they go into the pocket of JGM and Hijinks, who now have a couple more ults to play with, right? So it was the Cosmic Divide in the last one just to secure the round. They get a couple more online, and in your full buy round, obviously, that's going to throw a wrench into things. Also, to that point of sending that Cosmic Divide, the way that Sujai is playing and the way that Pasta Fazool are, you know, off to a pretty hot start, I don't see why not. Get that all out there. Don't hang on to it for too long. Secure that round. Make sure nothing weird can happen. It bolsters the economy. You get the round win. And at 5-1, surely you're going to be stacking that up once more. So I like that. You know, you get that all, you send it out, you secure the round.
Yeah, keeping it flawless, too. I mean, an ult not used could easily just be an ult wasted. So, for though, an operator shot, clean as ever. Simple, mouse one and out. Still potentially going in towards this. They do have the Nightfall. It doesn't actually track any trails, however, so that just basically reveals that entire site is open for business as he walks right into Explicit, who takes the pot shot and finds the headshot onto Aggro.
Oh, and this is a situation where if you're Pasta Fazool, you're wishing that you could teleport. Everybody's here, and Explicit is cutting everyone down. The operator to work. And Oblivious, they buy up for their second time in the game, and they get their first round.
Okay. That's the way to get your first round. Aggro oversteps, doesn't realize the threat of an operator in spawn, and he gets zapped right on through it. And then he even the wallbang to continue following up. Explicit doesn't even give his opponents a chance to fire back. And that's a way to start things up. Oblivious now, maybe some momentum to work out here for Explicit. Continually going for openers. Confidence certainly there. This time around, they're just going to turn it back to B. Go back to Old Faithful. And it's just going to be a fast B play. No qualms about it. Stars go in, and Voltorb's picked up on the way in. And this is geared up to be a clean execute. It's only the Brimmy at the back of the site.
Yeah, only the Brimmy, but that might be enough. The reveal's on the opposite side as well. Here comes Hunter's Fury, and oh my god, look at that. Everybody pinged, everybody tagged. The health is in the worst possible positions that you could hope for. Resurrection used, though. The numbers back in favor of Pasta Fazool as they want to try and secure this round. The spike is planted. Time is on their side, and for the defense, they're all corralled out towards this defender-sided spawn. Sure, Explicit has this operator, and he's been good for a few in rounds previous. Herchio, okay. Stoon cutting down the wall. Aggro still waiting to get his piece of the pie, and he eventually will. Next up is Herchio, but the kill doesn't go Aggro's way. The round, however, does.
And so Pasta Fazool walk away with it. A solid post plan. Got a bit interesting, but even without utility, sometimes the post plant utility is kind of needed to hold on to the site, but I think the B site without a flank, it is very difficult to actually get those retakes going. And so kind of losing their elements, losing, you know, the ability to dart out, try and find a potential wallbang. Ran out of opportunities there for Oblivious, and Pasta Fazool back in the driver's seat. Lucky that they got their previous round pretty darn clean, so they will be able to be working with a pretty solid buy still for Oblivious, but lose this round. This might be the end of the line, but Faded, an excellent start. Getting chased down by a Prowler, but will be able to survive. Man advantage working for Oblivious. But where else do you take this? Is the biggest thing for Pasta Fazool. They're going to continually work in through the side of Hookah. Feeling antsy right now as the Rays so up close. Such a huge angle to hold on to.
Oh no, things got weird for a second. JGM eventually does get punished, but Hijinks had the heal out. Fortunately, was able to get that re-equip and trade that kill out, but it's still Pasta Fazool a player down.
Sonic kind of gliding here, playing super passive, hoping for some sort of re-aggression. In this stage of the game, Oblivious, they don't need to do anything special. But sometimes you might see a team try to push for information. Just try and get the information manually.
30 seconds left.
But now with 30 seconds left, you kind of have to hit the gas. Also, that guiding light should reveal that there's still players in the B short. That might reveal the commitment is imminent. But no one's actually fighting on the site. And Perchio still has the bow in hand. Rano sees an opportunity to push on forward. So up close, but pulls out the guiding light again and goes down. Orbital strike in, and the rotate has arrived. It is going to be a very difficult one. But Sujai with the cover. 2 kills for him and knows where Perchio is, but that's the spike on the ground.
One enemy
And that
remaining.
is going to be the round, unfortunately. Pasta Fazul can't quite toe the line. But so close there, Tanner.
So close. It came down to Perchio and Sujai. Those were the 2 players at the end where Sujai just with the kill not going the way of Rano, right? He gets caught with the util out, pushes a little too aggressive. Perchio eventually punishes. The scramble, because of the orbital strike, it opens up the site. There's no way to plant. Now you're running out of time, and Sujai had to protect the planter, and Perchio had to make sure that planter died. And, well, the planter's death is what secured the round for Oblivious, as Pasta Fazul ran out of time. And this one, although 3 rounds separate these 2 teams, we've seen a good bit of back and forth. And with weapons still in hand, I don't think that's stopping anytime soon.
With concealment. No charges.
Suspense. Building. Explicit still giving nothing on the angle. Smokes are out. Hit is here. Showstopper across the top. Oh, aggro just send it. No, aggro goes down. It's Explicit to collect. It's JGM. Now trying to pick up the pieces. That spike will get planted, but Pasta Fazul in a tough spot. Down a player. Here comes the Showstopper on the opposite side. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, Faded picks up 1, Boobs to find the next, and here we go, the defense in full effect as they attack their way onto the site. Sujai has to hang on once more, the family photo. Well, it's a little too tough, a little too hard to hold on, and Oblivious find another.
Oblivious still bringing it back. 5-3. Still working it just a little bit. So still being able to bring back in the guns for the side of Pasta Fazul, but we're looking in for Oblivious, and at least on their front, guns back in the hands right now for Oblivious, up and running. Retake is good. Sujai unable to hold on, tried to reposition from the A short side into showers, trying to catch more players off guard because consistently Rano has been the one working in towards the shower side. So trying to provide an extra bit of timing, not quite working as favored, and instead are going to bring their fight back in towards the A short side. Explicit though still playing forward on it, and Student receiving a paint shell, just going to dive behind the Cosmic Divide, but gets ran down by aggro. 4v4 onto the A site.
Yeah, Hunter's Fury across the map. It garners nothing. This Cosmic Divide doing a good job keeping this defense at bay for just a moment longer, and as it subsides, Pasta Fazul, they just push to the opposite side and collect a couple of kills for themselves. Rano able to get that spike planted, and Perchio's been a hero before. He's got a teammate lower in HP here and Faded. You see it there, 42 health for the Rays to play with as the paint shells go out and over the top. Rano trying to escape, and he'll take a little bit of damage in doing so. JGM now throws out the Haunt, and it reveals just 1. The recon bolt can reveal 1 as well, make it 2. Hijinks gets spotted around the corner, but it didn't matter. Cuts him down. A near flawless round for Pasta Fazul to get back in the win column.
Big time to at least shut down the momentum further. Economy running thin for Oblivious. 6-3 up and running right now for Pasta Fazul. It's kind of the pivot point of the game, though. Win this round for Pasta Fazul. They're on to running a dominant half. 8-4, 9-3. And if they falter here, well, it's Oblivious who are trying to garner themselves at least a tie. But Oblivious, they're actually not going to purchase up for this. I think they had the cash to do it, but instead, well, you're just going to get an eco out of this one. But Stoon doesn't matter, makes it 3! Stoon from round start just decimates!
And you know what? Dude, the ball doesn't lie. Stoon almost had the perfect timing in the round previous to mow everybody down, just to spray him down A short, and he died right off the rip. This is his comeback arc.
Seeker's even tossed in just to reveal all the positions. There's even flanks on flanks as Explicit is also pushed all the way through. But Sujai could get caught in the open. It's a shorty up close, though. Oh, but they're not going to test it. Surely the Headhunter's brought out here for Explicit. And Stoon still standing. He's still on for an ace, believe it or not. He still wants it. But shut down. Finally. Explicit activates. But is it too late?
One enemy
Is
remaining.
it too late? Perchio gonna fall. Sujai. To cut it down to 1.
30 seconds left.
An Explicit with 30 seconds on the clock. Spike in hand. Oh, the Headhunter. The shots, they don't land. And Sujai, the man who may, in a different world, in a different universe, may have died to that shorty. He survives. Finds 3 kills on the round. And secures it for Pasta Vazul.
So timeout being rolled out here for Oblivious. 7-3 at the moment. Oblivious, I mean, that was the pivot point of the game. All things considered, is the biggest thing, at least, what came out of the half buy. There was a chance. I thought they could have purchased up into that round, but even the half buy looks so good right now for Oblivious. If they can bring some of that energy to a gun round, maybe shut down Pasta Fazul just a tad bit, knock them down, maybe secure themselves a 7-5 and keep their head in the game. But right now, Oblivious handing Pasta Fazul 7th. They're going to have a buy-in for the last round. So either way, Oblivious giving themselves at least a little bit of breathing room. They're going to need to get themselves in the win column very quickly if they want to avoid a dominating defeat here, or at least a dominating half. Who knows? 9-3s. No one's ever come back from a 9-3. I'm pretty sure here, Tanner. So Pasta Fazul will find themselves in one. They're surely guaranteed the game.
True. You know, I like this. I like the spin that you put on mentioning the 9-3 curse without mentioning the 9-3 curse. Like you mentioned it, but in like meme format to where people know that you're talking about the 9-3 curse. You know?
Yeah.
I like that. I like that. I feel like the 9-3 curse, it's a little harped on. The 9-3 curse is. Some people talk about it the 9-3 curse a little too much.
So yeah, I know. Hey, look.
I'm sorry, I ruined it. I
Look,
ruined it.
You're
I spilled
fine.
water on it.
It's okay, Tanner. I thought I was being original and creative. But then
You
we got
were.
third. Okay. Let's see how original this is. This is actually a cool star. Could force away Perchio.
Recalled.
Oh, that's sick. Perchio has to back away. Thought he could stick around, but no. Instead, Faded's going down. The absolute fake out from Oblivious. And so they're gonna go ahead and back away.
30 seconds left.
Pasta Fazul.
Bring them down.
They faked out one for the opening kill. Now they're gonna turn and burn back to the A site. You have still 2 remaining, but the lurk from Sujai catches Boo with Molly in hand, and it just puts the effort on the Stoon. And he goes down as well. And your round, I don't think it's happening here, Tanner.
Planted.
8-3 looking likely as Explicit cops a guiding lights, and they isn't much longer for this round. Get a couple exits, and he can only get one. Tanner, we kind of got the, it was a coin flip between heads and tails of which way this game is going, and it looks like we're going to the uncomebackable scoreline.
We are leaning that way. We'll see what Oblivious are able to muster up Couple of light shields. Perchio's sitting on some extra credits, and I'm wondering what he's eventually going to do with that. Can afford the Spectre or the Ares. Could go light shields, Bulldog, and it is going to be the full shields. Spectre coming on through. Sujai's been having himself a pretty standout performance here on Bind. He's got that Cosmic Divide back online. So if there's ever time to use that Resurrection and that Cosmic Divide, why not the last round of the half? You can't save it for the next, and we'll see if those do eventually come to fruition or if they're needed here. Here comes the Cosmic Divide. It's going to cut the map almost in half. It's going to keep players inside U-Haul at bay, but Faded here, whose toesies get cooked just a little bit. So we've got some cooked beans. JGM able to collect the orb, toss out his nightmare of an ultimate. But still, the fight, it doesn't go the way of Faded.
Oh, look, it drew the whole rotation. Oh, it just drew the rotation. The kill on a Faded. Oh, there's no one on B. I mean, losing the kill was bad enough, Tanner, but this is already very tough. But Explicit finds one. Maybe a chance.
Spike planted.
Maybe.
He does find one, but he's immediately answered. Explicit has been the guy who's usually good for a couple. Unfortunately, won't be the case here, but it does mean a weapon upgrade for Perchio as he goes from Spectre to Phantom. The only problem with this attack is it's pretty one-sided. It's pretty one-pronged coming from the defender-sided spawn, whereas the defenders, they're all off the site. And that wall actually kind of works in favor. It's only going to be the two players out towards longs they have to worry about, but obviously the clock is still a problem. Boobs can hop onto the defuse for just a second. Perchio eventually falls. Aggro has the ult, and I mean, the ult's aplenty. That will secure the 9th round in the half. Boobs the last to fall. Well, Reno and Sujai technically the last to fall, but they do so to the spike. And we found ourselves here. The Faded scoreline, the pistol round, and Oblivious. They got to whip it on.
Oh, come on. If that was VCT, I don't know what we're doing there. Did we just witness something we weren't supposed to there, Tanner?
I'm unsure.
I'm not sure if you saw it, but there's an Astra on top of APC. That is well, I think you kind of understand what there's a little bit of that.
Here.
Let's see it for Sujai. If it pays off, it pays off. Like, right now, hijinks. Oh, okay. There's a wall there. You can shoot past it, but you can't run past it. But the only person doing the shooting there was hijinks, dropping a player down the low, down to 22. Now they're grouping up into a short. Sujai does actually drop off the APC, so playing fair Valorant now. Trying to at least speed onto the site. The wall is down. The biggest risk, of course, though, is hijinks from the showers and JGM too. This could get really interesting.
Yeah, finally the spike will make its way onto the site for a second. It's taken out towards short, and oh man, Perchio wants to be back out towards short. JGM scoops up a good couple of kills, finds the spike planted in that default position, but not actually planted. I mean, just fallen on the ground as Faded. Grabs a couple more, and Pasta Fazul down to just Rano, who is across the map. I'm not too sure what Rano was expecting to get done out this way. But the paranoia setting in. They think that he's here on the site. How could they know?
Yeah, and they're so low on the flank. Rano just needs a body shot, believe it or not. But now the spot, they haven't picked up the spike. They can't actually run with it. Rano knows that and has a 1v2 on his hands, but can't Festoon. And a pistol round found here for Oblivious. 9-4.
Wow. To come to that. Rano just on the wrong side of the map for a bit too long. Didn't want to reveal himself through teleporting, because obviously that audio cue would have given himself up. And I mean, it's ice in the veins of Stoon to be able to take that fight with under 20 health and win it out. That's going to force a lesser, well, I guess an anti-eco for the most part. There's a Sheriff, there's a Frenzy, but it should be a round picked up here for the attacking side of Oblivious as they set their eyes out towards B. Orb scooped up. That's a minor victory in this round that should end up in defeat for Pasta Fazul.
Now, though, HL's could provide some value if for a spike plant. He's saving it specifically maybe for that spike plant. Did just expend it. Didn't quite go the way he wanted to. So spike's going in 5-on-5. Tanner, there's only one recipe that this round could possibly cook up for Pasta Vazul, and I'm just saying, I'm not sure how good Pasta Vazul is, but I don't think it's as good as Pasta Vazul.
Yeah, I think it smells defeat.
Okay.
Not felt.
I see. Tastes like defeat. The sweet taste of... The bitter taste of defeat. I think that's actually the way to phrase it.
Yeah, the sweet taste of victory for Oblivious. They're 2 kills away from it. There's Spike going up. Oh!
These 2 kills are pretty difficult, though, Tanner. I'll tell you that. They don't quite get the defuse, but, well... Right here. They do get plenty and plenty of damage. So, all things considered for Pasta Vazul, I'll say that's a win. You got that. You did the damage. You're forcing armor rebuys. In fact, the side of Oblivious... They're not even full buying. We're still seeing Spectres across the board and half armor pistols. They barely got enough to even... They couldn't even bring up Vandals for this round, for the rebuys. Coming down, that pistol coming down to at least like a 1v1. Potentially not quite getting all the kills in the back pocket, so Pasta Vazul with a chance for double digits and quick. That is, unless Oblivious want to pull off the upset round.
I mean, hijinks. That's a big kill. The judge no longer an issue to be worried about inside hookah. Obviously, still 2 players out towards long. Aggro looking to get aggressive here with Rano. They don't get anything for their troubles except for a bit of damage on the way out. The regrowth, we'll see if that one does come through should they link up. The Boombot doesn't reveal, but it's all 5 out this way. The teleport can still be taken, but here come the sky smokes. Here comes the showstopper. We'll see if it's gonna do anything. No, it's not. The haunt is perfect. Aggro collects 2, and just like that, Pasta Vazul, they're now in the driver's seat. Damage mitigation. The bungee gun comes out. It reveals nothing. Rano to find the next. The teleport's taken, and the A site's open. But a 2v4, a difficult one here for Oblivious.
Yeah, and they're going to get swarmed super quickly here. They need to get down the spike before they all arrive from heaven and spawn, and trying to get in towards the back of the site. They will.
Spike planted.
But how much more can they get after that?
Player standing.
Yeah, that plant it's a tough spot, right? You beat feet out of showers. You want to get that spike planted, but it's wall bangable. Any angle you look to swing that one, you can get shot through the Radiant Eye boxes. That's exactly what happened to Percio. And his teammate meets that same exact fate as Pasta Vazul will find double digits.
Yeah, there you go. Just getting swarmed right there. The haunt, most specifically there, to find... allows Aggro to find straight 2 through the smoke. It's probably why he didn't push through. And all things considered, he was so super low. He was 1 Vandal shot away. He can't really make a play on the situation, but the haunt comes in clutch. Get your lineups down, folks. They can win rounds. And JGM helping out the squad. Double digits. Admittedly, yeah, that was a half buy, but starting around 4v5 and low HP for a player, that's quite the comeback for Pasta Vazul. No matter what kind of buy it is. They're now fighting aggressively for showers. I like the way they use that Sage wall. Rano almost gets blown up on round start. Gonna hurt the war effort there. But the war effort turns towards the A short side for the side of Oblivious.
Seeker's trying to delay through the sky smokes, flashes out and over the top. Look at Rano, look at his position. Sujai does the same exact thing. They push the smokes. And unfortunately, it's only Sujai to collect the kill. Faded for Oblivious, able to get one back. Now Sujai down to 2 HP, make it 0. Nice shock dart there. But the back and forth continues as Aggro cuts down Stu, and it's Percio to make this a 2v1 in favor of Oblivious. It's JGM, Haunt, and plenty of util to work with. Both players gonna back away out towards U-Haul. 10 HP. If it's a Vandal, this round would be over. But it was the Phantom of Percio as the Haunt now taken down. And the information revealed, Prowler now around the corner. That's gonna fall as well, and JGM gonna find his way onto the spike. Look to get this one halfway. We'll see if Explicit wants to peek. He does, and he gives up too much.
Oh man, JGM plays a fine line with that one. Perfect usage of the Fade utility to keep pushing him back. Gets it to half and then can get it off. Get off the defuse and get the clutch off. That is for Pasta Fazul. 11-5, a huge 1v1, and that sends Oblivious back to square one. Now just leaving it to the Sheriffs, the classics, to get it done, and Oblivious don't look long here on bind. They group up for a fast B short play, at least to start this round. I think group and go is the way to go. I'm not sure how well it's going to work, however, of the setup. But the thing is, for Pasta Fazul, they aren't really contesting for the hookah control, so admittedly, this long setup can get pinched upon in a few moments if things don't go their way, but the flash is too good, and Rano gets the opener, relieves the pressure.
Tough. Sujai also gets one, but Stoon battles back. That weapon just out of reach. Oh, we've seen Stoon do this before. See if he can continue to decapitate members of Pasta Fazul. Nice flash. Blast pack. Keep the Sky at bay. And they're expecting Stoon to be gone, but he's still here. He's just on the other side. And it's aggro next to fall. Good flash. And with this, I mean, the confidence, right? The Nightmare comes out, sure. But look at the ults. Available and online. Tour de Force pop from Explicit. Stoon gonna toss out the Seekers and run right behind him. To try and find hijinks here. A slow orb to buy some time. 30 seconds on the clock. All three players out towards short here for Oblivious.
Oh, he's playing in the cutout, too. I mean, this isn't the definition of one and done. I don't know what is, but he's not going to get pinged out.
The teleport play.
The
spike! No! Perchio, the only member that really needed to make it through.
No time.
And he doesn't. And yeah, there's no time. The kills don't even matter. Look at JGM across the map. He doesn't even want any of it. Should Rando die there, his job is just to survive.
Match point.
Oh, man, a sloppy round. A very light buy from Oblivious that they almost convert into a round win. But at the end of the day, it's map point here for Pasta Fazul. They'll get to buy, sure, but it's going to take 7 in a row from Oblivious to get us to overtime.
So what do you got here for the side of Oblivious? Luck. I mean, look, Stude has single-handedly made these eco rounds competitive, but you're gonna need. Oh, that's trying to be a filthy bait. I'm not sure how intended that was. Maybe he throws up the wall. Maybe it's a little bit. It might. Surely it is a bait from Hijinks. See if anyone chomps down on that. But right now, has JGM right by his side. Hijinks in the corner. Hard cleared though. That isn't gonna happen. Still messing with the wall, but aggro. Okay. Doesn't matter. He'll line up the double anyways. Throwing him at the showstopper because I use Vandals only. Aggro. He's just that skilled.
That shouldn't happen. Everything in this round is just wrong from Pasta Fazul, but it's worked thus far. It's got them a player advantage.
I'm pretty sure that wall was not intended from Hijinks. You know, if I was cool, I'd say if aggro was really cool, that showstopper was intended, but it wasn't. They're coming back in showers. Rano. Oh, he was just in the open. He could have been checked, but now things are gonna end on the spot. Rano's gonna get it. 13-5 right now. Pasta Fazul walk through their map pick. Now a little bit of contest put together by the guys over at Oblivious, but all things considered, they got it locked in.
Yeah, I thought there was a world where we would get a nice little back and forth. This game would be a bit closer, but then it was just Pasta Fazul to kind of sneak a little bit further ahead and just continue to bolster that lead up. And they even do it in, again, awkwardness in that last round. Even if that wall was intended, it's so deep that that never gets spotted by the attackers.
Yeah.
So Explicit walks up, can't actually even see the wall, clear all the corners in shower. So it got wonky for a second, but that feels like the Pasta Fazul way. They're able to mix things up for just a second. Wait, my webcam just froze. Hang on. I've got you guys. Oh man, it usually happens in game. It's never actually happened when we're on cams, but here we are. Either way, I think that is kind of the call for my webcam needs to take a break, so maybe we should take a break. One map the leader, Pasta Fazool, and they're one map away from qualifying. We'll see if they do so in Icebox right after this short break.
Species ship.
Pasta Fazul get it done in map number 1. It was rocky towards our, well, it wasn't very rocky. 9-3, 5 rounds picked up from Oblivious. I thought for a second that we would get ourselves a nice close match on Bind, but as we've seen on the day, the script, the writers, they just won't allow it today. But we get more chances moving forward. We look to head out towards Icebox, and it's our first time on the day seeing it. Yay! We're not just getting bogged down by only Bind and Ascent.
Yeah, do you guys... Well, for our Bind and Ascent enjoyers, you can go and, I mean, if you don't like Icebox and you're a Bind and Ascent enjoyer, you may go ahead and cry. Now, voice your concerns here at the Nerd Street Champs. Unfortunately, us on the desk, we do not choose the map. The script writers out in the back, they're in charge of that. So, unfortunately, that you can go ahead and file your complaints with them. But all right, the pick of Oblivious. Going on with this, they're going to be... I mean, hoping to bounce back. I think we saw some good, like, at least firepower moments from Stews. But other than that, I mean, I'm not going to say it was like, wow, there's a huge, like, real game plan. I think there were a couple of great individual rounds that they put together, but they were just so spaced out one by one. Being able to pick up the pistol was a little bit extra for them to try and get them some leeway. But in reality, it really was Pasta Fazul just kind of dominating every part of the game. Going to Icebox... I need to see something more from them because I think we're talking about player caliber difference. I mentioned this prior to map number 1.
Yep.
Pasta Fazul have that advantage. They have the players who have played at the top of tier 2. Hijinks, formerly a Cosmic Divide. Rano has bounced around plenty of teams and has found consistency before. So for the side of Oblivious, they're going to need to come up with a pop-off performance and try to keep replicating that if they want to hold on here in North Brunswick.
Yeah, and I think JGM was really the only player who didn't have too much behind him in way of kind of playing around some of these other tournaments or even just playing around at LAN for the most part. And it shows when the mid-rounding, most importantly, I think, for Pasta Fazul, it really kind of just took a toll on Oblivious. They were having a hard time dealing with it. I think the early conditioning, too, of the teleporter play, pushing out towards B long, and just teleporting, moving through showers. It just solid conditioning. They made that work a few times, and then eventually you make that defense, you know, not rotate early. They have to plant their feet and stay at that A side just in case, and then your B side defense is a bit more weakened, and now you've got, you know, ways to take that side. Also, Fade was getting heaps of value. I thought the Fade looked great, and it's one of those things where I think at first, looking at it, Fade seems a bit weaker because it's a big, giant eye. It takes one bullet from any weapon, just like the Recon Bolt would, but you can throw it anywhere. And my Fade conversation was going to eventually lead to this, where Icebox is another map where we could get it again.
Yeah, this is my first time seeing Fade on Icebox, so, well, welcome to the simulation. Aggro, if you pick up the Yoru, I'll officially have to file a complaint with the script writers because they're going a little too far with that one. But the Ray seems more in line. A Reyna pickup for Faded isn't the worst possible thing. I actually genuinely like the playstyle that Reyna brings to this map. It makes for a very aggressive defensive side, and it gives you a lot of opportunities to be able to fight for space, in my opinion. Of course, you gotta frag out. I think that goes without saying. It's been said 100 times. That's for sure. I actually have more concerns about the Reyna on the attack side than on the defense. So starting off there, for the side of Oblivious, it's going to be a bit of a rocky one when you're rocking with the Reyna over a space maker like a Razor or a Jet. So we'll have some questions to be answered this game for sure. Side of Pasta Fazul, something, I mean, Fade on Icebox, I'm excited to see it. I'm not sure if you have any insight on that more than I do.
No, we've definitely seen it at VCT. I can't think of a team directly off the top of my head that has played it here. I think Cloud9 is one of the teams that was playing it here. Zeppa, maybe, I think was... No, it was actually, I think, Zeta who was filling that role in the Fade on this one. And again, there's just so many high lows. You can really put that haunt wherever you want and seem to get value out of it. And speaking of value, Aggro living up to his name, but punished for it as Boobs gets us started in the pistol. It's Oblivious to find the first as they look to continue to push forward out towards the A site.
Yeah, I'm silly. You're right. It's Zeppa who is taking part in that. Let's see it here from Rano, though. Old-fashioned KO on this A site, but now trapped out, and That fragment just barely does not hit him. Now it starts to, but he'll shift out of position, cross out in the open, trying to get away. A bit ambitious there from Rando to try and make that reposition, but he will end up going down. 3v5. JGM very low. A lot of emphasis goes on the hijinks here. With 6 bullets in that headhunter. A couple heads. Needs some rolling here, but Faded opens up. And now, well, just hijinks. Get your one. But I think that's about all. Honestly, I would actually hold on to the headhunter shots. You're going to need it for this next one. Come to Eco. 2 bullets. Trying to find an extra one. Every headhunter shot's like 1 in the chamber. Every headhunter shot gives you 200 credits. So you get 2 more headhunter shots for the next round. Let's see it. Oh, now down to 1. Oh, we'll do it with the classic instead. Who needs headhunter shots? Just trying to stick this defuse. This is not happening for hijinks, unfortunately. And it'll be the pistol round working for Oblivious. You know, not bad at all. It's something like, I mean, it's something they're decently good at. They were able to work it on towards Bind. Getting off to the early start is especially necessary on this attacking side. Get the guns out as soon as possible and dominate your opposition. The round buffer is certainly needed come this matchup.
Yeah, I also think that round, you said it in that last series, or that last map, I should say, that there were a few rounds that were kind of handed over to Oblivious. I think that round was one of them. Not that they didn't earn the rest of the kills on the round, but aggro pushing up and dying immediately for absolutely nothing, getting nothing to show for it. That's a tough way to start your pistol round where every player matters because your firepower is even across the board. That pistol round, I mean, it's no different than a full buy round for both sides in way of what you need to have. And, well, it started off poorly. Now, Explicit trying to go hunting through the screens wall. A reveal onto aggro, who eventually will fall to Perchio instead to find this kill. The hunt comes out, and nobody really picked up by that. Explicit will find a nice little body shot, and, well, Pasfazul, containment, damage, that's really all they can hope for at this point.
Yeah, 3v5, not the greatest of times here. Pasfazul, oh, poor hijinks, can't even get his one. JGM runs right into Explicit. Through to force in 2 for Explicit. I said that like it's an NBA scoreline, but it isn't really. 2-0 right now working for Oblivious. That's 5-0 for Explicit to kick things off. Guns back in hand. Hijinks will get his up and running and plenty of utility. I always like Icebox because it provides so many avenues for defender side aggression, specifically towards the A side. That's why that is particularly why I like the Reyna on this map. A side aggression is very useful. Right now, starting a 2-0-3, 0 players middle, and really contesting the extremities at the moment. But I'm sure that satchel's been heard by this attacking side. They might anticipate aggro in this position. 3 players coming his way. Even if aggro is not anticipated, it's going to be difficult to multi-kill.
Now, this is a fairly one-and-done position. I would think that it's... We'll see what this gets done.
He's not getting cleared.
Anything. No, he doesn't get
just like
cleared. Did he shoot at it? It seemed like he did, and now he looks to go take the fight, but he loses it. It's Faded out on top. Sujai has the Viper util here. Snakebite down. Recon Bolt won't quite get the ping, but it does reveal. Here comes the bungee gum, though. That's going to keep him at bay for just a moment. It's also going to find the decay, but Sujai just not in a position to be able to swing off of that one and capitalize on the lower HP members. Instead, he's lower HP himself. The shock darts cut him down to 30, and eventually Boobs will capitalize on the rest. The reveal is there from the opposite side. Suppression from the 0 point.
30 seconds.
The spike.
They don't got a lot of time to move here.
No, they don't. Ooh, Explicit in a teleport. The spike is in an awkward spot. They have to push forward, but players are here to deny. They're waiting for that wall. They do get that one back up. Fragment goes out. Gonna try and stop the push. Randall want to try and stop the plant, but it will eventually go down. Now Hijinks and JGM gonna work hand in hand and maybe just hang on to these weapons. I don't know if this is a retake angle.
Yeah, I'm not sure this is the way to go here for the side of Pasfazul. 2v4. I mean, the hot goes through. Immediately popped. Barrel spotted for 1 on Hijinks. He needs a massive multi-kill. And it isn't going to happen in the way they intended. Stoon picks up the 2-piece. Oblivious 3-0. That's a bonus round victory. We talked about how important that is. And now Pasta Azul are going to be down to their eco. Ult Economy still has yet to really rare and ready to go, with only getting more or less 3 kills to start off this game total as a team. It's going to be a long time until ultimates come off cooldown and Pasta Azul can really put up a reasonable fight. Maybe if there's more contests in that previous one, Hijinks gets his hands on a tour de force at best. Gives them a chance. But now running a bit of an A-side stack. Hope and pray is the name of the game.
Aggro. Already spotted. He's going to be the first one taken down, as well as Explicit gets his way across the ropes. We'll get that spike planted and look to rendezvous to safety. Maybe he hangs out for just a second. No, he will eventually take his leave. Is Faded collects 3 kills on the round, maybe a 4. No, will eventually fall. So Ult Orb picked up for the Reyna Empress will be online as Rano flashes his way through and can really hope to get some extra damage. Unfortunately, it won't be allowed. Oblivious, their 4th round on the board, and Pasta Azul will have to try again now that they get to buy weapons.
You know, the one happy thing you could take away from that round for Oblivious is the fact that you say don't feed kills to the Reyna, but Reyna had her ultimate up at the start of the round anyway, so getting the 3 kills there, that's 3 ult orbs not in the pockets of people who actually need it. That's the only thing I'm taking away from that round, though. Now we're going to be getting back into another full buy. Hijinks wielding an operator. And for the side of Oblivious, they have some moves to toss out on this one. Knife to the sky. And, well, the haunt tossed in for middle from JGM, combined with a lot of early utility. But it's not like... It is the kind of infinite utility. It's a lot of signature abilities. Those can recharge. Players, well, maybe they can survive. I'm not sure Hijinks. That shot should have been a given. Still holding on. Nothing's gone wrong. He still holds the angle. Still splits the map in 2. And then he'll find Boobs. Trying to rotate off. Hijinks is out of there. And a man advantage working for Pasta Azul. They'll group up to beat Crates area. To continue going. The thing is here, they feel so trapped here for the Oblivious side. And they walk into 2 players instantly. Almost going down right off the rip. But you gotta be so terrified of Hijinks cutting the map in 2. That's because he is! And gets all the information, too.
Does get info. He obviously would have liked to have had that kill, and he got
30 seconds left.
the early info that the Reyna was coming because that Lear went out, but unfortunately just didn't have enough of the angle to work with. Now it's a quick hit out towards the safe side, and the ultimates, they're all coming online. Hijinks, fortunately, doesn't have to worry about his abilities getting cut off. He's got the actual operator in his hands, but he only has 1 round left in the chambers. Faded plays the top 410 for now. The toxic screen working in his favor, especially because all they got to do is buy some time, but finally the hunt will reveal, and Hijinks will collect bow in hand for Stoon. And he's eventually going to meet his fate. It's Explicit, just starts to cut them all down. Only 1 more to worry about, and it's Hijinks, a snail, here on the round, working his way through the slows. And it's not. Nope. It's not. Can he wall bang this? Can he see the angle? He knows it's getting diffused, and Explicit steals away the round.
Half a second on the defuse there. Half a second. And Explicit's going to rob him. 5-0 for Oblivious. And yeah, it's time for a timeout for Pasta Azul. 10-0 for Explicit and 5-0 for Oblivious. Right now, oh, man, he just churned through him right there with the tour de force, one after another. People say that the tour de force is, you know, it's an okay substitute. It is for the operator. It is way better than the operator in that fashion. That operator is one after the other. You have to wait a second and a half between each shot. That is just rapid fire coming out from that tour de force. That's why it's such a worthwhile weapon to keep on your team. And Explicit perfection with it. And so Oblivious now with their foot stamped down on the gas pedal. A 5-0 buffer is plenty enough. Considering the composition, I was afraid their attack side would suffer. Just because the Reyna doesn't really provide the same sort of, you know, attackability that, say, a Raze does on this attack side. No clean entries available until the Reyna, I mean, not really even needed too much, as when you're able to hold down a post plant like that, Oblivious are certainly in the driver's seat. 5-0 and forcing an eco out of Pasta Azul. We're getting to the stage of the game where Pasta Azul, they needed Thrifty to turn this around.
And they do it. We saw Troll rocking the Guardian on these eco rounds. This time it's Sujai to do so. Oh, look, they get aggressive, but they get spotted out, and eventually they will get taken down. Aggro gonna go paint shells out and over the top. It's Hijinks to collect one.
Okay.
With the tour de force. Now wants some more, but there's no aggression on this side. They're beating feet the other way. They understand that really the only threat in this round is gonna be that tour de force.
Oh, but Sugai's gonna hear a lot of these footsteps very, very early on. So that rotate is going to be queued up, and also there's a counter wall tossed in. However long that slows them down, it's huge, and our own Viper's Pit tossed in by Sujai just to decay them down very, very low, but cutting rotation still Sujai, a huge kill, but Pertio trades back 2v2 as Aggro is gonna snap one. Well, the spike goes down, and low HP, it's almost like an even stead, but that spike might play an extra factor. The time begins to tick.
And then it does. Quick toss on the 0 point. Reveals one in Hijinks. The student plays the close angle. Should be able to play off of contact from either Pertio.
Oh, okay.
Nope. No play off of contact. Both contacts taken at the same exact time. And you said it. Fight the Prophet. It's going to take a Thrifty, and that's what Pacifist will do.
Gosh, I'm so good at this game. My gosh. This
You just
casting
know,
thing.
man. I mean, it doesn't help that obviously we have the script, so we know what's about to happen. So it's kind of nice to... It makes us sound cooler when the script writers allow us, they tip us off to the round and say, hey, you know, you're like, go ahead with this round.
Yeah,
This is
you
what's
can,
going to happen.
You
Feel
can
free.
leak a little bit. It's okay.
Yeah.
It'll make you sound smart, trust me. So, and it did. The script writers are right. It made me sound smart. 5-1. Pasta Azul back into things. But it would be a surefire shame if Oblivious went ahead and won this round and shut down all the momentum for Pasta Azul this early on. Still starting off with a bit of a three-man A-side lead. They're not going for the fight. They're playing back. They're ready to delay that spike plant if it ever comes on through. We'll see what the commitment looks like here for Oblivious.
And no change, no shift in that no command. So it lets you know that Reno has just planted his feet in the corner. Unfortunately, not a corner that you could find any value. They were hoping to maybe shoot through screens, but just not the case. This Radiant box for JTM, that's not a safe place to be. He's forced to bunny hop his way on out, and he'll answer back with the Prowler of his own. Also going to toss out the C's, but that doesn't garner a whole lot as we go 0 point.
Huge suppression, though. A lot of it knocked off and explicit. The wall drops in. He's absolutely blindsided by Sujai, and then the curtains raised for a absolute show for Faded, maybe. But the thing is, the spike is on top of 410. It is going to be an adventure to get that, but he could catch JGM off guard. Right behind the box, JGM chooses an excellent time to swing. And Pasta Azul. All right, I didn't quite get leaked the script. I might have been lying this entire time here, Tanner, but they're going to be able to continue off the back of that momentum.
Yeah, or do we know the script? And now we gave chat one, then we had to take one away. We had to pretend that we didn't know. We got to keep them guessing. You never know. You never let them guess your next move or know your next move, right? That's kind of how it works. What we saw was every round that Oblivious was winning, Explicit was staying alive. Explicit has 2 deaths. Pasta Azul has 2 round wins. So I think it's key that this chamber, I'm going to say gets value, but look at that value. Recon bolt, perfect. But Aggro still gets one.
Okay.
AGM also going to find another.
It's just all the duels going their way. They take the 1v1 fights, and that's 2 consecutive for Pasta Azul. Maybe that's what they need to take as Hijinks also out towards middle. Perfection, 2v5. They walk onto the B site, but I say this all the time. At what cost? You're 2v5. You're not even getting the spike planted. Let's be real here, Tanner. Is this round done? There's been many a 2v5. Is this one of the rounds where a comeback can be assembled by this attack side?
It would take almost immediate kills right here in that pit to go down, but instead Boobs will fall. The decay is there, the fragment at his feet, and JGM will collect another 2 kills on the round. And the Nightmare online. And this right here, the 2 ults that are available for Pasta Fazul are scary ones, because if you don't have audio, you don't know that raise is coming your way. We'll see how that plays out. But for now, it's Oblivious, who picked up a handful of rounds in a row, now starting to concede those same exact rounds or those same streaks that they've put together for themselves. So they'll call a timeout. They'll slow things down. And I think what's on the menu here for this one as we turn over towards today's specials here in round number 9 is it's something fast. Out towards A, out towards B, whatever it may be. Got the Empress, you've got that no command. Grab that site quick, get that spike planted, Viper's Pit right on top of it. And we'll see if this is the timeout that gets us there.
Yeah, and well, now to counter your point here, Mr. Tanner Metro, there is a lot of utility to deny that potential execute. Of course, that could be 1 KO ult away from not existing. But of course, I think the Showstopper plus Nightfall. You know what? This could be a really interesting round. It could be a bit of like a Mexican standoff where the Showstopper's not going to be used until the null command is used, if you know what I'm saying. So
yeah, true.
Maybe, you know, who's gonna pull it first is the biggest thing. That has to be a real consideration if you are aggro, but he's so far away. It seems like we're getting a group and go. It seems like we're kind of getting your vision of the game as we have 5 players group up towards the belt side. Admittedly, it is only the half buy, but if you get a Viper's Pit down, then it basically levels that playing field. We'll see. As they do actually proceed onto the A site. Pasta Fazul were anticipating something a bit different, and you're probably going to see this Viper's Pit actually get set down, and this round get really weird. Boos will set it in, Explicit with the plant, and we're good with the... Ooh, everything else being tossed in is going to hurt.
And the pit is horrible. It's only on top in heaven.
Oh, no. It's such a cute little pit, but, that is a sad Viper's Pit. And a round that certainly could have been...
Oh, man.
Much more interesting. But, you know, Tanner, I thought it looked cool. All right? Cool factor was up there. It was aesthetically pleasing. It was an aesthetically pleasing pit. Now, did it win the round? Certainly not. Did it probably contribute to the losing of the round? It might have. We've all made mistakes, and that was one of them.
Yeah, I mean, that's one that you wish you had back if you're Boobs.
You don't have the pit anymore. Like, you just lost the round's win condition. It sucks.
And even if that pit was something, it only took the rocket, right? Because the Showstopper was used, Perchio doesn't pop that no command. They send it up into heaven. Boom. That Viper is now dead. That pit is now gone. So if that was the play, unfortunately, there wasn't much of an answer for it. But here we go. Weapons in hand. And now this might be the round. We go Empress on aggro. Gonna go 1 for 1, but Faded is there to trade back those kills, to get health back online. And then no command just to make sure that this site gets taken that much easier with the plant. The tour de force comes online for Oblivious and Explicit. This might not be the round for it. A rendezvous to safety, but a retake just around the corner in a 3v4. It's Rano tossing out the flash. Now looking to get aggressive off of that one. Faded still atop the nest. Picks up 2, 3, 4 kills on the round. And it's a 6th for Oblivious.
Big time there for Faded. I mean, the rest of Oblivious are saying they're just going to lean back, play post-plant lineups, and then... Oh, Faded, do whatever you want. And boy, does he do what he wants. 4 kills for him. 3 coming through in the post-plant to close out the round. And Oblivious now up 6-4. Still a bye rolling back in from Pasta Fazul, but at least guaranteeing themselves a tie. You know, I was very right, though, that a Thrifty does turn around the game. Right there for Pasta Fazul. They kept this one close. And they keep it closer. 6-6 is at least the best they can offer, but it's not the worst that they take. The worst thing in the world, that's for sure. This time around, though, aggression into B crates is the name of the game. Aggro, though, caught on the fallback. He will fall down. 4v4. But they're turning back to B. And look where JGM is right now. Always hit the timing of timings. Bye-bye. Spins
Oh,
for the
man.
next two.
Spike
JGM
down,
filthy.
B.
So, unrelated, my webcam froze on actually the funniest face that I could have been making. My eyes could not be any wider, and it was all because the ring around the rosy from that gray box that JGM just goes unchecked, and like you said, has the timing of the ages, and just like that, Oblivious, well, put on the back foot. I feel aggro has been punished for the aggression multiple times, but as the game has developed, we've started to see aggro get their one. And if you're going to do anything aggressive, at the very least, you have to get your one. And that really feels like kind of that factor that Pasta Fazul needed to push themselves over the edge to secure these rounds.
Standing ahead.
Now, well, 10 seconds left. Viper in a corner. And Sujai gets one. And get his one he will. 1 HP, though, left on Boobs. I will say this, Tanner. I do not like his odds. And, I mean, just brazenly running out. Oh, okay, finds hijinks somehow. Classic was out, but couldn't quite get it done. Pasta Fazul, they'll get themselves 5. It's just really the timing there from JGM could not have been more fantastic. Being able to find his way around the gray box, in towards B main. Catching a good timing because they thought that, in fact, I saw Faded like run away from B crates. They thought that aggro was the only player there. When they see someone so far pushed up, they gotta think in the back of your head, surely there's only one guy there. If I didn't get a trade fragger, maybe everyone else was rotated over to A. And then JGM realizes, I can shore up the line. I can find a timing. And find a timing he does. 5-6, last round of the half. Still a buy-in for both teams. We still get competitive rounds out of this. I like this. We're getting action. I don't like free egos. I like heavy, hard-hitting rounds and starting this one off. It is looking to put in the A aggression as aggro. Oh, he gets fully blinded up by a teammate, but it don't matter.
Spike down A.
And he gets his one. That's all he needed on an angle like that. Gets some extra information onto another, and that's the spike planted firmly. Nice op shot from Hijinks to take down Faded, who is one of, if not the largest tools that Oblivious have to offer in way of entering onto the site. And meanwhile, if you head back out towards that B site, you got yourself a swamp to work through. So it seems mid will be the play as Explicit pushed up into kitchen. Not going to be revealed by the trademarks just yet. And JGM, Perchio spots the shoulder of the Fade. JGM will back away, and Perchio is able to creep on up. He's going to be met up here with Explicit, but again, the trademark is here to reveal. Okay, and Rano doesn't give it to him.
Rano's gonna go right on past, but now they destroy the trademark. Now they know.
All set up.
Rano's still playing in towards Snowman. Actually is gonna hand them access to spawn right now, and also not looking towards kitchen timing. Still, Rano survives it. Lucky for him, but now Suppress doesn't have any utility to stop them from making it on the site. Sujai, though, still outside of his pit, is going to snag one, just barely. 2v4 now as it's planted for kitchen.
And it looked like the Haunt got all of the reveal that they needed as Perchio has a fragment at his feet, and he's surrounded by the players of Pasta Fazul. It looked scary at first, but a team ace to close out the half. 6-6. We're even as we swap sides. And a reminder that this is just map 2. Pasta Fazul up 1 map over Oblivious. And if they want to close it out here for qualification, they need to do so on this attacking side. Meanwhile, you talked about what Faded is going to bring to this squad on defense, right? It's going to be taking that space, so we'll see if that comes to fruition.
Yeah, not starting off with the 3-man A setup, though. That's basically the one facilitator for Reyna aggression. I don't really see it happening in this game specifically, at least this round. We have a nice little, you know, fast lane coordinated on that B site with 2 walls thrown together. Very nice. Very nicely done. Great architecture there from the side, from both teams here. Gotta respect that. Right now, working out towards at least a very slow round. With the orb up in middle, everything, question marks always have to arise if players could lurk underneath into kitchen or into tube itself. Right now, they're playing a little bit of mind games here for Pasta Fazul. Not throwing any presence anywhere. And now they're going to try and make their move out the middle, but they've actually grouped up. They've shifted the setup. Perchio is joined with Explicit. But that draws players away from the B site as a whole. They were thinking about it. The thing is, they threw so many players back in the middle that both sites are now weak and waking their way onto the A site. It is just Faded versus Hijinks.
This is a very important duel. Aggro, not the first stop. Instead, it's JGM and Sujai. They're going to be taken down. So with 2 kills on it, 1 player still low. There's that low player now gone.
Sure to see. Stoon is, though. The trail. It spots him out. He fakes the zip up. 20 seconds. They're going to go for fights here. Tanner. And a headshot down for Rano. Can Hijinks get his? Rano sure can. But the thing is, Perchio swings in. They try to switch out guns and try to reload. But Oblivious are going to get it together. A second pistol round for them.
God, that is tough. A beautiful 0 point. That piece of utility being up for Perchio means Hijinks only had the classic to play with. And if that's the headhunter, there's a world where it's headshot, headshot. Just that quick. Instead, it's spam with the classic, and it's not enough to find the 2 kills. So as you said, Oblivious will find themselves their second pistol round here on Icebox and start to get that momentum moving forward that we saw previously. It was 5 rounds in a row before they were eventually answered back. See if they can match that same as pistols for the most part. Faded. Oh, man. I mean, just too many targets to worry about. 1 on the orb, 1 hopping up, 1 out towards the left. The Lear's going to be used, and a nice kill onto Aggro through the toxic screen. Will top himself off with the Devourer. And now for Pasta Fazul. Obviously, a player down can really only hope to find some damage, and they do so. Out towards mid, but it's immediately answered back. A body shot will be enough. Should Perchio land it? And nope, it's Hijinks instead, and that's exactly why you got to get that headhunter away because of the damage that it can do.
There's so much threat now all of a sudden. So much goes on to Stoon, who's the only player on the A site. Trapped out. His presence surely detected. And if he even fires off, they should know he's isolated. They're not going to fight for it. They're just going to set down the spike and get out of dodge. Post plant assembled. That's all you need.
Yeah, the utils already been used, though. Not really the best, although they can just play their weapons. Hijinks gives up his shoulder. Headshot through the wall, and he's able to collect. Explicit also going to fall. Now it's all up to Faded.
Oh, no.
Who's pushed aggressively. Will find the first dismiss to get away with 29 HP. I mean, a body shot from any of these pistols is going to be enough. He's going to tap his way onto the spike for just a moment. Shots won't land through the wall, and it's 1 HP for JGM to survive. And there's just no time. He's got to stick it all the way. And Pasta Fazul, they've done a good job to somehow, some way, find themselves a thrifty win.
Oh, man. You know, they get a little bit too angsty about it. You gotta realize the pistols sometimes in numbers can definitely run you down.
Or just a headhunter alone.
I mean, yeah, you know, just a headhunter. You know what? I'm sorry. Sorry, that's it's a headhunter, even a pistol. I swear. I'm sure the headhunter has to have like a positive KD ratio or something like that. When, like, in rounds that you fire a headshot or a headhunter shot, you have to have like a positive KD. Starting this one off though.
Bring them down.
More or less a very calm default, trying to prowl out. But you can see what winning that thrifty does to the econ of Oblivious. Shorty out for Explicit. And it's going to find its one. All right, can we go back and forth? Now though, the A side of... Oh, the timing is unreal.
Faded spotted.
Tough.
Perchio not, though. He's going to tuck into that corner. Hopefully they come this way. Not going to be the case. So he'll grab himself the Sheriff off of his fallen teammate. A 1-for-1. So we're back on even numbers. But again, the Arsenal is that much stronger on the side of Pasta Fazul. As the one player suppressed, it's going to be Explicit. So he won't be able to sneak away, won't be able to use that headhunter, but it might not be needed. He tries to come around with the shorty once more, and he gets a bit of chip damage as the 0 points go back and forth. And this right here, it's looking scary for Pasta Azul. They seem to be scrambling just a bit as both toxic screens used for just a moment. Finally, that spike will get planted. Shockdar looks to deny, and it does so successfully as Explicit falls. Rano follows. And it was the vulnerability from the snakebite that allowed for them to collect that kill. A flash on out. Aggro going to tap onto the spike once more. Now this time, it should be a free plant, and Hijinks is going to make sure of it. 3 kills on the round. And Boobs now the last one standing. The trusty Classic at his side, but he's taken down by his counterpart in Sujai. And Pasta Azul will secure a lead.
Yeah, I love that from Hijinks, because he knows when the spike's getting planted, they're going to try and rush to deny it with time low on the clock. And they're just all running forward. And the best targets you can shoot at in Valorant are targets that are running directly at you, because it's so hard for them to stop and shoot. Rather than when you're strafing, you can easily counter strafe. Those are the best targets to fire at. Or, you know, targets that are just like not looking at you or trying to pre-aim the spike planter. There are a couple of ways that could have gone there for Hijinks, but still, it's just an advantageous fight, and it's basically a guaranteed win. Just generally speaking. Right now, it's going to be immediate null command pop into a B play. And everyone being suppressed, there's not going to really be much denial to be had about this plant. Just have to be careful about players closer to that Viper wall. They should be all fine and dandy. Plant, it's only fake though. And now everyone can start opening up as the walls begin to drop. Maybe mistiming this a little bit for Pasta Azul. They're now in a very tough spot. And they're going to begin to glide back here. They don't want to tussle with it at all. They're going to toss up some orbs in middle. Try to bait rotations away for Oblivious. You can see the players begin to glide back, but I still see Hijinks out to yellow. Presence detected, though. Well-timed knife. Still keeping Hijinks in position. They're going to glide all the way back to A. And Hijinks, what can he do? Can he keep drawing rotates? Can he keep forcing the attention of players out? That's all he needs to do. That's his job. As they walk back into left. B, faded. Again, alone. Prowler tossed in. But they're not. They don't clear Gen. Faded is going to have a pop-off.
He can. He's definitely set up for it. But as he looks left, he gets shot from the right. It's Rano to find the kill there. Now, they need to get the spike planted. They're running out of time to do so, so they'll go for the safe plant. Snakebite out and over the top, and Explicit was trying to get aggressive with the operator, but it's immediately taken down. Now a 1v3, a more doable one for Boobs, but it yields the same result. It's his counterpart in Sujai to take him down once more. Now my question is, where's that economy at? It can't be looking good for Oblivious.
Yeah, Oblivious are now, their economy's in the tank. I think Oblivious have been getting a little bit too thirsty in a lot of these situations where the spike is getting planted at low time. It forces so many mistakes out. The spacing no good. And it allows the cover for Pasta Azul to come on through perfectly. The snakebite just millimeters off from stopping that plant, for the record. And then the whole round gets thrown into disarray. But surviving that. Now, well, left up for Pasta Azul is just potentially an easy A-side take. But many a player has said an anti-eco's easy. 2 players together. Works out nicely for Explicit. Even gets away. But for how much longer is the question, as he will get ran down. Perchio, though, giving us at least a run for the money. And the flanks on flanks right now do get picked off. See if any action comes out from this one.
Last player standing.
I don't see it likely. Stune the last remaining. And
defeated.
Oh, that was a nice one. Now 1v2. And this is
a free one.
Call it a free. Vandal in hand, but this is tough.
I think the worst enemy here is the clock for Stune. He's, I mean, just got to run up and find 2 kills almost immediately to be able to stick this defuse. And yeah, there's a player atop the boxes in Rano. So that round goes the way that you would expect, unfortunately. No strength in numbers, no death ball strategy, and they weren't able to get a handful of these pistols together to try and capitalize on the majority of these kills. And with that, they'll call a timeout. I think, fortunately for Oblivious in this timeout afterwards is their full buy round. Also, should they lose this one, unless they force with Pasta Fazul on 11, they could have another round to full buyout. So I'm wondering, now that we're looking at this, you've got the Tour de Force online. We know how strong Explicit can be with that one. I think the flexibility of this chamber is the big discussion in this timeout, because we saw it when Explicit was out towards Snowman. Pasta Fazul wanted nothing to do with that. They said, hey, let's just get away from this op as quick as possible. So I would love to see some of that flexibility with the rendezvous, right? Finding a kill on one side of the map and immediately transitioning out towards mid or another site to always be a threat and always have an angle on Pasta Fazul.
See if Oblivious can step up to the plate too. I think we haven't really gotten the taste of the Reyna re-aggressions, or the Reyna defender side aggression that we really wanted from Oblivious. Mostly, I mean, it's the reason why it's really picked on the map. I think it kind of came back into popularity when people saw it broken out at Masters 1 this year at Reykjavik, and with Paper Rex bringing it to the table in a lot of their Icebox teams, as well as NIP for those.
You want to play? Let's play.
But it was really utilized just because you can take a lot of gunfights early on towards the A site, get your one and get away. You'll have a lot of action if you just take it aggro towards A, but we're not quite seeing that. Even though it's kind of the theory of Icebox, where you have a lot of aggressive options where you can take the zip on top of pipes into nest, even down lower. You can beat the players to the punch in towards the belt side or underneath belt into jail. A lot of opportunities that aren't really being exploited on the side of Oblivious.
No charges.
Instead, out to middle. That's a fantastic knife. It does actually tag up Hijinks, who's just going to run up and quickly take away that trademark. And seeing that, now putting so much pressure on that defense, they have an isolated Explicit to fight. It is an operator, though, and a teleport's ready to go.
Man, flash out, you just have to be worried about what could be. And well, what could be will be aggro. Gonna get shot in the head. Sujai there to trade it. Sujai again, a standout performer in the last map, really stepping it up when Pasta Fazul needed him here in this one. And then Ult Command is online. Unfortunately, the pit was just a second too soon as that wall goes down. It gets awkward for Rano. And now Sujai just about surrounded here is back to the yellow box.
Like a Hijinks.
Gonna look to try and survive, and you pointed it out. Hijinks on the flank was able to sneak on through as Sujai gets one in the pit that's Boovs to finally sit the swamp down, and now Hijinks has to do it all himself. He's healthy. He's got the Tour de Force, but two more players to worry about. He's wary of his feet. He'll find the next, he'll find the third, and it's Hijinks for the clutch.
There we go. Hijinks eaten 1v3. And everything stacked against him. He just drops out of the sky and just takes a pot shot and nails it. And then the next is just so free with the slow field Hijinks. And that is, there's anything to get you amped up on LAN. That is it from Hijinks. 11-7. If there's anything to crush the momentum or any sort of hope you have for Oblivious, that's it right there. You have to force down here for Oblivious. All down 11-7. And right now here for the side of Pasta Fazul, they're just going to hit the gas pedal to the B site. Dropping in the Viper's pit, but Boos does not even feel comfortable playing inside of his own pit. That says anything about the state of affairs. Seas even goes through. Aggro gets aggressive. So much space gained, but they lose the spike. And Boos has something to say. 2 kills for him, but the pit's down.
And the pit falls. He's doing the first. Sujai traded out. And although Boobs will eventually fall, and we go back and forth, the number's still in favor. JTN, the last one standing, and the Spectre will be enough of Perchio. A couple of weapons to be upgraded for Oblivious, and they're showing us that they're not out just yet. And heads up play from Boobs, understanding, hey, this ult is coming my way. Before this next pulse hits, I have to get my ult down, and it works out beautifully.
Just very fortunate there to be able to find 2, be able to be ready for aggro, swinging him into oranges. If Booze goes down so early, even without the double kill, going 1-for-1 there would be a terrible situation for the side of Oblivious. Now we're getting more of this A-side aggression from the Reyna, but gets spotted out by the knife, is going to on away. Instead, they're going to walk up middle. So much damage with that one little tap away, but now they're through. Perchio has let them gone through, and the Showstopper will find him. Unbelievable. The mid splits on, and Aggro wants blood.
Yeah, Aggro already finding 2. Paint Shell's out and over the top. Explicit in a really tough spot, and it's hijinks to match those same 2 kills. And it's all down to the hero of the round previous in Boobs, but a 3K, a 2K, and now map and series point here from Pasta Fazul. You talked about it a couple of rounds ago, right? This momentum, and although things didn't go their way, they got a little ahead of themselves in that round previous, and Oblivious were able to capitalize. They go right back to it, out towards mid, aggressive. I don't know how that rocket hit. It looked like it hit the wall to me, but Perchio was just too close to the corner. And I mean, it is full steam ahead for the Pasta squad.
And also, I mean, that's such a good switch up from Pasta Fazul. They've been going towards the straight sights. They've been going hitting B, hitting A, just consistently as a full unit. How about we just all walk through the Viper orb where it's only Perchio watching it, and now, explicit. Chance just burned right then and there. Sujai's going to capitalize. Aggro the same. 3v5. And Oblivious, 3 players to hold on to their stay here in North Brunswick, and they have to face off against the full force of Pasta Fazul, who are hungry for a day 2.
Yeah, the Prowlers are out. The players are revealed. Stoon still good for 1. JGM is there to trade it back. Oh, and Perchio just wasn't ready for Sujai on the side. What a performance. Pasta Fazul, they almost looked a little shaky here, but we go 6-6 at the half, and they close it out in dominant fashion. They show us what a team they can be when it comes to the best of 3s and not just the best of 1s. And I think the performer that really stood out there, Sujai, I think round after round there towards the end, and even in that last one, right, a 3K on top of it. The map prior, I thought incredibly strong, and I was wondering, with this map pick being Oblivious's map pick, and kind of forcing your controller player in Sujai to be playing off of the Astronaut onto the Viper, I thought maybe for a second, hey, he looks a little uncomfortable here, and this is why, you know, they don't choose to play Icebox, but, I mean, he was anything but that.
Yeah, I think he definitely was in his element. Hijinks as well. Also, the calling, just in particular for these guys over Pasta Fazul, was pretty good. I love the switch up towards the end to just take it towards middle and win the round in absolute dominant fashion before you even need to plant the spike. And those kind of rounds just feel so good because you know you've isolated all the players of the defense and they're just running in a non-stop 3v1, 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 and you can't trade them out effectively. I think right there for Pasta Fazul, they came out and, I mean, they show why they should be in day 2. That's for sure. The calling was good. The fragging was good.
Yep, the calling was good, the fragging was good, and the day was good, as that was our last series of the day to kind of close things out and get everything set up for day 2 moving forward. We have our teams, and Pasta Fazul is one of those teams. They have found their way on through 2-0 fashion over Oblivious, who put up a tough fight, but unfortunately they fall just a little early, and with that, the rest of our team. So we didn't get to see Group A. Fine, we walked our way through Group C and Group B, but from Group A, we've got the Magic School Bus and Moonrise Black. From Group B, I almost jumped ahead of myself just because it was weird on the day. We've got Good Luck and Pasta Fazul, so maybe we get that rematch that we saw earlier on the day in that best of 1 and best of 3 fashion come tomorrow. And then Group C is Hee 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 Ha, or the Clash Royale guys, and Aspire, who Aspire, they looked strange on the day, to be completely honest. It seemed like there was just a moment the second time playing Ascent where a switch flipped and they understood, okay, we really got to turn it on.
Yeah, I think Aspire is, I mean, it was my team to look out for the entire tournament.
Yeah.
As a cohesive unit that plays together, practices together, and have won LAN before, today was a weird day for them. So, I mean, they got through it. I think that's the biggest part for when you look at Aspire. They got through it. You have to go into tomorrow saying, we need to dominate. We need to turn this ship around. And for a lot of other squads, I mean, I think we didn't get to see the Magic School Bus on broadcast, but that's consisting of Churms, Redux. I think we're in the names of that list of players. Those guys have all of a sudden popped out to be one of the favorites, a very solid cast of players playing here at North Brunswick. So that is going to be the team to look out for, in my opinion, alongside Aspire. We're going to get some hot matchups coming in for tomorrow, that's for sure.
Yep, absolutely. Tomorrow has 3 best of 3s on it. We're going to be looking to jump into the semifinals, get both of those casted, and then follow those teams into the grand finals to see who walks away The winner, and just to retouch that Magic School Bus, it's Con Artist, Bunny Hog, Glyph, Churms, and Redux. So definitely one of the teams to be watching for the squad as a whole. Unfortunately for today, the watching, it comes to a close. Fi, I want to kind of give you your last little moments here before we wrap things up. Any thoughts on what we saw today or what we quite possibly might see tomorrow?
I think for a lot of the teams that have been eliminated, they definitely put up a very solid fight. I mean, shout out to the Guppies who almost came up and, you know, kind of from out of nowhere, man. They almost came up and 2-0'd Aspire. They had the chance, but unfortunately, they got the momentum swung right against them. So, I mean, I'll tip my hat out to those guys as my honorable mention for the day. But I'll hand it back to you, Tanner, as we close out.
Yep, looking to close out today. As I said, 2 semifinals and a grand finals on the docket. Tomorrow we start same place, same time, bright and early in the morning, at least for us West Coast folk. I believe we're starting right around 9:30 Pacific Standard Time or noon 30 across the map as you might be on that East Coast. I guess I should say East Coast because it's a New Jersey tournament. We should say New Jersey time. So we're shooting right around for that noon 30 start time for you guys to get these games started. Obviously, we're going to be jumping into the semifinals, so we'll see where we're at as we kind of work our way through the first few rounds of, I guess, the tournament as a whole to eventually link up there. And as I said for today, unfortunately, the watching does conclude. So on behalf of myself, our sponsors, and Mike and Ike and Mavix, and everybody here at Nursery, we want to thank you guys for watching. We appreciate you guys, and we'll see you bright and early tomorrow.
Species ship.
fighting.